Makati Productions presents an original Star Wars story, White Snow, Justice, written by Van 1138. The Imperial forces of Mon Calamari are on the verge of total collapse. For months, the ruthless terrorist Jolee Uruc has been brutally ravaging the planetside military forces, attacking with lethal precision and leaving no survivors. In an act of desperation, the aging governor of Mon Calamari has placed a bounty on her head, hoping that the galaxy's deadliest mercenaries will be enough to bring the terrorist leader down. And who better to answer the call than the Mandalorian? Chapter 1. Terrorist Attack. R.A. Rue Denor Devo Catalajad. Wounds inflicted by friends hurt the most. Mandalorian proverb. T. The table was a beautiful thing. Solid Rocher heartwood imported directly from Kashyyyk. It was tough to find on the black market, and almost impossible to get anywhere else. The Wookiees jealously guarded the trees of their homeworld and slaughtered anyone who dared log the forest without their permission. This particular piece came courtesy of slavers who had seized a village of the hairy furbags and set them to work deforesting their own precious Rochers under threat of torture or death. It was, therefore, a quite expensive commodity, a rare treasure even among the wealthiest of the galaxy's scum. Jolee Uruc knew that in Mon Cal's human air the wood would probably rot in a matter of weeks. The polished surface was already beginning to pucker and warp from the pervasive humidity of the ocean world. She didn't care. One had to learn to enjoy things while they lasted and not waste time mourning them once they were gone. The priceless table was nothing but a temporary extravagance, a prize taken from her last score, and one she thought she deserved. She'd earned a bit of indulgence in her life. She leaned back in her chair, resting her hands behind her head and putting her feet up on the table. With the causal shift of balance, she scraped mud from the soles of her boots on its edge. She then sighed contentedly and closed her eyes, a small smile tugging at her lips. She was well aware of her warriors waiting for orders, staring at her with nervous expectation. She kept them waiting anyway. Eventually, one of them cleared his throat and murmured, "My lady, what is thy command?" The speaker was a purple-skinned Draymunda, a humanoid species that had yet to move past old basic speaking despite their technological advances. Typically, she would have shot the man for daring to interrupt her peace and quiet. But this man was one of her oldest and most loyal warriors, and the Draymunda, after all, were a backward people still bogged down by cultural expectations of honor and loyalty. She had paid quite the pretty penny for this man's obedience, and, unlike the Rocher with table, that was not an investment she was willing to so quickly abandon. So instead of shooting him, she held up her prosthetic arm and waved a metallic finger in warning. "Shh," she whispered. "Just savor the moment. It's been a long time coming." Her newest recruit leaned over to the tall corn female beside him and muttered, "She's a little cocky, eh? Better to savor the moment after we are done with her." This man was not as lucky, or as important, as his Draymunda companion, so Uruc drew her pistol and shot him in the head. She didn't even open her eyes to aim, just leveled the blaster in the general direction of her irritation and pulled the trigger. The blaster popped in her hand, and a pulse of red light painted her assembled soldiers with bloody illumination. The offending warrior was blasted off his feet, dead before he hit the ground a half-meter away. She absently twirled the pistol around her index finger before holstering it again and shifting to a more comfortable position. Her warriors did not speak again. It was a few minutes more before the tense silence of the room was broken by the pilot's voice. "We're approaching the drop zone," he reported over the ship's intercom. "Touchdown in 5 minutes. Repeat, 5 minutes." Only now did Uruc finally open her eyes. She reached down into her boot and pulled out a well-worn hala poster, folded and refolded many times. She spread it across the table and tacked down the edges with throwing knives from her belt as her warriors moved closer. The poster showed the 3-floor schematics of a large building. A military command outpost, in fact. "Last rundown of the plan," she said. "Pay attention." Nods and grunts of affirmation met her words. "Fallon," she said, gesturing to the Draymunda, "you're in charge of security systems. Make sure no one can see in or out of the building. Tint the windows with the code I've given you and lock down the command center as soon as we take control. I want that place sealed tighter than the Hutt's treasure vault. I will be done. She turned to a nearby Quarren, tapping the diagram of the roof area with her mechanical hand. Usha, you're our eyes and ears. Find a good position on the roof and pick off anyone who comes too close. If they mobilize air support, use your rockets. The Quarren female made a quiet squishing noise with her mouth tendrils and blinked her large eyes slowly, her kind's version of a human nod. In her rubbery hands, she hefted a sniper rifle that was almost as long as she was tall. She'd have no problem finding targets with that beauty and quickly ruining their day. Jolee Uruc said, turning to the single massive Wookiee lurking in the shadows on the other side of the table. You're our big gun. Keep the hostages in line once we've secured the 3 floors. The huge black-furred Wookiee unleashed a menacing snarl, to which Uruc replied, I don't know, ripped the arms of one of them and roared really loud. You're the big furry one, think up something yourself. You've never had trouble with it before. Jolee let out a rumbling howl and clapped his large furred hands together, flexing his overgrown and sharpened claws. All right, she said to the rest of her warriors as she felt the ship begin its deceleration. We get in, we get what we want, we kill a few people, and we get out without losing any one of ours. We've got everything we need to finish this op, and there'll be a bonus for all of you if this is successful. Ma'am, the Twi'lek warrior asked quietly, we've been over this plan time and time again. We've been prepped for a month, but you've never explained exactly what we're looking for. Why are we here? Uruc moved to draw her pistol, then laughed as the Twi'lek almost dived under the table in fear. While Usha dragged him back to his feet, Uruc folded her arms across her chest and said, That's not your concern. Not yet. Just do your job, and let the rest of us do ours. Got it. Why, yes, ma'am. We've reached the drop zone, the pilot called. Good luck out there, boss. The exit portal she'd opened with a tortured scrape of metal, and salty air blasted through the hold. The precious table would be covered in a coat of rotten mold when she returned, Uruc knew. She smiled a little and brushed her fingers across the warping wood as she stood and headed for the exit with the rest of her troops. Ah well, she thought. All good things must come to an end. Her warriors were already disembarking, armed with the knowledge of their mission and prepared to do their appointed duties. One by one, they hopped down through the exit portal onto the ground below, blasters and body armor carefully concealed beneath long travelers' robes. With a rumble and a gusty downdraft that sent their coats flapping, the old dirty yellow transport blasted away, quickly disappearing into the foggy distance. Uruc watched it shrink into the horizon until it was lost over Mon Calamari's endless, pristine blue oceans. The waters were particularly choppy today. She could feel the ground beneath her feet swell with the rising tide, then sink as the waves passed them by. Outsiders would be hard-pressed to tell that the entirety of Satan City was floating above the endless abyss of the Mon Cal Ocean, but to a local like Uruc it was as familiar and recognizable as her own heartbeat. The slate-gray, boxy building that was the Mon Cal Imperial Garrison Command stood out against the blue-green sky and the fluid, organic-looking constructions of the local Mon Cala population. Clouds overhead rumbled, gray-black, and threatened to spill down rain. It was a good sign. If a storm hit them soon enough, the Imperials wouldn't be able to send in aerial support. Uruc licked the airborne sea salt from her lips as she and the others strolled through the main doors of the complex, out of the watery wilds and into the temp-controlled blandness of Imperial office space. The central atrium of Imperial Garrison Command was full to bursting with different beings running through Imperial business, acquiring starport visas, preparing to test for ship licenses, registering for housing in the refugee sectors across the city, and on. 4 stormtroopers stood guard near a pair of marble pillars that flanked the entrance, but they gave Uruc and her warriors little more than a cursory glance as they passed. In fact, no one even looked up as they entered the room. There were bulbous-headed Mon Cala traders, up from their seabed cities, arguing with a trio of stormtroopers over import tariffs. Further along, A line of Corran mercenaries in barnacle-begrimed armor was waiting to apply for hunting contracts with the local guild liaison. A horned Devoranian cackled as he was led off in stun binders by a very irritated scout trooper, spitting a gob of phlegm at a passing officer who yelped in indignation as his neatly pressed uniform was disgustingly marred. The group was interrupted by a column of 6 stormtroopers marching through on the way to their next post. The garrison was the nexus of the local Imperial presence in Satan City and the surrounding ocean sector. From here, officers and bureaucrats coordinated troop patrols, communicated with passing naval fleets, and sent reports of suspicious activity to Imperial intelligence. All local law enforcement, bookkeeping, and industrial oversight was run from this building. It was the center of commerce, law, and governance, the beating heart of Imperial glory. And Jolee Uruc couldn't wait to drive a stake through it. Her warriors were careful to avert their faces from the security cams. It was no easy feat, but the majority of them kept to the shadows or lurked on the outskirts of the main atrium, where even the luckiest of security drones would only pick up partial images. Uruc didn't bother, of course, for her face was already posted on wanted signs across Mon Cal. When she appeared, she wanted the Empire to know she was coming. Her heavy bootsteps echoed across the room, even amid the hustle of Imperial life in the garrison. Still, no one paid her any mind. There were too many people here to focus on a single unassuming woman and her traveling companions. A few stormtroopers gave her a cursory look over, and a black-plated protocol droid waddled forward to welcome her, but apart from that she was lost in the ebb and flow of the day's business. She paused only when she had made it to the middle of the room. She craned her neck, looking around at the atrium and its inhabitants. Her eyes lingered on the scarlet drapes and flags bearing the segmented Imperial wheel, the sigil of the Emperor, and a symbol of Imperial power across the galaxy. She smirked at the sight, looking forward to seeing those tapestries in flames. She raised 2 fingers in the air. Her scattered followers pulled out their monstrous-looking face masks. Cheap Imperial trinkets of poorly molded plastoid, shaped to mimic stormtroopers, Imperial officers, and even the twisted visage of Darth Vader. Blasters were produced from beneath their long coats, and shouts instantly rang through the atrium at the sight. Uruc drew her pistol and shot the nearest stormtroopers in the back, the loud pow of her blaster ringing through the room. They crumpled like heavy sacks of grass grain, their armor clattering against the tiled floor. The room descended into chaotic panic as patrons screamed and scrambled for cover. Stormtroopers shouted orders, and Uruc's warriors shouted right back. Blaster fire lit up the quiet morning as the troopers realized the true nature of the threat, but by then it was too late. Her warriors were spread out and entrenched in cover and cut down the white-armored soldiers without difficulty. Uruc caught a flutter of motion from the corner of her eye. One of the civilian patrons, a bearded human in a black leather coat, had drawn a vibroblade from his pocket and charged her. Uruc rolled her eyes and didn't bother trying to stop the man. Heroes are everywhere, she thought with a disappointed huff. But the man, for all his heroism, hadn't accounted for the black-furred creature lurking behind him. An unfortunate mistake. Uruc gestured at the man, and Talnica let out a roar that seemed to shake the ground beneath her feet. Even more innocents were sent scrambling by the thunderous sound. The massive Wookiee charged forward with great lumbering footsteps and grabbed the disruptive man by the shoulders. With a great bellow of rage, he hauled the human into the air and threw him hard into a thick support column of hardened durcrete. There was a sickening crack, and the nearest patron screamed even louder as dark blood spattered the spotless gray floor. Talnica howled again and flexed his now bloody claws. Chaos reigned. Men, women, children, and aliens ran in all directions, clamoring and crying. It was a futile gesture, as her warriors had blocked off all the exits. The atrium belonged to her? Uruc raised her blaster and fired at the ceiling, only needing one shot to bring all attention to her. The screams slowly died, and the civilians, now hostages, were quickly subdued by her warriors and their fearsome armaments. After a few long moments, all eyes were on her. She smiled. "Good afternoon, everyone," she said to her assembled prisoners. She lowered her weapon and cradled it in her hands like a precious child as she swaggered forward into the proverbial spotlight. Her bootsteps echoed through the sudden quiet. "A pleasure to see you all on this blustery day. My name is Jolee Uruc, as I'm sure you are all aware. The men and women you see before you are my faithful warriors." Hushed whispers raced through the room, and her words, quickly silenced by the masked troops and their guns. Uruc waited a few moments for the noise to calm down before continuing. "You are now my hostages. Kindly stay on the floor, stay quiet, and don't try anything stupid. Rest assured my warriors are watching, they are listening, and they will not hesitate to kill anyone who tries anything." Her hostages whimpered, cried, or covered their heads as her warriors passed by. It gave Uruc a deep sense of satisfaction to see the operation was going precisely as planned. Even as she watched, Fallon the Draymond moved off to the databanks to the rear of the atrium while Usha made for her sniper perch on the roof. Talnica prowled among the terrified crowd, his beady eyes glinting as he let out a low, rumbling snarl. "Follow my orders," Uruc said, nonchalantly reloading her pistol, "and the luckiest among you may make it out alive. Disobey, and every single person in this building will die. Understand?" The hostages nodded in assent to Uruc's simultaneous disappointment and glee. They didn't understand anything. They couldn't even begin to see the big picture, the beautiful plans that were taking shape all around them. She lamented their ignorance, and she had no intention of letting any of them leave the garrison alive. Imperial Governor Talus von heard hurried footsteps in the hall outside a half-second before the door to his office she'd open. He looked up in time to find his administrative aide, Commander Polano, leaping into the room at just under a run. He flashed his security clearance at the stormtrooper guards and called, "Sir. Sir, I have urgent reports from Satan City." Von frowned and set aside his stylus, motioning Polano forward. "Come in, Commander. What is it?" "It's," Polano paused, out of breath. He wiped at his mouth, auburn hair as disheveled as his uniform. "It's Uruc, sir. She's made another hit." Von's face paled as he felt that now familiar sense of icy dread settling into the pit of his stomach. Swallowing down such trepidation was becoming almost second nature to him now. He set down the flimsy he'd been reading and motioned to the trooper guard with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Leave us." The troopers snapped to attention and spun, marching from the room and closing the heavy durasteel blast door behind them. The barrier slammed shut with a resounding boom, and Von heard a mechanical clattering as the many security locks clicked into place. He found himself grateful for such precautionary measures in these dangerous times. The governor stared at the door for a moment longer, then stood from his seat and turned to the large observation port window behind his desk. The huge blue-green orb of Mon Calamari hung centered in the transperistal viewport, a beautiful canvas of dark aquas and pale sea greens, swathed in a blanket of gray clouds. A massive hurricane was forming near the equator, and both the north and south poles of the planet were shrouded in dark blotches of cloud. Imperial ships flashed past the viewport as transports waited to ferry their cargo to or from the system. Star destroyers prowled orbital space like predatory sharks, while smaller patrols of TIE fighters raced through space in all conceivable directions. This was the new order at its best, everyone doing their job, everyone minding their own business, everything working like a well-oiled machine. It was such a calm paradise from this distance, an idyllic dream once again interrupted by the harsh truths of reality. He sighed and rubbed his eyes. "Where this time?" "Planetside Imperial Garrison Command," Commander Polano replied. "Satan City. She took hostages, sir." By the force, the governor half-turned. "Is everyone all right?" "Reports indicate that over 20 stormtroopers are reported dead, as well as 5 of our high-ranking on-site officers. Damage to the facility itself is estimated to be in the range of several million credits with." "I'm talking about the civilian casualties," Von interrupted, a sour note in his voice. "Civilian casualties, Commander?" Polano grimaced. "Total, sir." "What?" "The civilian losses were complete, sir," Polano said. "Uruc's thugs, they planted a bomb within the building while they were there and detonated it when they left. No one survived. By the Emperor's hand, more of that sickly feeling of apprehension, mixed now with the surge of grief and pity for the victims he as governor was honor-bound to protect. Vaughn buried his face in his hands. What were those heartless bastards after? We don't know. He looked up now, all trace of apprehension or grief swiftly replaced by indignation. Care to run that by me again, Commander? Polano tightened his lips and murmured, we have no clue why they attacked. The first thing they did was cut the security cams and tint the windows, and the subsequent explosion rendered any other computer terminals inoperable. We believe they were after prison security codes, and that they intend to free other insurrectionists captured during a raid 2 months ago. Another attack. And so soon after the last, damn it, Polano, how do they always know? How can they see where our weaknesses lie and so efficiently exploit them? Sir, 3/4 of Garrison Command security detail were away on training exercises today, and someone criffed up and forgot to repost any reserves. It was a single weak spot that would have lasted less than 5 hours. How did they know precisely when to strike? I don't know, sir, Polano said. I would have to assume. There is only one way, Vaughn interrupted. One way they could know our day-to-day military procedures with such accuracy. They have a mole within our forces here. Are you certain? It was the only explanation. The orders to reinforce the Garrison Command security forces had come from his own offices this morning and were accessible only to a small number of authorized personnel. A simple data slicer could not have gotten their grubby hands on the information unless it had been given by one of his own subordinates. It was a familiar suspicion over the past few months, now given dangerous credence. He turned back to the viewport with a disgusted shake of his head. Commander Polano, you have new orders. I want you to call in Imperial intelligence, report this latest attack, and track this mole down. See to it personally. But sir, Polano insisted, my work with the local bureaucracy in Coral City. I don't give a damn about your grunt work with the bureaucrats, Commander. People are dying. It is time for you to leave your office and show the people of Mon Calamari that the Empire takes such matters seriously. He turned to the commander. Find this mole, arrest him, and execute him. Those are your orders, and I expect you to obey them to the letter. Or perhaps your duties would be best served by another commander. Polano's face was stony. The only indication of his displeasure was the way the corner of his mouth twitched. He stood stiffly, then muttered, as you command, Governor Vaughn. Good. Now leave me. I must attend to this newest crisis. Polano snapped to attention and saluted, though not without a final glare at the governor's back. Once he was gone, the stormtrooper guards returned to their post flanking the door like polished plastoid statues. Vaughn settled back into his seat and rubbed at the bridge of his nose with a weary sigh. Too many deaths. Too many attacks. It wouldn't be long before Lord Vader himself heard of the situation and came to intervene personally. Unsurprisingly, that was the last thing Governor Vaughn wanted to happen. This situation had to be dealt with now. He produced his personal comlink from within his uniform pocket and entered a calling code reserved for only the direst of situations. After 4 hailing tones, there was a click from the other end and a chipper female voice spoke. Office of Imperial Intelligence, she said. Please state your business with us today. Vaughn took a deep breath. This is Mon Calamari Governor Talos Vaughn. Clearance code Bantha Bravo 1338. I must speak to Director Armand Isert as quickly as possible. Of course, Governor, the woman's sickly sweet voice said. May I inquire as to the nature of your business with the director? You may, Vaughn said. There is a terrorist wreaking havoc on my planet. I want her dead. And I want Imperial intelligence to help me kill her. Chapter 2. Lover's Quarrel. Vheden's Bastion, Kelada Forest, Mandalore, 2 weeks later. Cheen Vheden stared at the helmet resting on the small wooden table in front of him and wished for warmer weather. Though it was a relief to relax out of armor for a while, his body had long since grown used to the internal heating and cooling systems of Biscargam. Out of it, he was all too aware that his bastion's temp regulators weren't in perfect working order. And underground, it was always cold. His hands seemed to him like frozen blocks of ice. They trembled as he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, calming his mind and clearing it of all conscious thought. He felt his heartbeat start to slow, which he was sure would not help his chills. He relaxed against the couch and let his mind slowly begin to wander, to bring up what his subconscious felt was necessary. The quiet drone of the Halavid playing in front of him helped him relax. It was some documentary about the history of the Income Hypernautics Corporation, and the narrator's dry voice was droning on about revolutionary S-foil designs. He easily tuned it out. Life had been busy as of late. Cash was finally dead. He had received confirmation of his execution from his contacts within Black Sun. The crime lord's slightly reduced bounty of 70,000 credits had been split between himself and Jay, as well as their unexpected ally during the job, Kayla Ardmere. What money was left over from his purchase of Jay's new Skyraptor fighter was safely deposited in his hidden credit account. He lingered on the thought of his partner for a moment. She had performed outstandingly well while hunting down Cash 2 weeks before. She'd saved his life more than once throughout their mission, and he could honestly say he was surprised. He'd initially been concerned during her training that she would be more of a liability than a help in the field, but his concerns had been proved wrong 100-fold. In fact, Jay was probably the best partner he'd had in a very long time. She had definitely earned his gift to her, the sleek silver-black Skyraptor Interceptor which she'd christened Vengeance. She was currently test flying the ship in low orbit with Rain, and Jang no doubt putting the fighter through his paces before taking it out on a contract. Ved and hoped she now knew that bounty hunting wasn't all bad. Some quirks came with the trade, as well, like having all the best equipment that credits could buy, legally or otherwise. He shifted his position on the couch and opened his eyes again. Yes, he thought that the last contract had gone better than he'd planned. It was an unexpected, yet welcome surprise for once. Most hunters would count themselves lucky to be in his shoes right now. So, Brianna said, appearing from the kitchen with 2 glasses of titter, a popular Mandalorian wine. Cash bit the disc at the end, did he? Vedden nodded and gratefully accepted the drink offered to him. I'm finally able to relax now that I know he's gone for good. It's nice knowing I'll never have to chase after him again. It's not every day you manage to gun down your mortal enemy. She smiled and sat next to him. You certainly hunted him long enough to earn the break. I'll say, Vedden agreed with a weary sigh. I had to cut Dirge in half twice. That's 2 past my yearly quota. I hope you noted that on the contract invoice you submitted to Jabba the Hutt. Brianna laughed and passed her titter from hand to hand, careful not to spill any of the drink. In any case, I'm glad you're back safe. She leaned up against him, putting her head on his shoulder. Vedden shifted slightly, uncomfortable, but didn't stop her. So how did your new partner perform? She asked. She took a sip of her beverage, absently watching the Income Halavid. Pretty well from what I heard. She defended the entire transport lot at Cash's Tatooine base all on her own and destroyed a Mark III Dark Trooper droid with the dead Gamorrean's vibro axe. If that's not talent. And where were you at the time? She asked, looking up at him and batting her eyes innocently. She already knew the answer and had teased him about it ever since he told her his side of the story. But he sighed and humored her. Having my chest crushed under another Dark Trooper's foot. But I made it out all right, so stop rubbing it in. She touched his bandaged arm, a wound that had been shot, stabbed, and retorn more than 3 separate times during the mission. It was finally healing up, and it wasn't slowing him down like it had during the job, but such a wound would leave a mark, Bacta or no. He should have seen to it sooner, a fact Brianna had wasted no time pointing out. You didn't make it out quite all right, she murmured. With a wound like that in frostbite from Renvar, I'd give you a 6.5. You're very generous. I'm in a good mood tonight. She set aside her drink and maneuvered herself to straddle his lap, pulling him close. She grinned and put her arms around his shoulders as she whispered, It's good to have you back, in any case. She leaned forward and kissed him gently on the lips, running her hands smoothly through his hair. She murmured with enjoyment as he wrapped his arms around her waist. He savored the taste of her lips, the feel of her body against his. She smiled against him. I had an idea. That vid you like is on the HoloNet tonight. Concordian Dawn. We could finish our bottle of Tiher. He drew back with a hesitant frown. I actually have a meeting about a contract tonight. Something about a rogue merc band on Belsavis. Her face fell. Oh, okay. Well, I can record it. We can save it for tomorrow. He grimaced. I have business at Mandel Motors tomorrow evening. Then? He pulled back with a gentle shake of his head. Bree, he said quietly. Can we not do this? At least not now. What? Hey, are you sure? She sounded more than a little hurt. I'm sure. It's just not a good time. Got other things on my mind. She sighed and visibly deflated. Can't we just celebrate you being back? Just a little. I wish we could. It's just difficult, she finished for him with a frustrated sigh. She moved away and settled onto her side of the couch. She folded her arms and huffed. I'm sorry, he said with a deep blush. She scoffed with a wave of her hand and a mutter of, don't bother. I know how this works. You get in your moods, I get defensive, and we wind up fighting. I don't want to go down the usual track. I don't ask to be like this, he returned, a hint of venom in his voice. It's not like I want to push you away. Then why do you? Would it hurt so much to relax just a little? You don't have to always be on call, you know. He sighed and didn't answer, keeping his gaze fixed on the floor. Brianna stared at him for a while, expecting a response, then stood up and strolled to the entryway, staring into the other room. Damn it, Sheen, she muttered, shaking her head. Sometimes I think I'd have better luck dating a brick wall. He felt indignation and defensiveness rise in his gut. As soon as he felt it, however, he crushed it, buried it, and tossed it aside. Rather than a bitter retort, he resorted to a quiet murmur of, I am what the galaxy has made me. That's a lie as you know it, she snapped. She turned to face the Mandalorian, leaning against the doorframe and cocking her head to an impudent angle. I know Mandas are supposed to be these perfect killing machines, but you take it too far. You seem to think being miserable and being strong are one and the same. She scowled at him. Do you like being this way? Do you enjoy keeping me at arm's length? I don't. Do I not make you happy? Is that it? Of course you make me happy. Then why is it so bloody hard to act like it every once in a while? Vheden didn't answer, barely moving a muscle. He knew she had a point but would never allow himself to admit it aloud. These simple expressions of affection that came so easily to others seemed to catch in his gut and claw on their way out. He cared for Brianna, of course, but was not so skilled at showing it. She finally looked up at him with a dark look in her eyes. Her brows furrowed dangerously as she murmured, What exactly am I to you? He didn't like where this conversation was headed. What do you mean? It's a simple enough question. What do I mean to you? She took a step closer. Am I a friend? A lover? Or just a nag who doesn't know when to give up? You are. He struggled with the words. Part of himself screamed out to say the words she so clearly needed to hear, to finally break free of his own misgivings and tell her exactly how he felt. To reassure her that he loved her, that he would always love her, and that this awful hesitation holding him back was not evidence to the contrary. But the stronger part of him suppressed those feelings, smothered them in a haze of fear and self-loathing. Don't say it, his inner weakling whispered. It won't come out right. She won't understand. You don't deserve her, and she knows it. That voice won out. So instead of telling the truth, he said what he had to say. What his mind told him to say, and what his heart begged him not to. You are the one, he said, who helped me through the hardest time in my entire life. The one who was there for me when no one else was. Because of that, I owe you a debt. One I can never hope to repay. His words had precisely the effect on Bree that he thought. Fire bloomed in her eyes. Her expression pulled into a deep as gesture between the two of them with a scoff of disbelief. So all this, us, is just you repay me. There's nothing more between us than that. That's not what I... Is this all just a bloody transaction to you? I'm not. Screw that, she snapped. She sat down again and took his hands tight in her own. Let go once in a while, she pleaded. Stop being so damn afraid of life off the battlefield. I don't care about your badass bounty hunter image, and I don't care what everyone else thinks about you. Just be yourself. I can't, he said through gritted teeth. I don't know who I am when not in the field. It's all I've ever known. Battle and tactics and suspicion. He removed his hands from her grasp, wringing them and rubbing at his bare palms. I wasn't born for a life of peace, Brianna. No Mandalorian is. I can't begin to imagine who I am without this. He gestured to his helmet, sitting on the table in front of the couch. It seemed to stare into his soul with that shrouded black T-bar visor, and he cringed away from the sight. Then make something up, Brianna cried, throwing her hands into the air. You were able to become chin-headed easily enough. Make someone new. Someone who doesn't need to keep up appearances like this. It's not that simple. Vheden shouted, getting to his feet now and towering over her. How could you expect to know me? How can you pretend to understand what I've been through, what I feel, when all you see is what I allow to slip to the surface? He seemed to swell larger and larger, like a snarling beast with hackles raised. You think it's so easy to turn away from everything you are, everything you know. You have no idea. No idea. The room was suddenly silent, save for the distant sound of the Bastion's power generator. Vheden stood there, fists clenched, breathing hard. After a moment, though, all the anger vanished from his mind and his shoulders slumped. He fell slowly onto the couch again and rubbed at his eyes. Brianna similarly fell back and turned her face away, so he wouldn't see the tears welling in her eyes. But his sharp gaze rarely missed anything. He saw them just fine. He felt remorse begin to weed its way into his mind, but like all else he quickly crushed and discarded it. Brianna spoke of just tossing away his identity, reforging himself into someone new. But she had no idea how difficult it had been to build himself into chin-headed in the first place. Bree was a talented huntress, her skill second only to the Mandalorians themselves. She knew better than most how difficult life as a freelancer was, how enormous a toll it took on the body and the psyche. But she didn't treat her lifestyle the same as her mercenary counterparts. To her, bounty hunting was simply a job to carry her to fame and riches. And once said riches were hers, she intended to retire to a simple life of leisure. Perhaps farming, or training other would-be mercenaries in the ways of combat. But she knew her days of hunting contracts were numbered. Such a difference was the most significant reason she had not converted to the Mandalorian way of life like so many other erudities across the years. She wasn't in this life for the long haul, and she knew it as well as everyone else. Mandalorians held no such intentions. To a Mandalorian, blood and battle were not merely a way of life but the purpose of life itself. Even the most dedicated farmhand accepted that honor and glory were bought and paid for in the fires of conflict. Devotion to such conflict was expected of them from the cradle to the grave. Vheden had long ago accepted this. Brianna had not. Besides, she just didn't understand. When she spoke again, her voice was shaken as she tried to keep her simultaneous disappointment and fury under her control. These past years her voice caught in her throat. I've tried to help you. I've tried to carry some of your burdens. But every time I tried to get close to you, you pushed me away. She met his gaze. Do you want to be alone? Is that it? Again, his mind supplied the wrong answer. I have my reasons for what I do. She stared at him for a few moments, as if desperately trying to digest his words. Then she shook her head and returned to her feet, moving with purpose for the door. Enjoy the terror, she said in passing. A few moments later, the reinforced durasteel entrance door crashed shut with a resounding boom. Vheden was left in intense, overwhelming silence. His breath escaped in a long hiss of weariness. His head fell into his hands, eyes shut, and fingers dug into his scalp so hard it hurt. Then he forcibly relaxed, once again banishing all thought of pain and shame from his mind. It was difficult, to be sure, but he succeeded, as he always succeeded. He'd apologize the next time he saw her. He'd apologize, she'd apologize, they'd both forgive each other, and then have another fight like this in a month or so. It was the cycle they'd fallen into these past few months. Brianna wasn't content with the relationship they had and hadn't. Well, he'd never been entirely comfortable with the pace of their connection in the first place. It was a vicious circle they'd been fighting to escape for years now. He scowled and picked up his helmet from the table before him, examining the tinted T-visor for a moment before placing it over his head. The HUD booted up in a wash of amber light, bathing his world in a swarm of incoming information, HoloNet news feeds, contract reports, transmitted diagnostics from his ship parked outside. The moment the display sprang to life, he began feeling much calmer, as if he'd been a fish stuck out of water but had now returned to his natural environment. Much emptier, the small voice of his conscience told him. Much lonelier. I didn't ask for this, he whispered to himself. I didn't. But you did? The galaxy made you what you are today, but you certainly helped in that regard. I'm stronger than ever, he told himself, blinking as the familiar chaos of his helmet display continued to soothe him with its web of interconnected information feeds. It was a sight as familiar as his own reflection, no, even more familiar in some regards. This was the world as he was used to seeing it, free from the hesitation and confusion of his own naked sight. And here, within the confines of his helmet and its expensive sensors and HoloNet uplinks, he was truly safe from anything that wished to harm him. Safer, yes, but colder, more detached, more distant. You love Brianna, but every time you do this to her, every time you decide to hide behind this image you've created for yourself, you push her further away. Did he love Brianna? His mind buzzed with indecision at the thought. Mandalorians were not so concerned with matters of the heart as others. He'd been taught to fight and kill, and die when necessary, but never to properly open his heart to those close to him. Even now, he wasn't sure if the feelings that had been churning in him as she kissed him had been boundless love, meaningless lust, or merely the repayment of a debt long overdue. There were so many things he didn't know these days. Every day that passed brought more anguish to his mind, more darkness that he had to forcibly toss aside just to get out of bed each morning. It was becoming harder and harder to be simply Cheemhead the bounty hunter, yet the longer he tried, the more he knew there would be no one but that. He couldn't just forge a new identity like Brianna had said. The effort of finding his place in the galaxy and among the Mandalorians had almost killed him the first time. And he couldn't continue to deny his feelings as he had always done in the past. His mind screamed at him to succumb, but a life of alienation and isolation disturbed only by the endless conflict of bounty hunting was not what he wanted. Eventually, a part of him would have to die, and whether that would be for better or worse was still the greatest lingering question that kept him going most days. Who can I be? He thought for what felt like the thousandth time, if not the man I invented. He shook his head to clear it of such thoughts as he slung his rocket pack over his shoulders, preparing for imminent departure for Keldate. Visions of the warm, comfortable orbit and the company of friends enticed his mind. Fantasies of a place where Cheemhead was enough for him and everyone around him. It wasn't actually that bad of an idea to head down to the crossroads of Keldate. If anything, maybe Venku would be able to grant him some much-needed clarity. Chapter 3. A Clandestine Contract. Orbitap Cafe. After 15 long minutes of waiting, Venku Scarata slid into a booth with a roguish smirk, fashionably late as always. Vheden looked up, pulling his helmeted head up from between his hands. Venku was a few years younger than Heden's own age of 22, though he had always carried himself with an air beyond his years. His firm, handsome face, short-cropped black hair, and the dark eyes of Jango Fett granted him the look of a man at least 5 years his senior. The clone blood in him was unmistakable, but his biological family remained something of a mystery. His father was the clone renegade Darman Scarata, a man Vheden had met only in passing. Exactly who his mother was, Vheden had never dared to ask. He could tell it was a touchy subject for the entire Skirata clan. Vheden was not one to pry further. A Mandalorian and his clan, after all, were entitled to the privacy of their past. Venku was currently dressed in his usual dark gray-red Baskargam, but unlike other Mandas who sported a singular color scheme, this young man prided himself on carrying a multitude of varied colors on his person. Even now, he proudly carried a chrome silver shoulder pad, a golden right chest plate, and a dark blue gauntlet. The sight was far from uncommon among the residents of Keldade. It was a tradition among his people to wear a piece of a late loved one's armor in recognition of their memory. And when one had a family as large as the Skiratas, well, the young Venku had begun to grow quite a collection in the past years. "Don't tell me she threw you out of your own house," the young man said. He set his helmet aside and fixed Hedin with a sympathetic look. "I hope she knows she doesn't actually live there yet." "No," Hedin said. "She just, Krev, I don't know." He fell silent, words failing him. Venku frowned and ordered 2 mugs of Netragal from a nearby server. He knew Hedin would never remove his helmet in public to drink the beverage, but the gesture was appreciated nonetheless. "So," Venku said after the order was placed, "what exactly is the problem this time?" Hedin shrugged. "The usual, Brianna wants to take it to the next level. I want to pull back a few hundred steps. She's insistent." "That's a tough situation." Hedin let out a dry snort that only barely passed for a laugh, but said nothing. They sat in silence for a few minutes, during which Aramis brought 2 mugs of jet black Netragal to their table. As the ever-grim bartender left them to their drinks, Hedin frowned beneath his helmet and wrapped his fingers around the frosty mug. "Do you think that I've killed myself?" Venku frowned, not understanding. "You're sitting right here, Vod. So I wouldn't think so, no." "Not like that." Hedin grimaced. "Bree thinks that when I started bounty hunting, I killed who I had been before. That I destroyed every hope of a life beyond the hunt." He looked up, glad that the barrier of his helmet masked his apprehension. "Do you think she's right?" Venku pondered for a few moments, sipping in his bitter brew, then shrugged. "I'm not going to lie. You're one cold-hearted bastard, Hedin." "Thanks," the hunter replied glumly. "Let me finish. You are pretty cold, but as far as killing everything, I'm not so sure. I mean, I haven't given up on you yet." Hedin glanced up at the other Mandalorian. "What do you mean?" "Well, I can't say whether you 2 are in love or not. And honestly, it's not my place to say, even if I could." He settled onto his forearms and cocked his head. "But when I see you with Brianna, I can tell you care about her. It's written all across the both of you." "How do you mean?" "You laugh more," the young man said with a knowing glint in his eye. "Both of you do. You talk more, you crack jokes, and tell stories of crift-up hunting contracts. You're more, well, you when you're with her. It's clear enough for me to see, even when I'm not particularly paying attention." He raised a single accusatory eyebrow. "Whether you allow yourself to see it is another issue." "That's just the thing," Hedin insisted. "I don't know if I love her. I can't tell." "Then you'll just have to rely on the opinion of an outsider," Venku replied with a slight grin. "So I'll say it for you. You want to win her back?" "Yes." "Then take her out more often than every other month, and for Manda's sake, take her anywhere but the Audiobook. Take a vacation for a few weeks to Naboo or Alderaan or somewhere romantic like that. Or just buy her some blood lilies. That alone would make her happy. She didn't name her ship after them for no reason, you know." Hedin scowled beneath his helmet. His relationship with Bree was quickly spiraling down the fresher, and he didn't know if he had what it took to salvage anything from it. Yet Venku's opinion was sound advice. He needed to step up and treat Brianna with the love she deserved, even if it wasn't quite the love he actually felt yet. Maybe, given time, he'd actually work his way up to that. "Venku, has anyone ever told you that you would make a good relationship counselor?" The other man laughed. "Nah, I wouldn't have time to do that. I have too many femmes of my own to chase after. It's like the bounty hunting of a hopeless romantic." He smirked. "Only I'm not so hopeless." "And how goes such a hunt?" any more women come at you with knives. Not since the girl in the silver armor, no, he said, wincing at the memory. How was I supposed to know she was married? Maybe the fact that she said, I am married. He shrugged and tapped at his ear. I misheard her. Tinnitus is the scourge of Mandalorians everywhere, you know. Jane and Imperial were a horrible influence on you when you were growing up. I know. Venku shot him his trademark smile, all sharp charm and sharper wits. But nothing I can do about it now, is there? I might as well enjoy such corruption while I can. Speaking of which, as if on cue, a beautiful blonde woman in dull gold armor walked past the booth. Venku's head turned to follow her, and he quickly left his seat without a word, following close in pursuit. Vheden watched as his friend stopped the woman just outside the Tapcaf door. He noticed a number of the Tapcaf's patrons watching intently as well. A few were even laying down bets as to whether Venku's charms would be successful. The two seemed to exchange a few words, Venku grinning while the woman's face remained unreadable. Then the woman pulled her arm back and punched Venku in the gut with the force and vigor of a firing piston. A chorus of shocked oohs and ahs rippled through the crowd of Tapcaf patrons. Venku doubled over even in full armor, coughing and falling to his knees to the cobblestone of the plaza outside. The woman coolly continued on her way, disappearing down the street after granting her would-be suitor a parting kick in the ribs. Vheden watched with a smirk of his own as Venku limped back into the Tapcaf. As he entered, still holding his stomach, the bar erupted into sympathetic applause and good-natured calls of, maybe next time, Katika, and, she gave you what you deserved, young one. Venku's popularity wasn't all that surprising. The young man was something of a favorite among the local Mandoade, and with good reason. For months he'd pushed Finchissa and his super commandos to discharge the Empire from Mandalorian space, advocating for a free and independent homeworld as had been the case during the days of the Republic. It was a proposition most other Mandalorians approved, Vheden included. In the eyes of the local population, Venku, known by his affectionate nickname of Katika, or Little Sword, was one of the few with the guts to publicly voice the opinion of the people. Such a claim won him many points with the locals, including Keldabe's most eligible bachelorettes. Both particular breeds of fame suited Venku just fine. Said spokesman slid back into the booth with a sheepish grimace, wincing as he held his stomach. Vheden stared at him for a moment with a sympathetic frown. That was a hell of a punch, he observed. It took some muscle to wind a fully armored Mando. Yes, it was, Venku agreed with a grimace. Could swear that woman had a mechanical arm under all that armor. I don't think I'll be able to show my face in the streets after a beating that bad. I know her, Vheden said, jerking his head in the yellow armored woman's direction. She's a gun smuggler who deals exclusively with the White Peak assassins. You keep harassing her, and she'll put a boot up your shebs before you can blink. Just a warning. You know her? Venku said, craning his neck to look after her as well. You think you could put in a good word for me? His question was met with a blank stare. After a time, the young Mando raised his hands in defeat and said, all right. I forgot who I was talking to. Never mind. They turned to their drinks for a time, Venku drinking deeply and Vheden merely staring into the depths of his mug. He listened to the banter and bustle of the bar, all too eager to lose himself in the comforts of familiar sights and sounds. The door to the Tapcaf opened again, but this time Venku didn't bother to turn. Vheden, however, recognized the newcomers in his HUD's 360-degree wraparound vision. Jay, Raim, and Jang spotted him and made their way towards his booth. He quickly moved over to make room for his partner. Take a seat, he said, offering the place next to him. Jay collapsed into the booth with an exhausted sigh and a happy grin, setting her pilot's gloves aside. Thanks. We've been up in orbit all day test flying those Skyraptors. I've never seen such incredible ships. Vengeance is handling well then. Jay's eyes sparkled with admiration. Vheden, that ship is amazing. A Class 4 hyperspace-capable starfighter, with better shields and engines than any fighter in the damned Imperial fleet. She sat back with a laugh. She turns on a hairpin and can easily take on a full squad of ties with all her weapons. I could line up and kiss the entire Mandal Motors prototype division just for making the carking thing. Venku looked about to say something in response, then blushed and abruptly closed his mouth. Jay shot him a smile in greeting, and he quickly turned a few shades darker before returning it with hesitant sheepishness. He looked instantly smitten. "Oh," Vheden said when he saw his friend's helpless expression, "I forgot to make the introductions. Jay, this is Venku Skarata, an old friend. Venku, this is my new partner, Jay." Venku dazedly reached out to shake her hand. Jay smiled at him and said, "Pleased to meet you." "I think I love you," Venku mumbled dazedly, his eyes almost as wide as the Oibus serving plates. Vheden snorted, his helmet vocoder thankfully switched off, while Jane had to turn away, clamping a hand over his mouth to stifle his guffaws. Jay frowned in confusion and said, "I'm sorry." Venku shook his head, no doubt to clear it of stupid thoughts, and stammered, I mean, it's nice to meet you as well." "Do you tell everyone you love them when you first meet?" Jay raised an eyebrow with a small, confused smile. "Or is that just a Mandalorian thing?" "A Venku thing," the young man replied with an embarrassed smile. He was almost as red as a torquid fruit now. "Sorry. Sometimes I can't hear what I'm saying. Slip of the tongue." "Tinnitus," he replied evenly. That led to another round of muffled snickers from Jang and Rain both. Vheden wasn't surprised at Venku's fascination with Jay's looks. Long brown hair fell loosely over her shoulders, framing lightly tanned skin, dark eyes, and a quick smile. She was certainly attractive, but also sported an ever-present hint of resilient strength beneath her beautiful exterior. It was one of the reasons Vheden had considered training her to be a bounty hunter in the first place. He also knew Venku was barking up the wrong Rasher. For now, at least, he knew his partner had eyes only for her new starship. Compared to a hyperspace-capable Class 4 starfighter with quad-mounted ion engines and hairpin maneuverability, Venku didn't stand a chance. Katika seemed to recover some semblance of a mind and cleared his throat. So, he began, "You've been flying those new Skyraptors. I'm surprised Umiya even let you near his babies." "I own one," Jay replied, not without pride. It was a gift from Vheden. Venku raised an eyebrow at Vheden, who shrugged and said, "I came within a micrometer of death, and she saved my life. She shot Cash in the back right before he could cleave my hand in two. It was the least I could do to repay her." "Wow," Venku said, looking to Jay with an impressed gaze. "So you have beauty and brawn. Very impressive." Vheden was about to continue the conversation when his HUD suddenly chimed, and a single blue icon flashed in the upper corner of the holographic display. He had an incoming message, "Unknown caller." Interesting. It takes quite the counter system to jam up my ID sensors, he thought. This wasn't your run-of-the-mill holo marketer or robocall. Someone important had a message specifically for him. "Excuse me," he said, moving to stand up. "You two go ahead and keep talking. I have a message I have to take." Jay stood up to allow Vheden out, then retook her seat. Venku didn't bother giving Vheden a farewell, and instead turned back to Jay, staring at her with almost reverent attention. "And how do you like Mandalore since you moved in?" "It's a beautiful planet," she replied. "I think I can honestly say it's nothing like I expected. You'd be surprised how often we hear that around here." Vheden didn't wait to listen to the rest of the conversation. His HUD was still chiming insistently and demanding his attention, so he left the cantina and activated the icon. He didn't recognize the incoming comm number, so he treated the message with some degree of caution. "Identify yourself," he said, cutting straight to the point. "Turn right and walk down 2 blocks," replied a quiet voice over the comm channel. "You'll receive further instructions from there." Vheden scowled. "I don't take directions over comms. Identify yourself." "Calm down, Vheden," the voice replied, and now he almost thought he recognized the tone. "I'm not trying to lure you away to slit your throat. Just follow the directions. I can't be seen in public right now." Vheden frowned, unhappy with such a lack of contextual information, but obeyed the directions. He walked down 2 blocks and waited on the street corner for further instructions. "Good," the voice said after a moment. "Now turn around and walk down the alley." Vheden did as commanded. He was halfway down the dirty, damp alley when a shadowy figure emerged from a door in one building. Vheden squinted, trying to see the being through the alleyway's gloom. After a moment of recognition, he relaxed. "Saz," he said with a sigh as he moved his hand from the butt of his pistol. "What the hell is your problem?" Saz Kasserji looked past Vheden's shoulder, checking to see if he was being followed, then stepped fully into view. Unlike his black armored companion, Kasserji's hand remained on the blaster pistol holstered on his belt. He kept glancing over his shoulder in self-conscious suspicion. He was still much like Vheden remembered from previous encounters. His armor was painted in dark colors, battered black armor plates sporadically painted with flashes of blue and green. Many of the plates were also inscribed with Mandalorian runes along his chest and stomach. It was a rare and memorable addition to his Beskar. The near-indestructible armor was next to impossible to engrave once forged, and very few Beskar workers even attempted it. That meant the hunter had either paid top credit for his armor, or he'd inscribed the runes himself. Vheden knew it had been the latter case. Probably his most impressive trait, however, was his left arm. It had been lost in an accident many years ago, and he since replaced it with a self-made mechanical prosthetic. The iron arm came complete with a custom Shukura crushbont design and retractable razor blades sprouting from the arm's metallic fingertips. With it, the man could literally crush a beam of durasteel to dust, and it was a favorite drinking game at the Audiobook for new Mando recruits to test their strength against his augmented power. To this day, he'd never been defeated. "So what's with all the secrecy?" Vheden asked. "I don't like sneaking around in the shadows." The older man stepped back and put his hands on his armored hips. "I'm undercover at the moment. Can't show my face on the streets. I'm taking a huge risk just coming back to Keldabe, but I have a job for you." That sounded familiar. Kasserji's character was not unknown among his fellow Mandalorians, as he was widely regarded as one of the best private investigators in Keldabe. He had years of experience trawling the galactic underworld due to his time as a Coruscant CSF officer at the beginning of the Clone Wars and a private contractor in the hectic years since they ended. But reputation or no, Vheden immediately shook his head and held up a placating hand. "Sorry, Saz, but I just got back from a hunt like a week ago. I have business in Keldabe." "Listen," Kasserji hissed, his voice sounding harsh and threatening over his helmet's vocoder. "It's important. Besides, you owe me. If this is about the whole fiasco on Cato Nemoidia, I keep telling you that. You would have fallen hundreds of kilometers to splat on the rocks if not for me," Kasserji pressed. "Jetpack or no, I don't care if you object. You owe me." Vheden scowled, but relented. He had to give that one to the man. "Besides," the shadowy Mando said, fishing in one of his belt pouches for something, "is not like I expect you to work gratis. There's a reward in play, like all your usual contracts." Vheden sighed, shook his head, but reluctantly listened as Kasserji produced a palm-sized holoprojector. "I just got the word myself 3 days ago," the man explained, "and I knew right away that it was a threat that needed attending to." "What are you talking about?" "Jolee Uruc," Kasserji replied, projecting up the rotating image of a short, angry-looking woman with a mechanical arm and long hair hung in dreadlocks. "She's a terrorist based out of Mon Calamari." "Mon Cal is a hotspot of anti-Imperial activity," Vheden observed, with a nonchalant shrug. "The locals are almost as defiant as we are. What makes her so special?" "I was tracking down some illicit arms deals in that sector. I found that all the weapons were going to Uruc and her organization, the 13 Warriors. So, drug lords, murderers, terrorists, it's all in a day's work for a Mando ad. Why do you need me on the job? Seems well within your area of expertise." "You misunderstand," Kasserji said quietly. "I'm going after the leader of the weapon smuggling operation, not his clients. Uruc is outside my concern. But she's still dangerous, and the Empire wants her in chains. I figured you'd want a piece of the action before she draws more serious attention. At Vheden's blank stare, Kassergi sighed and said, "You want me to spell it out before FETT gets wind of it?" "I know what you meant." Vheden folded his arms across his chest, raising an eyebrow beneath his helmet. As much as he hated to admit it, Kassergi's proposition had caught his interest. "How do you find out she was there?" "It could be a decoy." "So you are interested? Just trying to save you some legwork when you get off your ships and go after her?" "I'm not one to scoop contracts from other hunters." He tapped his shoulder pad with 2 fingers, a sign of impatience. "How did you find out where she was?" Kassergi stared at him for a moment, his stare Vheden held defiantly. It wasn't long before the other Mando relented. "I was tracking a shipment of Spec Ops blaster rifles from Kuat to Coruscant. DC-19s. Fancy stuff. But in the past, the shipping convoy had been raided by pirates. Not just your average goons, but serious, organized raiders. Not uncommon along the Kuati trade routes," Vheden noted. "A lot of profit can be made for pirates brave enough to take on Imperial guns." "You speak from experience." "I'm a man of many talents." Vheden made it clear he wouldn't elucidate further. "Continue your story." Kassergi was happy to oblige. Imperial reinforcements interrupted the raid, and the pirates had to leave before they got all the guns. Everyone knew it was a good bet they'd come back to finish the job, so I marked the guns with micro-transmitters and sent the convoy anyway, hoping to lure the pirates out and track them to their base. "Risky. Let me guess," Vheden said, tilting his helmeted head. "They raided the convoy again." "Killed 2 shipping captains," Kassergi said, a tinge of regret coming into his voice, "and somehow the transmitters deactivated the moment the pirates had their hands on them. 2 weeks later, they show up in the hands of Uruc and her 13 warriors." "Suspicious." "Indeed. There's illegal arms trading going on down on Mon Cal, maybe even something as big as an underground black market, and Uruc's right at the heart of it. You take her out, and the rest of the underworld network collapses. No more customers means the dealers pack up and ship out, right into my sights." "I have no quarrel with the underworld," Vheden pointed out. "Why would I want to dismantle a black market, even if it exists? Hell, I may be able to get a decent deal on some carbon evaporator pistols myself. Because the Empire is willing to pay handsomely for your services, of course. They have a personal stake in such affairs, so they're offering a hefty sum for Uruc's capture and arrest. And it smells to me like there's more going on than just a terrorist hunt." Vheden said, rubbing at his armored collar. "Makes sense. If these 13 warriors are sneaking restricted weapons past the portside cargo inspectors, they must have Imperial help. A mole, helping them from within." "That's what I thought when the tracers went dark," Kassergi said, nodding. "And I figured that you'd be the perfect one for the job, considering your, rough history with the imps. If anyone needed to dish some heat and score points with the new order, I figure it's you and your pretty partner." Vheden grunted noncommittally. "What's the price?" 10,000 alive." He let out a low whistle. "Tempting, but who's posting it?" "Your CSF buddies." "Imperial intelligence," Kassergi replied, sounding apologetic. Vheden sighed again and half turned away. "Come on, man. You know I don't like taking Imperial bounties, and especially not when they're posted by II. Just hear me out," Kassergi pressed. "Read the brief. You might change your mind." A few moments later, a loading window appeared on Vheden's HUD and decoding algorithm scrolled across it. A bounty information file popped up soon after. "Bounty open, available to any who wish to make a capture attempt. Name, Jolee Uruc. Species, human. Sex, female. Last known location, Mon Calamari, Equatorial Islands, Satan City. Bounty originator, Imperial Intelligence, Section 9, Subsection 14A Soren Section, Imperial Security Division. Appearance, short human female with dark skin, long black hair worn in dreadlocks, and brown eyes. One mechanical arm outfitted with a hidden high-power blaster cannon. The subject is to be considered armed and extremely dangerous at all times. Brief, wanted for the death and mutilation of an Imperial admiral. See attached report, Section 6 573-218, pages 3 to 6, as well as connections to several terror cells based out of weak control systems. Terror cells aimed at the destruction of Imperial Army bases and supply depots. Said bounty is also responsible for the creation of her own terror cell, the 13 Warriors, and for killing and maiming at least 48 Imperial citizens, including said admiral. Also involved in the massacre of several Mon Cal family communities. See Appendix B28R, Section 3, paragraphs 12 to 14. Most recently tied to the infiltration of Mon Calamari Garrison Command and the murder of over 20 hostages during said infiltration. Reward, 10,000 GCS, Galactic Credit Standards. Alive, 4,000 GCS, dead. Accompanying the file was a prison holo record of the same angry woman with the stump where her right arm should have been. Vheden carefully read the bounty file, as well as the attached reports, then murmured, interesting. He fed the file into the analysis program in his helmet's data system. After some more calculations scrolled across his HUD, a message popped up. Danger rating, Class 7 extreme caution advised. Aggressive behavior on behalf of the hunter is highly recommended. He nodded to himself and inquired, why exactly does Armand Isard want her brought in? Last I checked, the good director has loftier concerns than a fledgling Mon Cal terrorist cell. Besides the fact that she's killed a bunch of Imperials and who knows how many Mon Cal families. Kasserji said, irritated. Vheden could hear the impatience in the Mandalorian's voice. She's nothing but a butcher, and that doesn't fit with the Emperor's vision for the galaxy. His Majesty doesn't like troublemakers, and therefore I doesn't like troublemakers. So is Prince Zizzer, Vheden pointed out. Yet the latest scuttlebutt says the Empire and Black Sun are getting along swimmingly. Uruc is a showboater, Kasserji sighed. Likes to take the spotlight. Likes each attack to be bigger and flashier than the last. In the time she's been operating, those attacks have gotten very big and very flashy. Is it any wonder she's drawn the attention of folks with loftier concerns? Vheden pondered for a few moments, rubbing at the base of his helmet's T-visor that rested just ahead of his chin. Then he sighed and said, fine. I'll take the job. But after this, consider us even. Kasserji nodded and clasped Vheden's forearm in a tight Mando handshake. Vor Vod, you've just made my day. And I'm sure the grunts down at Mon Cal Imp Command will thank you too. Yeah, Vheden said with a good-natured grumble. Despite Kasserji's rather annoying talent for remembering every little favor owed to him, Vheden rather liked the man. He was fierce, loyal, and a good warrior. Not much more was needed for Mandoe to get along. But if I get shot again during this mission, it's your head I'm coming after next. He fished in his belt pouches. How much do you charge for finder's fees, huh? 700. 8. It was a tradition for a hunter's informants to be rewarded for their information, even when the informants were fellow hunters. It showed respect for the time and effort the finder went through to supply the hunter. There were some, like the journeyman protector Duran Matler, who made a decent living scouting out potentially rewarding bounties for their associates. And the bigger the bounty, the bigger the finder's fee. But when he looked up, he found Kasserji gone, leaving him standing in just another dirty, filth-strewn back alley. He frowned at Kasserji's theatrics for only a moment, then turned and headed back to the cantina. It didn't take long to return to his companions in the bar, the dinging of the bell over the bar's front door drawing only a few unwanted stares from the patron. He approached the table where he'd left Venku and Jay, reading over Uruc's bounty file again as he walked. And the Imperials branded you a traitor anyway. Venku was saying, still staring at Jay. They don't know how stupid they were. They need more pretty faces in their ranks. I think more people would listen to them if they did. Jay shot him a warning look, though there was a telling glint of humor in her eye. You're flattering me. I most certainly am not. Sorry to interrupt, Vheden said, stopping at the table, but Jay, we've got a new assignment. Time sensitive. Another one. She looked up at him and quizzically tipped her head to one side. Who is it now? He gestured for her to follow him. I'll brief you on the way. But we need to move out now. You ready for a quick departure? She nodded, then stood as she shook Venku's hand again. It was very nice to meet you, Mr. Scarata, she said with a warm smile. It was nice to meet you as well, the young man said, craning his neck to watch her as she left. He looked crestfallen as the door shut behind them, then reluctantly turned back to his drink. Jay hurried to keep up with her partner's brisk pace as they emerged from the tap cafe into the chilly evening air. She almost ran headlong into a muscular weakway headed for the bar, and had to swerve to avoid the spiny alien. So who's the target this time? She asked after hastily apologizing to the alien warrior. Cash didn't escape again, did he? Cash had been executed, Hedden said. He won't be causing us any more problems. Oh, she said, shocked by his matter-of-fact tone. That's good news, I guess. Less hassle for us, at least. If he's out of the picture, who are you eyeing this time? A human female by the name of Jolee Uruc. He transmitted the bounty's file to her datapad for later inspection, and her pad dinged lightly in her pocket, confirming that it had received the incoming intel. A terrorist causing chaos on Mon Calamari. Imperial intelligence has issued a bounty on her head for 10,000 credits. She consulted her pad, quickly scanned over the file, and let out a low whistle. They must really want her taken down. A small number of her victims were Imperial military personnel, so they're naturally doing everything short of mobilizing an invasion force. He was sure she could hear him rolling his eyes. His sarcasm was so obvious. Is it smart going after an Imperial bounty? Seeing as we're both teetering on the brink of being wanted criminals. The Empire doesn't monitor the bounty hunters in their employ, he explained. At least not as long as they behave themselves. Their opinion is that you're either with them or an enemy. As long as we're able to bring Uruc in, they shouldn't bother us much. Are you sure? Jay sounded uncertain. That doesn't sound like the Empire I know. That's because you've only worked with the Navy, an institution full to the brim with puffed-up admirals looking for, and then with the likes of Darth Vader. With everyone chasing after promotion and backstabbing their fellows, there isn't much room for being flexible with the law. Not long ago I would have argued with you on that point. Jay huffed out a dark laugh that didn't have much humor in it. But I suppose I wouldn't be here if I weren't one of the backstabbed. You have a point. So who posted this contract? Imperial intelligence. They're much shadier than the mainstream, barely a part of the Empire at all, seeing as they bend so many rules to accomplish their goals. He shrugged. They won't even tell the higher-ups that we were the ones who took up the contract. They'll just pay us and say their target was tracked down by specially appointed agents of Imperial justice. I've heard similar stories from Navy buddies who had run-ins with II agents. Jay grimaced nonetheless. Still, I don't like the idea of helping the people that branded me a traitor. I'm not exactly jumping for joy either. Imperial intelligence is dangerous as employers go, and I like to keep a healthy distance between myself and Imperial guns whenever possible. Vheden glanced at her as they walked across the small plaza outside the Audiobook. But this Uruc woman is a mass murderer. We aren't doing just the Empire a favor. If we refuse, how many more people will she kill before someone else works up the courage to bring her down? I guess that's a good point, she admitted. So even though we'd be working for the Empire, we'd still be doing the right thing. Justice can be served in many ways, he said, then turned his gaze back to the street ahead of him. They paused at a road crossing as a dark red speeder flashed by, kicking up a cloud of smoke and dust and making his black-gray comma flutter in his wake. I think I understand. Jay grimaced against the smog, shielding her eyes with one hand. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? He frowned at the cliche, though he knew she couldn't see it through the confines of his helmet. Not true. The enemy of your enemy is never ever your friend. Too many bounty hunters are dead because of that stupid idea. He felt compelled to clarify, but enemies can occasionally suspend their hatred of each other for a short time while they work together to deal with the common threat. And once the job's done, they go back to killing each other like before. Jay nodded. Okay. So we're only working for the Empire to get rid of Uruc. Then it's back to business as usual. Exactly. Uruc is a wild card in an already dangerous galaxy. People like her can cause untold destruction both in what they do and what they say. And it sounds like Uruc has a fairly large group of followers already. Thugs. Fellow terrorists. She shook her head with a short chuckle. You certainly know how to pick the wacky ones, Hedden. First Cash, now the Psycho. I've been working at this for a long time. I know what to look for. You deliberately look for homicidal maniacs. She sounded skeptical. You're even crazier than Brianna says you are. He winced inwardly at the reminder of Bree, then shrugged and waited as another speeder flashed down the street. The wacky ones are worth more money. Normal, down-to-dirt money launderers aren't exactly a high priority for our employers. A psycho who thinks he's Darth Vader just because he's whacked a bunch of people's heads off with a lightsaber. You bet he's worth more cash. Why? You'd think the dangerous ones would be the quiet ones. The ones who don't draw attention to themselves. Sometimes they jack a reasonable price onto their heads, yeah, Hedden admitted. But the ones who are quiet can be taken down with equal silence, behind the scenes. If the ones who are screaming out at the top of their lungs are suddenly taken out, well, more people listen to martyrs than to preachers. I understand. This was one lesson he hadn't expected her to grasp right away. You do? Yeah, she said. Well, kind of. When I was growing up on Corellia, we had this crazy lady who lived outside our town. She kept spouting this nonsense about the death of the Republic and the end of civilization as we knew it. She kept shouting that Chancellor Palpatine was this evil puppet master who was going to take over the galaxy. Perceptive psycho, that one. Yeah, well, the Emperor apparently thought so too. A few months after she started this little escapade, she died mysteriously in a freak speeder accident. Thing was, she didn't own a speeder and never traveled outside her residential pod. She frowned thoughtfully as they cut down a side alley to the spaceports. It was only after she disappeared that people actually started to think she was onto something. And after the Supreme Chancellor actually did declare himself Emperor, of course. And after I entered the Navy, I looked up her record. She scoffed. Turns out she used to work on the Republic Political Advisory Panel. She had access to all kinds of information and data that you and I couldn't even begin to dream of. If anyone had access to information exposing Palpatine as the power-hungry barf he is, it would have been her. Hedden let out a short laugh. I underestimated you. You've had more than your fair share of illegal run-ins already. With the Empire looming over everyone's heads, Jay said, glaring at a stormtrooper standing guard on a nearby street corner, I think innocence is becoming a rare quality these days. Oh yeah, to that, Hedden silently agreed as they crossed over to another street. He paused at the next street corner and said, You go ahead and get Vengeance prepped for outbound flight. I have a few calls to make, then I'll join you. Jay nodded. Don't take too long. We're on a schedule now, right? Right? After a few days out in the open, most independent bounty hunters flooded toward assignments like razor sharks in a feeding frenzy, and soon after that would come the merc bands and hunting guilds to throw still more chum into the water. He had no desire for a repeat of Cash's bounty, even if they'd gained an alley in Kalen Farmere because of it. Just be ready, he said, then headed down a side passage. A few scattered Mandas nodded in greeting, but the day was winding down, and most on the streets were getting inside where it was warm, safe, and free of any Imperial scrutiny. That suited Hedden just fine. After the day he'd had, good and bad, the last thing he wanted was company. As soon as he emerged onto another street, he opened a private comm channel to a number that was at the top of the list in his HUD's database. But after 5 hailing beeps, the message switched over to record mode. It was clear Bree didn't want to talk, so he sighed and at the tone, he began, Bree, I know you probably don't want anything to do with me at the moment, so I won't waste much of your time. I just got a lead on a new assignment, and I'm heading out to Mon Calamari. She still didn't pick up. Hedden took a deep breath and soldiered on. I should be gone for a few days, a week at most. I don't know exactly how long it'll be because this bounty sounds like a bit of a handful. It's some terrorist from Mon Cal named Uruc. A real head case, apparently, and the Imperials are. Suddenly Brianna's voice was on the other end of the channel. What? She said breathlessly. What did you just say? Vheden paused, frowning at her odd behavior. Bree, is that you? Of course it's me, you numbskull. Now what did you just say? I'm going after a bounty, he slowly repeated, still confused. Some terrorist ringleader named Jolee Uruc. There was a long pause over the comm. Then Bree said, Where are you? Headed to the spaceport, he said. Bree, what's gotten into you? No time to explain, she said. There was a sound of a scuffle from the other end. It sounded like she was throwing things into a rucksack. Don't leave just yet, she said. I'm coming with you. What? He said, really confused now. I thought you were. I'll see you in 15, she said curtly, then cut the comm channel. Vheden stared at the comlink icon on his HUD, then closed the window, shook his head, and moved on. Later. Voi's cockpit door sheathed open with a hiss, parting to allow the armored Mandalorian to duck into the foremost compartment. Vheden took a seat in the pilot's chair and began the pre-flight system check. As he let the computer run through his program, he put his hands behind his head and gazed out the front view panels. Jay was striding around her new ship in the spaceport outside, checking for anything out of place on the comparatively tiny starfighter's hull. She pulled a panel up from the right side of the ship and leaned in until her entire upper half was obscured by the silvered bulkhead. After fiddling with something within, she hopped back out and slapped the side of the ship with an open palm for good luck. Her pre-flight checkout finished, she swung up into the cockpit with a well-practiced motion and sealed the cabin. Vengeance's engines glowed to a pulsing yellow. From within the transparent steel cockpit, he saw his partner throw him a salute before taking the controls. Then the ship lifted off and blasted away into the sky with a lingering scream of ion engines, not dissimilar to the screech of a departing TIE fighter. Vheden watched as the ship's sublight engines kicked on, blasting a kilometer-wide hole in the clouds as Jay raced off into space. She did that on purpose. Vheden smirked at the thought, glad to see his partner enjoying herself. With the slower warm-up sequence, the bigger, bulkier void followed her in heading for high orbit. The space around the planet was relatively clear of ships, making it easy to navigate toward the minimum safe distance for hyperspace jumps. Most of the more nosy inhabitants were sure to keep their distance. Everyone in the Mandalore system knew a bounty hunter ship when they saw it, and definitely knew not to get in the way. It was a lesson the local Imperials had, unfortunately, never bothered to learn. It was a relief to have the Triumphant, the Star Destroyer that had stopped in the Mandalore system for a month-long tour of duty, finally out of the picture. Vheden cracked a small smile as he remembered the celebration that had taken place when the news had trickled down that the destroyer was finally moving out. Aramis had held a special first-drink-free party at the Audiobook. The local holonews team had sent out a vidroid to broadcast a 24-hour countdown to the capital ship's departure, and there had been everything but open partying in the streets. Without a mobile base like an SD, the Imperials didn't have such a tight hold on ingoing and outgoing ships. Everyone found it a gift that the imps weren't scrutinizing every traveler going to and from the planet, most especially Jay. Though Vheden and Jan Skurata had crafted her a new identity that would hold up under Imperial investigation, she was now Jamie Mokina, a bounty huntress who'd grown up on the congested moon of Nayar Shada. She was still nervous around Imperials. Vheden couldn't blame her. The imps were persistent with their revenge. He certainly didn't enjoy being on their hit list. He tapped the comm transmitter and dialed out Vengeance's comm number. After the first hail, Jay activated her end with a happy greeting of, "What's up?" "Just wanted to give you a heads up," he replied. "We aren't going to be the only ones on this mission." Criff. Her enthusiasm died back a bit. "Not more competition." "Not exactly. Just another hunter who's expressed an interest in working with us." As if on cue, the ugly box shape of Brianna's ship swooped into view with a deep and thunderous roar that seemed to make the void around it tremble. The comm crackled as another speaker tied into the channel, and Brianna's smooth voice said, "Freelance transport Blood Lily, incoming. I've decided to tag along on this one." "Brianna," Jay said, "I thought you liked to work alone." Why the sudden change of heart? There was a long pause over the comm. Then Bree said, "I have a score to settle with Uruc. Let's just leave it at that, rookie." Jay huffed indignantly and signed off her end of the comm. She clearly hated the nickname everyone was giving her. She had proved time and again that she didn't like being the odd one out. She liked being a part of the group, and continually being referred to as the rookie just ground at her nerves. "Do you have any contacts on Mon Cal?" Bree asked Vheden, her voice pointedly formal. Veden's gaze hardened at the sound. So despite her earlier excitement, she was still angry with him after all. That was too bad. "No," he replied, equally coolly. "Not anyone that actually lives there." There was a slight pause over the comm. "Fine. I've got some strings to pull. But when we get there, follow my lead, all right? And make sure the rookie does too." "Any particular reason?" "Let's say the guy I have in mind is a little skittish, especially when his clients come to meet him face to face." She signed off the comm without further word, and Blood Lily swooped in front of him, rotating slowly to line up with the appropriate hyperspace lane. The ship rocketed into lightspeed so fast it vanished in the blink of an eye, propelled by a detonation of light and a pulse of sound swallowed by the void of space. Vengeance quickly followed, racing off into the endless abyss in a flash of blue and white. Vheden let the nav computer take control of his ship's navigation systems from there, sitting back as the ship rotated to line up with the hyperspace lane to Mon Calamari. A single quiet beep informed him that his vessel was ready for the jump. He pulled a lever on the control panel, then was jerked back in his seat from the acceleration as the stars blurred to streaks and the ship blasted into the warped bluish tunnel of hyperspace. With the first leg of the journey effectively over, he straightened himself and pushed away from the command console. He wouldn't arrive for a few hours yet, so he had some time to relax. Maybe he'd think up how he was going to make things right with Brianna. Or maybe where he'd start this hunt. Or how he was going to keep the airborne sea salts out of Voya's oxygen scrubbers when they arrived. Or... He shook his head and frowned as he left the cockpit. Sometimes it felt as if he needed two more Vhedens just to accomplish everything one needed to get done. Then again, he thought dryly, life wouldn't be so exciting if it weren't so challenging, would it? Chapter 4. To Mon Calamari. Later. It was a few hours of boring waiting before Vengeance's Navi computer informed Jay that she was nearing her destination. She started from a half doze and glanced around, rubbing her tired eyes as she checked her ship's systems. Everything was in order, just like the last 17 times she checked them. That's the downside of flying a hyperspace-capable fighter, she thought, shifting to a more comfortable position in the small cockpit. Instead of a full-blown transport like Vheden or Brianna, there's nothing to do during hyperspace travel. I need to remember to pack a halavat or something to keep me occupied. The Navi computer informed her she was exactly 1 minute from Mon Calamari and counting down. Jay readied herself for hyperspace exit, triple-checking that the ship was under the Navi computer's control so it would pull Vengeance out of hyperspace before she tunneled herself through the planet at lightspeed. Human reflexes, no matter how fast, couldn't keep up with hyperspatial speeds. A white light on the side of the small black box of the Navi computer began blinking at a distracting pace, and, with a surge of deceleration, the stars resolved from blurry, whirling blobs to their normal twinkling pinpoints. Jay grunted as the force of the deceleration threw her forward against her crash webbing. Not the smoothest exit, she murmured to herself, slapping the side of her flight helmet to clear his HUD of static. I'll have to recalibrate the nav box next chance I get. She took a moment to glance around the space into which she had emerged, gathering her bearings before setting off. The huge blue-green globe of Mon Calamari hung in the lower right corner of the viewport, dwarfing all else in view. She saw a massive orb of blue-green ocean, paler blue Arctic waters, and small clusters of minuscule islands around the equator, all swathed in soft white and gray clouds that seemed to envelop the entirety of the planet's atmosphere. The clouds warped and mottled its surface, gathering particularly around a quadrant to the northeast, a growing hurricane. Jay's nav beacon claimed her destination wasn't far from that mass of turbulence. The space around her bustled with life, as Mon Cal was a massive construction hub and as such had pretty extensive space traffic. She fell back to a more deserted area of space to wait for her incoming compatriots. Vengeance's hyperdrive was remarkably advanced for a ship its size, so she'd beaten Vheden and Brianna by a few minutes. She threaded her way between boxy transports, unidentifiable alien wanderers, and sharp-edged military ships. TIE fighters patrolled the space lanes, wary of any suspicious activity as the travelers drew closer to the planet. Hanging in space a few kilometers away was an Imperial relay center, a spindly-looking space station that looked like it was made entirely of antennae and signal transmitters. The transmitters blinked as the station directed traffic with point-to-point holocom transmissions giving ships directions or landing clearance. Scattered through the distant void were the enormous, disc-shaped stations that easily dwarfed the relay center. Even from Vengeance's remote position, Jay could pick out the city-sized bulks of star destroyers, both complete and incomplete, docked at these giant orbital shipyards in the 10s and 20s, a testament to their sheer scope and size. These were the iconic shipyards of Mon Cala, once used to produce the sleek and organic-looking Mon Cal capital ships, had been commandeered and absorbed into the Empire's industrial war machine. No one seemed to be taking an interest in her, so she forced herself to relax. Part of her had been expecting an Imperial ambush the moment she dropped out of hyperspace. She let out a long breath and took control of the ship after double-checking her restraints and opening a hailing count to Void and Blood Lily. "This is Captain Cole. Mokina." She cursed herself for stumbling over her new name. "This is Captain Mokina," confirming hyperspace exit. "You two there?" "Heading here," came one response over the comm. "I'm with you, Jay. Transmitting rendezvous coordinates. How about you, Bree?" "Yeah, I'm here too," said Brianna, sounding annoyed within the first few seconds of conversation. There was a pause. Then the Huntress' tone softened. "Wow. Would you look at that?" As if on cue, Jay's ship fell into the massive triangular shadow of an Imperial-class star destroyer. Jay's heart skipped a beat as the vast capital ship rumbled overhead, stretching out seemingly for miles ahead of her. Her ship was bathed in bluish-white light as its building-sized engines came into view, the cockpit rattling from the shockwave left by its passing. Never gets old, she thought, her heart thrilling at the sight of the spaceborne titan as it passed. The ship continued its thunderous path before turning ever so slowly to face the planet. A second later, a swarm of dropships and TIE fighters swarmed from its ventral docking bay and made a beeline for the planet. A massive troop transfer, clearly. Yep, she thought as she let out a breath she hadn't known she was holding. This is definitely enemy territory. "Don't panic," Vheden murmured over the comm as if he could read Jay's mind. She saw Void's long spearhead-shaped swoop into view ahead of her, closely followed by the ugly, hard-edged bulk of the Blood Lily. "They're not after us. Just fly casual, and we should be fine." "Copy that," she said, her voice betraying surprisingly little of the apprehension she felt. She still didn't quite believe her partner's estimate of the way Imperial intelligence dealt with things. After what she'd gone through on Karulag, it seemed impossible that the Empire she knew would just set aside previous disputes to deal with the common enemy. It just sounded too well, she thought, too Mandalorian. The comm sputtered again, this time an outgoing channel to the spindly Imperial Relay Center, the sole purpose of which was to transmit landing coordinates to incoming ships. Such a specialized station was necessary on a planet whose surface was 90% ocean. "Imperial Relay Command, this is freelance transport Blood Lily, and two accomplices," Brianna said, her voice surprisingly formal. Her cultured Coruscanti accent seemed stronger than usual, a definite boon here in Imperial space. "We are requesting landing clearance and coordinates to Satan City in response to Imperial Bounty VX-22. Roger that, Blood Lily, came the response. Transmitting now. Good hunting. Jay shuddered at the thought that the planet below was probably crawling with hundreds of Imperials who would rather shoot her than allow a single blemish to be added to their record. They would probably recognize her from the bounty on her head and fire at her on sight. Breathe, Jay. She forced herself to calm down with a deep breath. 6 months ago you saw these people as family. Not everyone in the Empire is evil. Remember, you used to be one of them? Rather than dwell on such thoughts, she turned her ship toward the planet's surface. Her ship jerked, then shot off into space after Void and Blood Lily. The coordinates the IR transmitted leads to a place called Satan City in Sector G84, a few kilometers north of the equator, Brianna said over the comm. Weather readout looks like they're on full hurricane alert till the end of next week. That should make things more interesting. Hope you two packed raincoats, Hedden said, because, as I said before, Brianna cut through suddenly. Just follow my lead. I'm not having you two blowing this entire job and losing the reward. Your trust in us leaves me all warm and fuzzy inside, Hedden replied, a definite tone of frustration in his voice. His girlfriend didn't respond, instead opting to gun Blood Lily's engines and allow the boxy transport to shoot off toward the planet's surface. Jay set the ship on manual pilot and dialed out a single comm to Void. Hedden responded after 2 hailing tones. Got a problem. What exactly happens now? The familiar black-purple spearhead shape of Void swooped ahead of her as Brianna's ship made a beeline for high atmosphere. Jay gunned Vengeance's engines and rocketed after them. Her comm crackled with static for a few moments before Hedden answered. Simple, the Mandalorian said. We check in with the imps, meet them down on the planet's surface, and get to work. Right? He must have heard the discomfort in her voice, because he added, don't worry about the Imperials. I told you, they won't care what you did in the past as long as you're working for them now. I spent 3 months in a maximum security prison for a crime I didn't commit, she reminded him. I don't know if you've ever been in a max-sec prison, but it's not pretty. No visitors, no leaving your cell except for a half-hour of exercise while under armed guard, and stun cuffs around your ankles at all times. It's not exactly my fondest memory. Pointed silence from her partner. So, she continued, when you say the Empire will just look the other way while I go gallivanting around right under their nose with the guy who broke me out, I have a hard time believing you. Just try to stay calm. If it comes to a fight, Brianna and I are here to back you up. And remember, your name is Jamie Mokina now. She pushed her ship's engines to maximum output and shot forward, following the path of Blood Lily's bright red propulsion drives. Fine, she said, flexing her grip on the Y-shaped control yoke as she guided Vengeance down into Mon Cal's atmosphere. But if I get arrested again, you're breaking me out again. It's a deal. As they crawled their way into atmosphere, there was an uneasy silence over the radio. Jay considered turning it off. But if she did and Hedden or Brianna had something important to say, she'd miss it. So it stayed on, crackling with static. After a few tense moments, Jay decided to break the awkward quiet. She cleared her throat and said, So, what exactly is up with you two? What do you mean? Fatin replied, his voice a little too tight to sound casual. Brianna's end of the comm was silent. Don't play dumb. She frowned. Something is going on between you two. Did you get in a fight or something? It's nothing. It's important, she countered. If you two can't work together, I'd be more successful going after this bounty on my own, and I'm the Karkin rookie. After all, you told me yourself that hunters working together have to trust each other, even if it's only a slight trust. We do trust each other, Brianna finally said, sounding as if she were gritting her teeth. But you've obviously got something going on, Jay pressed. If you're pissed about something, set it aside until all this is over. Hedden taught you well, Brianna muttered. You're every bit as annoyingly observant as he is. Stop dodging the question. Did you two have a fight or what? Yes, Hedden finally relented. There was more steel in his voice than she expected. We had a fight. But the juicy little details are none of your business. She winced at the harsh tone, suddenly convinced she had overstepped her bounds. Fair enough. Can you settle this till the job's done? I think we are mature enough to accomplish that, Brianna muttered. In the meantime, do us all a favor and focus on your own bloody problems. Her end of the comm cut out with a hiss of static, and Jay shook her head in irritation. I think I know now why she likes to work alone, she thought. She's even worse than Hedda when it comes to social skills. After a moment of silence, her partner spoke again. Thanks for looking out for the team, Jay. No prob. But my personal life is none of your business, he continued tersely. And I'd appreciate it if you stayed out of it. She opened her mouth to reply, then promptly shut it again. Much as she hated to admit it, the man had a point. She found a blush crawling up her cheeks, despite her best attempts to quell it. Fine. I was just trying to help, but I don't need your help. His end of the comlink cut out as well, leaving Jay in silence. T. Landing pad J-22, Satan City, Mon Calamari. 20 minutes later, Vheden was striding down the exit ramp of his ship, securing his helmet over his head and sealing his suit. He looked around the landing pad as driving rain slapped against his helmet's faceplate. It was like seeing the rain droplets dribble down the T-visor of his helmet only millimeters from his face. Suddenly, a heated electrical charge ran across the visor, evaporating the rain and leaving his helmet clear for a few moments. In calm moments, it seemed a waste of time and suit power, but in harried moments during combat, the ability to see clearly, even if only for a split second, was the difference between life and death. The floating landing pad was more than large enough to accommodate all three of the hunter's ships. Those 6-foot waves crashed over the edge of the pad and Hedden felt the entire structure rise and fall with the mighty ocean swell beneath them. Jay must have noticed the way his fists were clenched because she gestured to the tense set of his body. You okay? He nodded, sucking in a short breath as the ground rose again beneath his feet. I'm not a fan of the ocean. Hydrophobia. Living life in heavy battle armor will do that a man. Thunder cracked overhead as a blue-white fork of lightning flashed through the dark clouds. Vheden glanced upward to watch it rip its way through the heavens as he stepped fully into the rain. After it had faded, he turned his attention to the 6 stormtroopers that had gathered to guard the hunter's welcoming party, an Imperial officer who stood at the end of the landing pad. A hand clapped to his head to keep his cap from blowing away in the wind. Vheden moved towards the Imperial, noticing Brianna and Jay heading in that direction as well. Brianna was pointedly avoiding his gaze, and Jay was holding her jacket shut against the buffeting wind, her long hair flying wild about her head. The officer nodded in relief as the 3 hunters stepped forward. He shook Brianna's hand with short, choppy, nervous energy. I am Lieutenant Florin, he called, squinting against the rain and ushering them toward the speeder bus that had no doubt brought him to the landing pad. He looked no older than 18, and had a nervous air about him as if he expected the 3 hunters to whip out their weapons and start blasting everything in sight. Thank goodness you're here. Brianna's nodded grimly and shook his hand, shouting back to be heard over the tumult. I assume you're taking us to the man who posted this bounty. That would be Governor Vaughn. Yes. The officer nodded as he pounded his fist on the side of the speeder bus for the pilot to open the door. Lightning struck the sea a few kilometers away, backlighting everything with an explosion of blinding white for the blink of an eye. The officer grimaced against the airborne fireworks, then let out a sigh of relief as the speeder's door slid open with a whine of hydraulics. Come in, Florin said. The governor has given me orders to bring you to him as soon as possible. He stepped back as he allowed them to pile in, shaking excess water from his coat and wringing out his cap. When he saw Heden's bulky, armored form enter the bus, his eyes went wide. A Mandalorian. Vheden returned the stare Florin gave him. The young man had probably never even seen a Mando before, let alone worked with one. All that most people knew of Mandalorians was the unnerving visage and far more unsettling reputation of Boba Fett. Florin looked like one of those people now, still wringing out his cap and glancing between the 2 unarmored huntresses that accompanied Hedden. Why you didn't inform the governor that a Mandalorian would be accompanying you? Brianna glanced between Hedin and the young Imperial. He's one of the ones who responded to your bounty. You have a problem with that? And no, the officer stammered, his gaze unable to tear away from the menacing T-visor of Hedin's helmet. He replaced his wrinkled cap on his head with a gulp and lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Just no scalping, all right. Scalping, Hedin thought, frowning at Brianna. She seemed to read his mind and share his confusion, but shook her head the slightest bit. Just be the big bad bounty hunter, the motion translated. I'll take care of the rest. So he looked back to the officer and growled, as long as no one pisses me off. If they do, I won't make any promises. The officer paled but nodded. Jay glanced at her partner, then back to the officer. As Florin moved forward to have a word with the speeder pilot, she murmured, Please don't tell me that you actually used to scout people. Of course not, he whispered back. Just play along. A little fear could help us get a foothold with the locals. Florin returned, wringing his empty hands in place of his cap as he glanced between the three. Hedin activated his helmet's video pickup, recording a quick image of the man for later reference. If Saz Kasseragi was right, then Uruc had Imperial help to smuggle her weapons and warriors past the cargo supervisors. The hunters would do well to remain cautious of any Imperial they came across. Florin was young, of medium height and build, with short black hair, a long nose, and pale blue eyes that darted around nervously. As he studied the man, he was reminded of several species of obnoxious Keldabe rodents that harassed the farmers come harvest season. Still, he sensed no outward animosity from the kid, and even if he was a potential threat, it didn't look like he'd be much of a problem if things got violent. Brianna pulled her wet hair back over her shoulders, readjusting her tight braid. So, what's the situation in Satan? Florin shrugged. Hedin didn't much appreciate the way his eyes darted over Brianna's body as she stretched to shift her gear. He couldn't blame the man too much, though. The huntress' unconventional armor was cut to expose quite a bit of toned skin along her chest, arms, and stomach. In theory, it was supposed to draw attention to her body and away from her weapons, a useful advantage when successful. Most males in their profession weren't exactly gentlemen, and Brianna had learned to exploit their lust for the weakness it truly was. Most barely had the time to begin oogling her before they were on the ground with her knee in their back. In the field, however, the reason was far more practical. It took years of training and exercise to operate heavy plate armor, like Mandalorian's favorite. It was heavy, restrictive, and even dangerous to the untrained wearer, just as likely to tangle up and get a warrior killed than protect her. Brianna had practiced with heavier loadouts and found them all appallingly weighty, and complained that trying to fight in a suit of gem felt like trying to run underwater. Brianna favored dexterity over strength in the field, taking great pride in her stamina and sprinting speed, and had tailored her gear to match her tastes. Each piece of cut-off equipment increased her mobility at the cost of protection. Freed arms meant she could handle weapons with greater ease, while the bared midriff meant she could flex at the waist, an ability many armor-bound Mandalorians envied. As for the ample display of cleavage, well, Brianna preferred it, Hedin didn't, and they'd long ago agreed to disagree. He shrugged off such concerns for the moment. In the hunt to come, he'd have to focus on his own skills and not critique her gear. They all had their tastes, and he wouldn't have made it far in the business if everyone had started criticizing his loadout. They don't tell me much, Florin was stuttering, and the whole business with Uruc has everyone on edge. All I know is that you three are the first hunters to respond to the bounty. He licked his thin lips, eyes darting between the assembled hunters. Do you think you can bring her in? Hedin and Jay glanced at each other. Cash had been tough to bring down, but he'd just been a gangster. An actual terrorist was something else entirely. Hedin had done some counterterrorism ops while serving with the Empire, but had taken only a few freelance bounties on terrorist leaders during his 7-year profession. Those jobs had been among the more dangerous missions of his career, but it was nothing he couldn't handle with reinforcements at his back. I've been in this business since I was 13 years old, he thought. Gangsters, drug dealers, terrorists, they all have weaknesses. Never found a single target who didn't go down when you put enough bolts in them. Brianna looked disinterested in Florin's question and offered up the standard bounty hunter response. As long as your payment comes through in the end, we'll bring her in. Florin nodded, though he looked only slightly comforted. Vheden folded his arms across his chest, a motion that seemed to double his size, and said, "What about this governor?" "Governor Vaughn." Florin looked confused. "What about him?" "I like to know my employers. Tell me about him." He's fine, I suppose. He doesn't overpressure the troops under his command, eh? Is there any chance he's in league with Uruc?" "Vaughn. Not a chance," Florin chuckled nervously. "He's old-fashioned. He used to serve in the Republic Navy. Doesn't like doing business with anyone who reminds him of separatists." "Good. Then I guess he's one Imperial we can trust," Vheden thought, realizing how ridiculous that sounded even as he thought it. He wasn't about to trust any Imperial, lest he make the same mistakes that had cost him dearly time, and again in the past. But at least this man wasn't the type to ally himself with Uruc. Old Clone Wars types were predictable, and that was a small mercy at least. Florin headed back up to the cockpit of the speeder bus, squeezing past Heden's armored form with another nervous smile. The door slid shut behind the young officer, leaving the hunters blissfully free of Imperial eyes and ears for the moment. Vheden turned to Brianna with the glare that was hidden by his helmet. "Scalping," he echoed. "What kind of bounty hunter did you tell them I was?" Brianna scowled at him. "Don't get your Durasteel under britches in a twist, Stripes. I didn't tell him anything." Jay nodded as she wrung rainwater from her hair and said, "Yeah, the general view of Mandalorians is that they're kind of savage. Some of you do wear scalps as trophies, you know." "Yeah, but not me," he muttered. He shook his head with a muttered string of Mandoa curses. "Never mind. You told us to follow your lead, Bree, so what do you have in mind?" The huntress rubbed her chin. "Well, we can't do anything until this rain lets up. Most of the businesses around the city will be shut up from the hurricane, and there will be evacuation plans throughout the city. They'll slow our investigation down even more than usual." "We can't wait until the hurricane passes," Vheden pointed out. "We don't have that kind of time." "And what about your contact?" Jay asked. "The guy whose name you refused to give us." "My contact won't leave the city for love or money, but if he gets, customers in the middle of a storm like this, he's going to make a run for it." "Who is this guy?" Jay asked. "He doesn't sound all that trustworthy." "Patience, rookie. You'll know soon enough." "Why do I get the feeling you're hiding something?" Brianna unconsciously copied Veden's current expression, narrowing her brown eyes and icily replying, "Well, you would be the expert on hiding things, wouldn't you see?" Jay raised an eyebrow and looked to Vheden for a response, but stayed silent. Vheden just stared at Brianna, firmly holding her gaze. One of the things Vheden liked most about his helmet was his durability in a stare down. No one, not even someone as tough as Bree, could hold out against the expressionless gaze of a Mandalorian battle helmet. Such a stare could break even the strongest opponent before long. Even some droids claimed the look was unsettling to their self-preservation programming. Sure enough, Brianna eventually looked away, ran a hand through her wet hair, and sighed, "Anyway, we need to link up with this Governor Vaughn. Perhaps investigate Uruc's newest hit. See if we can't find out what the bloody hell is going on." "Jay, and I will talk to the governor," Vheden said curtly. "You can check out Uruc's latest crime scene. We'll update you if we find anything more." They all lapsed into a tense silence. Vheden turned to stare out the speeder's viewports, watching as dark buildings flashed by, and raindrops hit the transparent steel windows like bullets. Lightning struck somewhere inside the city, dancing along the roof of a building and flickering there for a moment before fading away into the echoing rumble of thunder. Somewhere out there, in the middle of this mess, was Jolee Uruc. She had an entire terrorist group at her disposal while the city's evacuation gave her that much more cover to conduct their business. and they were racing against more than just time. The hurricane would severely damage the city when it hit. If it was powerful enough, it could even destroy the repulsors that kept the metropolis afloat, sending the entire metropolis sinking into the depths of the Mon Cal Ocean. Vheden sighed and shook his head. Charming. Chapter 5. Investigating the attack. Brianna parted ways with the other hunters after a short ride, transferring from the speeder bus headed for the Imperial Security Bureau to another bound for what was left of Garrison Command. She departed with barely a word, casting a badly concealed glare in Veden's direction before stepping into the rain and following Lieutenant Florin to the other transport. Veden let out a low noise, somewhere between a sigh and a frustrated growl, before turning back to his earlier pastime of brooding and staring out the speeder window. Jay felt genuinely sorry for interfering with the two earlier. She may be Veden's partner, but in her attempt to get the two to set aside their quarrel, she had severely overstepped her bounds. It wasn't her business to pry into anyone else's life, and especially not two bounty hunters as lethal as Veden and Brianna. She had enough problems without getting herself tangled up in theirs. Still, it was interesting to see what kind of relationship the two shared after all the Audiobook rumors she'd heard. They were a popular gossip topic among off-duty Mando bounty hunters. Both were well-known and well-respected hunters among the Keldabe crowd, and apparently such esteem had other locals conversing about more than just their latest contract. To Jay's eyes, their relationship was hardly a relationship at all. She saw none of the typical behavior of lovers, no meaningful gazes, no holding hands, no public shows of affection at all. It was almost as if they refused to allow themselves to see the other that way. Perhaps it was just a Mandalorian thing. Then again, she thought as she watched dark buildings race by in the view of the waterlogged window, they did just have a fight. They must be pretty pissed at each other. But if that was the case, why did Brianna demand to accompany them? Why did she all but barge in and take command of the entire contract? It was another half hour of waiting as the speeder bus fell into congested skylanes packed with civilian and emergency vehicles alike. Jay saw Imperial transports, four speeders, and even pods of oblong, round-edged Mon Cala amphibian ships. A line unit of TIE fighters roared overhead, accompanying the sleek lines of troop dropships racing off toward the horizon. A collection of bulky civilian transports followed close behind like a pack of hounds trailing after their masters. A lot of activity in the city, she noted. They must be pretty scared of this hurricane. A homegrown Mon Calamari special, Veden said. He was standing behind her, consulting a handheld datapad. He tapped in a short command and handed it to her. From what I read, it's shaping up to be a nasty one. Winds around 300 kilometers per hour. She let out a low whistle as she read over the upcoming weather reports. Don't these floating cities have shields made just for this sort of thing? A giant, citywide deflector dome. Usually, her partner agreed. The speeder bus jostled beneath their feet, forcing him to grab an overhead stabilization bar. But the wind and waves together are what's worrying people. If they manage to overpower the shields, the entire city could go under. Is that common? He nodded. Local news reports that a city about this size was hit last year. The entire support system broke apart and sank within 4 hours of the hurricane making landfall. They evacuated most of the population beforehand, so the casualties weren't as severe as they could have been. Still pretty bad, though. How many died? 2,000 stubborn locals who refused to leave. But the evacuations saved almost 500,000. And why are we sticking ourselves in the middle of all this again? A paycheck, he replied evenly. The eternal crusade of the bounty hunter? Right? She rolled her eyes and returned the datapad to him. So long as we find our target and get out of here before the storm hits, we'll be fine. Jay was about to say more when she was interrupted by the bus pilot. The man glanced over his shoulder at the two hunters and called, Imperial Security Bureau, coming up on your left. Get ready to get rained on again, people. The bus pulled out of the jam-packed skylanes and descended to ground level with the warble and groan of its engines. Veden nodded and thanked the pilot as the speeder set down on a nearby landing pad. He pushed open the door and stood aside to give Jay room to step past him. "Ladies first," he said, jerking his head to the downpour outside. She shot him a good-natured glare, then zipped up her jacket and stepped out into the rain. He was right behind her as she made her way through the storm to the front entrance of the Imperial Security Bureau, a large, multi-towered building that seemed more like a high-tech castle than an Imperial command base. The front doors were little more than a smear against the dark rain around her, lit from within by warm-looking yellow lighting. A line of white-clad stormtroopers stood guard outside, unflinching and seemingly unperturbed in the frightful weather. Even as lightning flashed down from the heavens and struck the ground not 100 meters away, the pristine white troops didn't even flinch. Jay began to drift off course, squinting and blind in the rain. Vedden, somehow able to see through the downpour, took her arm and guided her toward the building. They approached the front entrance after far too long in the storm, and Jay saw there was someone to greet them. A very official-looking someone. An elderly man, clad in a neatly pressed black Imperial uniform, stood just out of the grasp of the weather outside, flanked on either side by stormtrooper bodyguards with turquoise flashes adorning their armor. The old man's white hair was combed perfectly to one side, his short white mustache showing signs of equal care and tending. He was obviously a man who took appearances very seriously, careful to present an excruciatingly tended image to the personnel around him. Most of the generals Jay had served with during her Navy days had prided themselves on their cultured, pompous appearances, always more than ready to lord their education or upbringing over their subordinates. This man didn't look any different, and that was both irritating and strangely comforting. He, at least, was a known quantity. The old man clasped his hands behind his back as he waited for them to draw closer. When they stepped up to the front doors of Imperial Command, thankfully shielded from the rain by a durasteel awning, he nodded in greeting and ushered them within. The stormtroopers at his side snapped smartly to attention, rifles clacking into place against their chests. "Greetings. I'm Governor Vaughn," the elderly man said with palpable relief in his voice. He clasped Vedden's hand and shook it with surprising vigor. "I'm so glad you're here." Jay shook rain droplets off her new iron leather coat but said nothing as they stepped through the doors to Imperial Command. She did not, however, overlook the fact that he had pointedly not shaken her hand. She was insulted, but not surprised. Vedden always looked the part of the professional, experienced hunter, and subsequently was given most of the attention. The main hall and gathering hub of the complex was massive, with plush purple gold carpeting and draperies hung on the walls proudly displaying the iconic Imperial wheel. Polished durasteel columns as thick around as the walking struts of an Imperial walker stretched up above her head, anchoring into the ceiling with the smooth, organic-looking architecture the galaxy had come to expect from Mon Calamari craftsmen. Everywhere she looked was the very picture of opulent excess, from the intricate core mosaics inlaid into the walls to the classical Republican era paintings mounted on the walls. The Empire had clearly been putting their wealth to use here, no doubt meant to cow the locals into stunned servitude in the face of these insanely wealthy invaders. But for all the sights of plenty and luxury, her eyes kept darting back to the soldiers assembled in the hall. Her heart thudded with uncomfortable insistence as her small group marched past four assembled rows of stormtroopers on each side, all standing at attention. There had to be at least 50 of them, all gathered to greet their governor and his guests. And those were just the members of the welcoming party. Even more Imperials rushed about, carrying boxes, shouting orders, or consulting inventory manifests before the hurricane threw the city into chaos. "Calm down," she thought to herself, letting out a soft, shaky breath. She picked up the pace to keep a few steps ahead of the troopers bringing up the rear of the procession. If they were going to shoot you, they would have done it by now. For a moment, she was confused as to why such a prestigious assembly would be arranged for simple bounty hunters. According to her partner, most Imperials didn't want to be seen with their kind. It was no secret that to Imperial eyes, mercenaries and hunters were little better than scum. But then she saw the gray uniformed officers prowling along the lines of troops, calling out serial codes while consulting handheld datapads, and she quickly realized the truth. The imps were pulling out of the city as well. This wasn't a greeting assembly for some great dignitary, but a simple roll call. They were getting ready to abandon Satan with all the rest. The hurricane must be worse than Hedden let on, she thought. I've never seen the Empire scrambling to run away, especially from such a lavish central point of power. Hedden, meanwhile, fell in step next to the governor, clearly ignoring the troops assembled around them. He seemed both unperturbed by the soldiers and unimpressed by their affluent surroundings. I'm Chief Hedden. This is my partner, Jay Mokina. I wish I could say I was glad to be here, but... Yes, Vaughn said with a cheerless smile. Satan City is usually a jewel on the erosion of Mon Calamari. Tourists flock from all corners of the galaxy to bask in the beauty of our floating island, and I won't lie and say is not a large part of our success here. But with this hurricane, things are a tad hectic. So I see, Jay muttered. She had to swerve to avoid a black-clad intelligence officer and his hovering droid companion as the two bickered over some complicated personnel matters. What's the state of the city? Hedden inquired. Your exfil is well underway, I see. The local corn population is helping our evacuation, the governor explained, but Imperials are still not allowed to set foot in their underwater cities. We have to relocate the refugees to the orbital stations and the shipyards until the storm passes. It's going to be a security nightmare, even without Uruc causing trouble. Lucky for us, Hedden said. With so many people evacuated, it'll be easier to track her down. Less competition means less noise to cover her tracks. I hope you're right, the governor murmured. For all our sakes. Tell us what you know about her, Hedden said, cutting straight to the point. Any information you can remember could wind up being mission critical. A look of distaste crossed the governor's lined face at the name. Of course. But we must wait until we are in a more secure area. As I'm sure you've heard, that dreadful woman is receiving classified Imperial information somehow. I believe one of my men is to blame. You do realize that your leak is probably nothing more than a hollow net tap into your systems. You may not even have a spy. Jay looked at the ranks of stormtroopers with newfound suspicion. Who knew what face was hiding behind those helmets? But Hedden didn't seem disturbed by the thought of a terrorist mole inside the garrison, so she turned her attention back to the conversation at hand. Why did you post a bounty on Uruc's head in the first place? Hedden inquired. This seems like a job for Imperial intelligence agents. Strange that they kicked it to the private sector. She led a raid on the garrison command 2 weeks ago, the governor replied. She killed everyone inside and stole, well, we still don't know what she was doing there, but she stole something. You guys sure give a glowing endorsement to Imperial investigative protocol, Jay muttered. 2 weeks and you still have no clue what she was doing in your headquarters. Jay, Hedden said, his voice soft but sharp. There was an unspoken warning in his tone, and she quickly backed down. Unfortunately, it was too late to pass Vaughn's notice. Yes, I am aware you two have little love for the Empire, the old man said with a sigh. At Hedden's questioning stare, he said, Oh, I know exactly who you two are. Chief Hedden and Jay Mokina, one of you a former member of the ICF task force, and the other a street orphan turned mercenary. Jay's heart almost stopped. He was a little too well informed for her tastes, even if he only seemed familiar with her cover identity. But before she could panic too much, Vaughn continued, Don't panic. I simply like to know who I'm dealing with before I meet them. I'm old-fashioned that way. The enemy of my enemy, and all that. Jay glanced at Hedden, reminded of their conversation back in Keldape. But she tried to at least meet the Imperial halfway, and act polite. He was more surprising than she had initially given him credit for, so who knew what other surprises he had up his sleeve. Maybe he turned out to be a decent man after all. Maybe, she thought as they continued their trek through the lavish Imperial offices, but I doubt it. They walked in silence for a few long minutes through winding halls bustling with Imperial personnel. The soldiers might have been assembled in the main room, but all the support and logistical crew were still hard at work locking everything down. Everyone was indeed scrambling in the face of the approaching hurricane, and it gave Jay a small flutter of relief to realize that most of the people here had far more pressing concerns than a clandestine fugitive in their midst. She almost lost her partner in the hustle on several occasions, forced to elbow her way through the chaos and ignore the mutters of indignation and glaring scowls shut her way. Just when she was getting irritated herself, they finally stepped into an office at the end of the hall that was blissfully free of other people. A large Durasteel blast door slid shut over the entrance after they crossed the threshold, booming shut and locking with several hefty-sounding clanks. Jay glanced over her shoulder at the hulking door and the stormtrooper guards taking their place on either side of it. She then fixed Vaughn with a curious gaze, raising an eyebrow. "Those are some pretty impressive defenses," she said. "Expecting company?" Vaughn sighed as he settled himself behind his Durasteel desk, which was littered with flickering datapads and sheets of flimsy precautionary measures. "With Uruc on the loose out there, we cannot take any chances." Vheden folded his arms across his chest. "And what have you found out about her? Does I have a character profile?" Vaughn shrugged. "I barely know anything. Cursory investigation claims she was born on JBM a decade or so before the Clone Wars. Lived there during the fighting between the Republic and the Separatists." "That was some nasty turf," Jay noted. "I remember the HoloNet reports when I was a kid. Even the Republic propaganda centers had a tough time spinning that operation into a rallying cry." "Indeed." Vaughn nodded with a somber air. "During the wars, she served with the JBIME resistance movement, opposing Republic occupation, and eventually becoming the leader of one of their underworld cells. She was both directly and indirectly responsible for the deaths of almost 1,000 clone trooper units. When the new order rose, she handed control of the JRM to a lesser member who was soon after assassinated by Imperial commandos. She left her homeworld." Veden's voice carried a frown. "Why?" "We believe she came to Mon Calamari, intent on destroying the Empire a little bit at a time," Vaughn supplied. "This planet is a symbol. One that shows Imperial order is not a simple fiction. With the Mon Cal shipyard serving our ends, the rule of the new order can be spread to all corners of the galaxy. Our presence here is a linchpin, ensuring stability and security for countless other worlds." Jay felt compelled to point out that the governor's Imperial order was built on the backs of equally countless Mon Cal slaves, subjugated after a bloody and very public uprising that cost thousands of native lives. There were still pockets of resistance where the aquatic Mon Calamari traded fierce battles with the planet's other dominant pro-Imperial race, the Corn. But she knew confronting Governor Vaughn with such accusations would not ingratiate herself with her employer. It would irritate her ever-professional partner even more. So, despite her rebellious tongue aching to loose itself on the unsuspecting Imperial, she kept quiet. For the moment. "She started out as a simple murderer," Vaughn was saying, "massacring several Mon Cal and Corn families and an Imperial officer here or there. She caused a small civilian war between two powerful Imperial families in the city, playing on the tensions that already existed between the two. The work of a thug," Veden pointed out, "not a terrorist." "She was working up to that," Vaughn assured him. "She was using these small hits to make a name for herself, to gain the attention and appreciation of other unsavory characters. Once her position in the underworld pecking order was secure, she began building up her own organization, the 13 Warriors. They are a small group, but effective." He pulled a thick folder of flimsoplast from a drawer and passed it to Veden. The Mandalorian took it and instantly began thumbing through it. Jay knew from previous experience that he wasn't actually reading the files, instead recording each page with his helmet-mounted cameras and saving them for later perusal at his leisure. Her first real attack was on a back-to-processing plant for the local clinic almost a year and a half ago, Vaughn said as Veden continued his perusal of the files. The loss caused over 30 deaths, then 100 more when the med centers began running low on supplies. From then, her attacks only grew larger and more devastating with each month that passed. Now we don't even know where to start defending against future assaults, and her apparent mole within the local forces has only made matters more complicated. Veden nodded and passed the file to Jay. "She sounds like quite the handful." Do you have any tactical information? Have you identified any of her followers? One of them might provide us with information. Unfortunately not, Vaughn said with a sympathetic look. As I've said before, we are at a loss to combat her organization. We simply do not have the resources to track her through the city's more unsavory climes. Hence the reason I placed a bounty upon her head. Veden nodded. I understand. And you're sure there's nothing else you can tell us? No. But I must ask, what do you wish us to do while you are here? We may be focused on evacuations, but the Imperial forces of Satan are still at your disposal. Absolutely nothing, Jay said, tucking Uruc's file under her arm. If Uruc suspects we're here, she'll disappear before you can bat an eye. Veden nodded in agreement, visibly pleased at her addition to the briefing. Vaughn sighed and folded his hands with an air of melancholy resignation. As you wish. Please, keep me informed of your investigation. Thank you for the meeting, Governor. Veden bowed stiffly, only at the shoulders. It was a sign of respect, but rigid enough to not be too respectful. You'll be hearing from us again. Veden nodded to Jay and subtly gestured to the heavy blast doors now rumbling open to allow them outside. They both turned to leave, and Jay pointedly did not offer the governor any sign of respectful farewell. He had not, after all, deigned to shake her hand, so she would not grant him such respect and pardon either. Oh, I almost forgot. Vaughn called after them just as they crossed over the threshold. The hunters paused, and Veden half turned back to the elderly man, still seated at his desk. I didn't know whether I should offer, Vaughn said, but there is a rather large banquet taking place in the city tomorrow. One last gathering before the evacuation takes everyone from the city. I wonder if you would attend. For your own pleasure or to help with the security forces, either would be fine. Veden glanced at Jay, clearly about to turn down the governor's invitation. She didn't blame him. They were bounty hunters, not private security. But she surprised them both when she cut over her partner and said, "We'll be there." Vaughn blinked as if he also hadn't thought they would agree. Then he smiled and bowed, like Veden, only at the neck. You honor me, hunters, he said. I thank you, and will await your presence. Then they left the room, the huge Durasteel door booming shut behind them and cutting Governor Vaughn from their view. As they headed back down to the cavernous central hall of the building, past throngs of busy Imperials and their many assistants, Veden glanced at Jay with a slight tilt of his angular helmet. And why, exactly, do you want to go to a fancy Imperial banquet? Think about it, she said, thumbing through the file Vaughn had given them and perusing its contents. None of it was pretty. Uruc has been hiding out for almost 2 weeks with no attacks. She and her people must be getting restless, ready for another big hit. And a big fancy dinner with a bunch of Imperials is just the thing to pique her interest, while the hurricane is the perfect cover for her attack and escape. It's a viable target. Or it'll be a distraction to keep security forces away from her next legitimate attack. I think the hurricane is doing a decent enough job of that already, Jay pointed out. Besides, you said yourself she's a showboater. She'll want to hit a place that can provide high-profile casualties. He pondered for a few moments before nodding, clearly impressed by her logic. She may not take the bait, but our chances are good, and it's too big a target for us not to consider. She smiled and thumped her fist against his chest plates with affection. Then I hope you brought another suit, big guy. Says here the party is black tie only. T. Speeder bus en route to Imperial Garrison Command. Brianna gripped the handrail above her head as she and Lieutenant Florin headed for the ruins of the IGC. Her gaze was steady as she stared out the viewport of the borrowed speeder bus, watching the city outside. The rain was finally starting to ease and she could see the first patches of blue sky high above, though there were more dark clouds on the horizon. These were just the first storms, the shock troops that heralded the great hurricane bearing down on them all. Outwardly, she was sure she appeared calm, cool, and collected. Her training had taught her how to remain professional even in the most intense situations. Yet as steady as her appearance may have looked, she was in turmoil within. Her mind was a swirling maelstrom of anger, indignation, and cold disappointment. and all her thoughts returned to Chin Griffin Hedden. She hadn't meant to accompany him on this hunt. If she could have convinced him to pass the contract to her, to allow her to pursue this investigation alone, she would have. But she knew Chin, and that meant she knew he would not back out on a contract he had already pledged to fulfill. So here she was, tagging along on a dangerous hunt with the very man she desperately wanted to avoid. The irony of it roiled in her gut, stoking a quite multifaceted kind of anger. She was angry about their argument, of course, angry that these damned contracts were more important to him than she was. But she was also furious with herself, unable to convince herself she was worth more than these contracts. Was it something she did? Something she didn't do? What was it that made him turn away from time spent with her in favor of time spent out here, on rain-lashed Mon Calamari, in search of violent and treacherous terrorists? It was clear the man was miserable, both on and off the battlefield. He perked up a little in recent months, obviously invigorated by his training with Jay. But that dark cloud had slowly begun to creep back in and smother him like it always had before. And she was losing him to that cloud. It was clear as day. And then there was that anger too. Brianna was angry with herself for not understanding his pain, angry with him for not opening up and allowing her to understand, angry that the relationship she so treasured was crumbling around her. She let out a quiet sigh, only a fraction of the frustration she truly felt. Why wouldn't Chin let her in? Why wouldn't he allow anyone to get close to him? She would help if she could, but he very clearly would not or could not allow her such intimacy. And that was what she was the angriest about. She was Sin's girlfriend, the one person he claimed to trust above all others. And yet there were still so many questions about him, all while the big question still remained, the one she asked herself every time she looked at him, whether it was through his helmet's T-visor or straight in the eyes. Who was he? She shook her head and thought, damn him. He hides himself away behind that helmet, cowering behind his image as the strong but silent mercenary. He refuses to let anyone help him, to let anyone know the truth, and then complains that he's alone. With an effort, she convinced herself to back down. Even so, it was difficult to rein in such righteous indignation. That's not fair. If there were any answers, he'd tell me. Wouldn't he? She forced herself to focus. Her problems with Chin could wait until later. Right now, she had a job to do. If she was distracted while looking for someone as dangerous as Jolee Uruc, she was going to end up dead in the gutter from a shot to the back. If she wished to continue tearing herself apart later over such trivial problems as her romantic life, she needed to keep on her toes here and now. Just thinking of Uruc sent a shiver of rage down her spine. Oh yes, just like Chin claimed to have his reasons for hiding his past, she had her own reasons for tagging along on this bounty. It didn't escape her notice that she was forcing herself into a double standard where her secrets were permissible while sins were offensive, but maybe he needed a taste of his own medicine for once. The score to settle, she thought with a scowl. It's been a long time coming, and now it's fallen right into my lap. The bus swerved into another sky lane, making the floor shift dangerously beneath them. Lieutenant Florence stumbled, hand instinctively snatching his hat and pinning it to his head. Brianna just braced her legs, bent her knees, and didn't move until the speeder's gravity levelers kicked in with a warbling hum and stabilized the interior. So Florin murmured. He was wringing his cap between his hands again, a habit of his that Brianna found rather irritating. He gulped and said, so you're a bounty hunter. She nodded slowly, her gaze not moving from the view of the rain-soaked city outside. Yes. And that? It pays well. Enough. Florin bit at his thin lip, seeming to consider whether or not to speak more. He opened his mouth, closed it again, then grimaced and finally said, Have you killed people before? She glanced at him with a cold air, then away again. Yes. How many? Enough. Oh. He gulped again. Okay. The speeder swerved into another sky lane, then swooped toward the ground and rested in on a landing pad near the edge of the city. There was a loud hiss of escaping coolant gas as the speeder settled. Here we are, the pilot called to them. What's left of the IGC? Good thing the rain's letting up, otherwise you guys wouldn't be able to see anything. Thank you, pilot, Florin called as he pushed open the door to the outside and stood aside to allow Brianna out. She stepped out onto the ground below, her heavy boots splashing in small puddles of rainwater as she stared around the area. The bus had dropped them in what looked like a plaza, or square, all shiny gray and white dursteel. There was a small park nearby, with trees stripped of leaves by the earlier storm. The entire plaza was swarming with locals, but they looked exclusively like Imperial personnel. The nearby residents had most likely evacuated due to the double threat of the bombing and the incoming hurricane. That just left the Imperial investigators still in the city, desperately trying to piece together what happened before the storms dragged them all beneath the waves. Her gaze was drawn to the still smoldering ruin of a building just ahead of her. Once it could have been 3 stories, though now it could barely boast one. There was holographic crime scene tape stretching around the area, flickering as rain phased through the brightly colored beams of light that warned unauthorized personnel to stay out under threat of prosecution. Brianna paid it no heed as she stepped through and approached the bombed-out ruin of the Imperial Garrison Command. As soon as she crossed the threshold of the police line, one of the nearby investigators made an indignant beeline toward her. He held up a hand in protest, the other clutching his cap to his head. "I'm sorry, ma'am," he said in perfectly cultured Imperial accent, "but this is a restricted area." Brianna brushed him off with a wave of her hand and gestured to Florin, trailing on her heels like an obedient lapdog. Her own accent was as crisp and perfect as the man before her as she explained, "My credentials are authorized by Imperial intelligence. Check with the lieutenant here. You will find all is in order." The investigator frowned, eyes narrowing in suspicion as he took in her gear and armaments. "A bounty hunter?" "In the flesh? Though your superiors prefer the term special agent." The man sighed in frustration as he double-checked her authorization on Florin's datapad. He shook his head as he looked over the appropriate paperwork, his expression as twisted as if he'd stepped in something foul. Brianna ignored him and focused on the sight ahead of her. She rested her hands on her hips and cocked her head as she perused the area. It wasn't a pretty sight. There were other holos set up around the plaza, representations of charred and broken bodies littered about in the wake of the blast. Cam droids hummed across the area, shining down spotlights as they documented various details of the ruin. The puddles of water on the Duracrete ground were dirty and black with ash that mixed into a disgusting sludge beneath Brianna's boots. Garrison Command itself was a wreck. The walls had collapsed, leaving little more than twisted dursteel girders and a few clinging chunks of Duracrete. The doors had been blown from their housing and now sat embedded a meter deep into a nearby building. What had once been a proud symbol of Imperial domination over the local populace now lay in a twisted, smoldering heap of wreckage and death. As much as she disliked the heavy-handed tyranny of the Empire, she had to admit such destruction was hard to see. She stopped by a toppled wall blown outward by the blast of whatever bomb Uruc had planted inside the building. Chunks of Duracrete as large as she was tall were scattered about like a child's playthings, tangled up with twisted beams of dursteel even a Wookiee could never hope to bend. She knelt and brushed her fingertips along the burnt material of a nearby hunk of debris, closing her eyes and imagining the size of the explosion that had ripped this place apart. High-grade Delorum explosives, at least, she thought. Maybe even a couple beradium bricks strapped together. Nothing irradiated, though, otherwise the imps would have hazmat teams all over this place. She was aware of Lieutenant Florin following close behind her, hovering at her shoulder and obviously trying to figure out what she was thinking. The lead investigator had stalked back to his previous site, overseeing the cataloging of the destruction. She glanced over her shoulder at Florin and gestured to the ruins. "When did this happen?" 2 weeks ago, the young man replied instantly. 0900 hours Galactic Standard Time. Brianna nodded as she turned back to the rubble at her feet. She rubbed some ash between her fingers, noting the green-gray tinge, and tasted some before quickly spitting it back out again. The bitter tinge of Delorum dust was evident, even through the dull and earthy taste of burnt Duracrete. "Tell me about the hit," she said, surveying the wreckage. She rested her hands on her thighs, eyes raking across the bombed-out scenery. It didn't look like any useful evidence could have survived the blast. Even the durasteel skeleton of the building was warped and melted into a twisted shell of devastation. I'm not sure that's necessary, Florence stammered. There is ample security footage that. Tell me. Her voice brooked no dissent. Why, yes, ma'am, the lieutenant quickly obliged. The attack started at 0900 Galactic Standard Time. You said that already, Brianna told him, running her hand across another blasted piece of dirt. The burnt ridges on the stone-like substance meant that the explosion wasn't a professional job, powerful as it may have been. She's seen similar blast patterns left behind by freedom fighters on Corbula IV, burnt husks of buildings left behind by do-it-yourself IEDs. It had been a well-crafted bomb, but an actual alarm detonation would have reduced most of this place to atoms. Uruc and her warriors approached from an unidentified starship and entered the building via the southern entrance, Florence explained. They didn't spend long hiding. They quickly revealed themselves and took over 20 hostages. Why wasn't the local law enforcement informed of the attack? The warriors were careful to keep their faces hidden from the cameras, using masks made for children. By the time local officers were notified, it was too late. Odd, Brianna murmured, rising from her knees and brushing the ash from her gloves, considering that everyone knows who Uruc is already. Isn't your facial recognition system supposed to ID the bad guys before something like this happened? No one was identified except her. She was the only one who didn't wear a mask. And after that, nothing, Florence reported. One of the first things they did was cut the holorecorders. We don't know what they were doing there, and as you can see, he gestured to the ruins of the IGC. Well, we have yet to discover what they sought to accomplish. The building exploded from within soon after they left, killing all the hostages. Evidence has since been difficult to come by. Convenient. Were there any witnesses that survived the attack? She asked the Imperial. She moved forward a few steps and knelt again near a shattered chunk of marble from the garrison command's floor. Dried, burnt blood stained the once pristine stone, warped and smeared by a massive footprint. As Florence answered, "No, ma'am," she began assembling all the pieces of marble that she could find. She'd always been good at puzzles, always had a knack for piecing together things that had been broken. It wasn't long before she had reassembled all the shattered panels she could manage, and had a complete footprint sitting before her. It wasn't a boot, she could be sure of it, but precisely what kind of print she couldn't tell yet. She pulled a pencil-thin recorder from her belt and snapped a quick image of the marble panel, then tucked the recorder behind her ear and projected the image up into the air ahead of her. "What are you doing?" Florence stepped up next to her. She glanced at the nervous-looking officer, then turned back to her work. Using her hands as an interface, she turned and twisted the holographic image in midair, spinning it until it faced her and tracing the edges of the print to simulate likely missing patterns. She clenched her fists and contracted the image to eliminate most of the cracks in the stone. With the sweep of one hand, she erased the rest and was left with an unaltered, unbroken image of the marble and the footprint on it. She squinted at the hologram with a concerned frown. Then she shook her head and grunted. "Well, that's not good." "What?" Florence squeaked, staring at the hologram. "What is that?" "That," she said, saving the image and deactivating the recorder, "is a Wookiee footprint." She tucked the recorder back onto her belt and replaced it with her hands-free comlink. She quickly dialed out a hailing code. Florence was left to occupy himself by glancing between the ruins of the IGC and the Huntress. "Bree," Hedden answered after 2 beeps. "Tell me you have good news." She shook her head as she strolled closer to the burned-out shell of the building. "Not as such. I'm down here at the Imperial Garrison Command. Not much evidence, but I've got a clear Wookiee footprint. So either the Wookiee was one of the patrons at the time of the hit." "I doubt it," Hedden said. "There aren't many of them on Mon Cal. They prefer trees, not oceans. Or the furball is one of Uruc's warriors." "Okay," he breathed. "That's not good. But at least we have a slight idea what we're up against. Anything else?" Brianna paused near another cracked, and broken chunk of marble from the floor. She picked it up and hefted it in her hand for a moment. Yes. I'm bringing the blasted part of the floor back with me. Do you think you could, There was a long pause from Hedden. I'll see what I can do. Good. See you soon. Belling out. She nodded and signed off as she tucked the chunk of marble into the pack on her left hip. You can't do that. Florin was quick to protest. You can't take evidence from an act of crime. I don't think anyone will miss a fist-sized chunk of rubble, she interrupted. And this might just be the key to tracking Uruc down. Don't complain. The lieutenant seemed to debate with himself over the matter for some time. He opened his mouth, closed it again. Then he slowly sighed and relented. All right, he said. Just don't tell anyone. If my superiors knew I was letting you. The roar of a shuttle passing overhead made him pause, and the young lieutenant looked up into the cloudy sky. Brianna looked up only when she heard Florin curse. Blast, he murmured. Now I'm going to get it. She straightened, brushing her hands off as she watched a typical long-winged Imperial shuttle fly in low over the plaza and swoop around for a landing. She narrowed her eyes at the sight and rested her hands on her hips. Friend of yours? Commander Polano, Florin sighed as the shuttle cruised down to the landing pad some meters away, its wings folding up from their inverted Y flight mode. The landing ramp hit the ground with a resounding metallic thud, and a black-uniformed Imperial officer almost instantly came storming down into the cold and humid air. He looked around for a moment, taking in the destruction, then spotted the two and headed for them, clearly angry. His face was red and his fists were clenched as he stalked across the plaza. What is the meaning of this? He snapped as he approached. Brianna folded her arms and raised a skeptical eyebrow. Is there a problem? This is a restricted area. The officer snapped. Civilians are not allowed within 100 meters of this place, by order of Governor Von himself. He turned to Florin and leveled an accusatory finger at the young man's chest. And you, Lieutenant, explain why you are letting a civilian contaminate an active crime scene. Brianna examined this new Imperial. He was tall and athletically built, with dark red hair and a neatly trimmed mustache and beard. He was indeed a commander if the badge on his chest was any indication. His uniform was pressed till the creases looked almost as sharp as razor blades, though the pristine condition of the suit was currently being ruined by the fat raindrops still falling from the sky. He was doing his best to appear tall and menacing, puffing out his chest and looking down his nose at the two standing before him, but Brianna wasn't impressed. She could take him if push came to shove. Answer me, Lieutenant. This civilian is a bounty hunter, Florin stammered. On special assignment from Imperial intelligence. She's here to bring Uruc to justice. That got the commander to pause. He stood silent for a few moments as if lost for words. Then he turned to Brianna and eyed her just as she had observed him moments before. His gaze lingered a little too long for her to think he was only sizing up the heavy pistols on her belt, but she ignored the stare. It was half the reason she dressed the way she did after all. So long as her enemies kept their eyes on her chest and away from her guns, she was a happy huntress. Well, he scowled at her with gritted teeth and narrowed eyes. It seems my apologies are warranted, ma'am. I did not mean. She brushed past him and returned to the waiting speeder bus. Save it. I need to link up with the rest of my team. I've a briefing to attend. She thought that would be the end of it all, but she was mistaken. She had barely taken 4 steps before Polano fell in next to her, hands clasped behind his back and chin raised imperiously. His earlier fury had seemingly evaporated, though his condescending posture remained as flawlessly maintained as his uniform. And what clues have you found so far? He asked. Anything conclusive? I've been on the job for officially. She consulted the chrono on her armored vambrace, an hour. So no. Not yet. Polano grunted. You will keep me posted on your findings, will you? She scoffed. Why? Last I checked, I'm not working for you. I have been tasked by the governor to find and silence a leak within our ranks, Polano said. Someone who is supplying Uruc with classified information. So you could say that our jobs are mutually beneficial. I'm not being paid to assist your investigation. All I'm here to do is find Uruc, capture her, and turn her into your boss. Maybe she'll crack under interrogation and spit up a name. She shot him a seemingly innocent smile, though she did her best to pour every ounce of contempt she could into the motion. Until then, you'll just have to get off your neatly pressed backside and do the job yourself. She expected an uptight Shabur like Pelano to take offense at her ridicule, but to her surprise he just laughed. Amusing, he chuckled as they drew up to the speeder. But I am not joking. I'm ordering you to provide me with daily reports of your progress. She stopped next to the bus and spun to face him, poking him in the chest and wrinkling his perfectly ironed uniform. Listen, she said with a scowl, there are a few things we have to set straight. Firstly, I've been privately contracted by Imperial intelligence, not Mon Cal Imperial command. So you have exactly no authority over me. Secondly, I wouldn't give you those reports even if you could order me around. And thirdly, she dropped her prodding finger and moved away from him. Keep your distance. I have enough bloody problems without a third party butting into my job. Just let me do what I've been hired to do, and I'll be out of your hair before you know it. Interfere, and you're as much a threat to the success of my mission as Uruc herself, and I will act accordingly. She pounded on the side of the speeder bus, and the pilot popped the door. She only made it up the first 2 stairs when Pelano laughed again. I like your spirit, bounty hunter, he chuckled. It is rare to find such fire among your kind. Maybe you can deliver your first report over dinner. At the upcoming banquet, perhaps. She paused, her face drawing down in a deep scowl. Was this stuck-up nerve herder seriously still demanding reports and on top of asking her out on a date? She could barely believe his audacity. Even for an Imperial, he didn't know when to take no for an answer. Not going to happen, she said, brushing away his offer as nonchalantly as she could manage. And why, if I may inquire, Pelano said with a sickeningly patronizing smile, will it not happen? Too much work to do. The excuse sounded weak even to her ears, so she quickly added, besides, I happen to be in a perfectly happy relationship with the Mandalorian. The overbearing man's chuckle stopped almost instantly, and a small, triumphant grin flashed across her lips at his dismay. She half turned back to him, still smiling that sweet and innocent smile. Like I said, keep your distance. So, Hedden said when he and Jay met up with Brianna again. What have you got for me? The huntress unzipped the pack on her hip and pulled out a burnt, blasted piece of marble. She tossed it to him and he snatched it out of the air almost faster than Jay's eyes could follow. He rolled it around in his hands for a moment, studying every minute detail his sharp eyes and sharper HUD scanners could pick out. From Jay's perspective, it looked like little more than a burned hunk of rock, but Hedden was clearly fascinated by it. He eventually looked up at his girlfriend and tilted his helmeted head. You think I'll be able to read something from this? She shrugged and folded her arms across her chest, grimacing against the cold, drizzling rain. The 3 hunters were standing on one of the balconies of the Imperial Security Bureau complex, in private offices Vaughn had loaned them for the purposes of their hunt. They needed someplace secure to work on the next part of their plan, free from the hectic bustle of the evacuation. The view that was afforded to them from the balcony was of a dreary gray city masked by distant sheets of rain and occasionally illuminated by strikes of lightning. The few organic parks that were scattered around town were full of trees bending back and forth in the gale and releasing clouds of leaves to float along currents of the wind. The skylanes were clogged with citizen transports fleeing the city, and every 5 minutes or so a TIE patrol would scream overhead, scouring the city for signs of trouble in the face of the incoming storm. The streets were near abandoned save for the roads to the spaceport, which were just as backed up as the skies. Where residents had fled, the city almost seemed like a graveyard. There were speeders abandoned in the streets, windows shattered from weather or overzealous looters, and trash overflowing into the open. A few forlorn locals picked their way through the empty city blocks, and a small number of brave businesses were keeping their doors open to the bitter end. But there seemed to be an unbearable tension on the air as the hurricane approached, darkening the sky on the horizon like ancient descriptions of the Corellian apocalypse. Jay shivered and thought, I was under the impression that Satan City was a tropical paradise. But this place. She looked up at the stormy sky, at the near-pitch dark clouds of the hurricane that was massing in the far distance. A bolt of lightning streaked through the air, backlighting the ominous bulk of a star destroyer hovering above the city, preparing to receive local Imperial personnel as the evacuation continued. It was about as far from a tropical paradise as she could imagine, and she knew it would only get worse the longer they spent in the city. Whatever we're going to do, we better get it done fast, she observed. Imperial weather reports are showing that the storm is going to hit the city in force by tomorrow. Will the shields hold? Brianna inquired. They should, Jay said. But until the wind gets really strong, they won't up the power and seal off the city. Too many evacuees going back and forth. And that means the shields won't do Osik to keep out the weather. It's going to get bad before it gets better. In the meantime, the other huntress murmured, folding her arms and following Jay's stare out into the half-abandoned city. Satan is almost empty. Should help us track down any of Uruc's operatives still hiding out here. Something tells me she's not going to go running for the exits because of a little rain. And how exactly is that going to help us track her down? Jay nodded to the blasted rock in Hedden's hand. Her partner glanced up at her, seeming almost confused. He seemed to have been so focused on the piece of rubble that he'd half forgotten there were others present. He hesitated. Well, I can't, how do I put this? Brianna stepped in for her fumbling boyfriend. Hedden has a knack for crime scene reconstruction. He can rebuild and reinvestigate the scene of the hostage situation for us, cameras or no. From a piece of rubble. Jay was doubtful. Hedden was imaginative, but how could he recreate the entire hostage situation from looking a single piece of rubble? How? Planning on running some forensic scans through your HUD. Not exactly, he said. He glanced at Brianna, who nodded her encouragement. He took a deep breath and slowly said, Have you ever heard of psychometry? Jay frowned. It sounds familiar, but I can't give you details, no. It's a, talent of mine. Hedden's voice still sounded reluctant, and he was fidgeting visibly as he spoke. It's the ability to sense the history of any inanimate object by touch. If I concentrate hard enough, I can see the history of an object just by holding it. I can get details even security cams might have missed. Jay frowned at her partner with a derisive scoff, openly skeptical now. Seriously. She looked to Brianna in disbelief. The woman shrugged. I've seen Sheen do some crazy things, she said. If he says he can do it, then he can do it. Jay shook her head. You may be some kind of super soldier for all I know, Stripes, but you're not a Jedi. No offense. None taken, Hedden murmured, still staring at the marble chunk in his hand. The effectiveness of my talents don't require your belief in them. Whether it's real or not, Brianna pointed out, he can get results. He hasn't been wrong yet. If you say so. Hedden walked back into the empty office room, moving silently into the shadows and sitting cross-legged in the dark corner of the room. Make yourselves comfortable, he said, bowing his helmeted head. He pulled his left glove free of his gauntlet and set it on the floor next to him, exposing his too pale skin to the open air. He picked up the piece of rubble with his bare hand, then rested it on the ground in front of him and let his hand drape loosely over its surface. If you want me to get anything accurate from this thing, I'm going to be here for a while. Brianna nodded and patted Jay's shoulder. Come on, rookie. Ching will tell us if he finds anything. The file the imps gave us lists a former JBIME resistance movement operative who lives here in Satan. Kyle, Jay said, remembering reading the same file earlier. Let's go give him a visit, huh? Yeah, Jay said absently, still staring at Hedden. The man seemed to get more and more confusing the longer she knew him, and this new revelation only seemed to add another slew of questions into an already infuriating tangle of mysteries. Chapter 6. Ambush. 1 hour later, Satan City slums. Jay's eyes roamed over the dilapidated buildings, the streets overflowing with trash, and the flickering street lights. There were market stands set up on every street corner, all long abandoned. A few furtive eyes stared at them through darkened windows, but it looked like the majority of the residents had left with the other evacuees. She hooked her thumbs in her belt as she walked, one hand kept purposefully near her blaster while the other hovered over her credit pouch. She didn't trust either to leave her grasp in this area. So this is the refugee sector, huh? Looks like Keldabe. All we need is a Mon Cal branch of the Audiobook and it's just like home. The streets and buildings were all painted a kind of uniform gray-blue, dark and foreboding in the light of the cloud-wreathed sun setting behind them. It was shabby, but not quite the dump many imagined when they thought refugee sector. There was a line of 20-story buildings on the left side of the street while smaller apartment buildings made up the right. Apparently, the city had such a large population, even the slums boasted skyscrapers. I'm going to tell Aramis that you said that. Brianna snickered as she picked her way around a rubbish pile that had spilled out into the street. In the meantime, let's stay focused. Our ex-guerrilla fighter may be 50-some years old, but he's still dangerous. You've probably got more than enough weapons to take him, Jay said, adjusting the pistol on her hip. Ever since arriving, Jay had been studying Brianna's gear. A form-fitting flak vest cut at the shoulder and waist to reveal a tantalizing amount of bare skin, complemented by thick black cargo pants and armored boots that stopped midway up her shins. She had 2 large blaster pistols holstered on either hip, a holopad-equipped forearm plate on one arm, and a tall metal plate guard on her right shoulder that protected her neck and collar from unwanted attack. A long-handled Mandalorian Beskar saber hung across her back, and a bandolier of low-power stun grenades was hooked over her other shoulder. She was truly the perfect hollow, net image of a bounty huntress, beautiful, deadly, and ready for any action that could present itself. If anything, her kit seemed a bit cliche, like she'd just walked out of some B-grade action holo instead of the heartland of Mandalorian space. But Jay, with her single pistol and vibroblade down one boot, still felt rather insignificant by comparison. Do you think this Kyle guy will have any information for us? She asked Brianna. Just because he served in the JRM with Uruc doesn't necessarily mean he's in league with her. Even if he just has the name of her pet Gizka, Brianna said, keeping a watchful eye on the buildings flanking them, it'll be more information than we have now. What does the reader say? Jay consulted her datapad, looking at the GPS system in particular. It showed a map of Satan City with a small red dot drawn ever closer. The dot represented the home address of a human man named Torrin Kyle, a former Jabimi resistance movement guerrilla with several warrants. The reward for his arrest was just over 1,000 credits. She nodded to the street ahead. His apartment is in the building 2 blocks up, 3rd floor. Brianna's lips pursed and she set off in that direction. Jay fell into step beside her, readjusting her pistol holster again. It didn't matter that she'd survived more than one firefight in the past. She was still nervous at the thought of a potential conflict with this man. She had no desire to fight him if she could avoid it. Brianna must have sensed her unease. Not difficult, if she was honest with herself, because she looked over and said, "Are you nervous, rookie?" "A little." "Don't be. This is just a routine house call from specially appointed Imperial agents." She winked at her companion. "Nothing for Kyle to get in a fuss about." "I'm not sure where you grew up," Jay said, "but on Corellia, Imperial agents didn't come knocking down my door every other day. I think it's safe to assume that Kyle is going to panic when we get there. Then our job just gets that much more fun. Chasing people down is one of my favorite parts of bounty hunting." "Why?" Jay remembered the frantic chase through Anchorhead City during the cash contract. She had almost been shot several different times during that single occurrence. She was in no mood for a repeat of that particularly harrowing adventure. "I'm very fast." Brianna shot her a mischievous grin. "And I like to show it off." Jay snorted as they fell into silence, heading for the building 2 blocks down. The city was eerily quiet for this time of day, disrupted only by the distant rumble of thunder. Jay could almost imagine how this place looked before the storm, children running and laughing along the sidewalks, merchants peddling their wares and shouting out their prices to passers-by, choir mercenaries talking furtively in the shadows of the towering buildings as they debated contract fees. Were it not for the hurricane bearing down upon them all, Jay could almost imagine enjoying a trip to this place. Brianna sighed. Most would have missed it, but the eerie silence that hung over the city made it difficult to hide the sound. Jay glanced over at the other woman, then decided it was time to own up to her nosiness earlier, if only to clear the air between her and her teammates. In inquiring, no. In demanding, to know details of Hedden and Brianna's personal life, she had seriously overstepped her bounds as Hedden's partner. It had to be set right. Look, she began hesitantly. I wanted to apologize. About earlier, when we were in orbit. I shouldn't have pried into your personal life with Hedden. Brianna shook her head with a dismissive grunt. It's not your fault. It's our fault for letting our argument spill into the job. It was unprofessional of us both. She hesitated, looking up into the cloudy sky with a weary shrug. It's just difficult, you know. Sin's a great guy, but he can be so stubborn sometimes. And when he gets in his moods, he has the emotional range of a pissed-off transition. Jay couldn't quite claim she knew what that was like, but she couldn't say that she was surprised. Hedden, for all his quiet calm, was ice cold to the point that some people said he felt no emotion at all. When she herself had first heard of the relationship between the Mando and Brianna, she could hardly believe her ears. Everyone goes through troubles, Jay said slowly, weighing her words carefully to avoid her previous error. Just because you two are bounty hunters doesn't make you any different. Brianna let out a quiet chuckle. Yeah, you know, Venkus Garada gave me the same speech once upon a time. Told me that Hedden was just shy and needed time to get his act together. Jay laughed for real now. Hedden. Shy. Venkus seems nice, but he doesn't seem to know Hedden very well. The other woman laughed with her, a genuine laugh free of weariness or worry. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I actually told Venku he was full of Ossic. Her laugh died away. But, to a certain extent, he's right, since mind works differently to yours or mine. Not better or worse, just different. And sometimes it's hard to remember that he reacts to things differently too. Well, I know Hedden cares about you, she said. And I'm sure things will sort themselves out soon. I mean that. Thanks, Jay, Brianna replied. I'm surprised you care that much. Hey, Jay said half indignantly. Voting. Sisters all, remember. What kind of student would I be if I didn't pick up the odd Mando concept? The Coruscanti woman raised an eyebrow. You know that technically only refers to Mandalorians, right? Does it matter? The galaxy would be a better place if everyone shared the same sense of camaraderie. Be careful, Brianna said with a friendly nudge to her arm. Thinking like that is how they get you? Before long, you'll be suiting up in Bascargam and begging them to let you convert. No thanks. Jay laughed and pulled a face. I may get along well with Mandas, but I'm not going to be joining their number anytime soon. Something I think you can agree with, right? Brianna nodded in agreement, then held up her arm and said, Hold up. This is Kyle's apartment building. Jay's hand instinctively drifted to the pistol on her hip. She stared up at the 4-story building, every window dark since any inhabitants had long since evacuated. Brianna craned her neck back to look up to the top of the building. She hooked her thumbs into her belt and let out a whistle. Well, it's a good thing we've got his apartment number otherwise. She was cut off as the thunderous boom of a projectile weapon rang through the still silence of their surroundings. Brianna jumped, her dual pistols instantly in hand, and swinging up to aim at the windows. Jay started, as well, and pulled her own weapon, sweeping the area. Gunshot, Brianna said, narrowing her eyes as she slowly scanned the hundreds of windows on the left side of the street. Long range. An Aerodetch, maybe a blast tech sniper rifle. Heavy-duty stuff. Jay's own heart was pounding in her chest, her gaze roaming all over the street as they both retreated under an awning mounted on the nearest building. As they crouched there in cover, 2 more shots rang through the air. The echoing booms of the blast reverberated away down the street, taking a long time to fade away into silence. Brianna cursed. "Whoever they are, they're not aiming for us." "Three guesses who they are aiming for?" Jay said with a scowl. Brianna nodded tersely, legs tensing as she prepared to move. Another boom, and this time the older huntress ignored it and broke from cover. She sprinted for the front entrance to the apartment building ahead and gestured for Jay to keep up. "Come on," she called over her shoulder. "We need to get to Kyle before that chacker with the gun finishes the job." 2 minutes later, and Brianna kicked the door in, knocking the plastoid right off its hinges and sending it crashing hard to the ground. She knew the situation was bad from the moment she crossed the threshold of the two-room apartment. The entire area was a disaster zone. Sheets of flimsy and random trash littered the floor, jalapenos hung crooked on the walls, and water damage warped the faded paint on the Duracrete walls. The sickly sweet odor of blood lay thick on the air, strong enough to make Brianna's lip curl. A limp form was slumped over the overturned table in the center of the room. It didn't take much to recognize the man. It was Kyle. "Check him," she ordered as she moved in and headed for the refresher, the only other room in the apartment. With another well-placed kick, she knocked the door open and stepped inside. Her pistol swept over the area, eyes lingering on all the corners where an intruder could hide. There was no such intruder. "We're clear." Jay moved into the apartment now, holstering her own blaster, and cautiously made her way to the dead man at the table. She put 2 fingers to his neck to check for a pulse. A moment was spent listening, waiting, before she pulled back and shook her head. "He's dead." Brianna cursed and moved to the window, scanning the street outside for hostiles. There was no one in sight. She sneered and hissed, "Damn it all." "It looks like he was trying to leave in a hurry," Jay observed, gesturing to the mess around them and to a pile of half-packed travel bags scattered on a cot near one wall. "Do you think he knew we were coming?" "I don't know." Brianna shook her head and finally returned her own pistols to the holsters mounted on the back of her belt. "He could have been running from us, his killer, or the bloody hurricane. All that matters is that someone knew we were coming, and that someone just slotted our only lead." She stepped toward the window and traced her fingers along 3 large holes blown through the plastoid window. The force of the impact hadn't managed to shatter the faux glass material, but it did manage to create a latticework of tiny spiderweb cracks around the puncture hole. "Sniper rounds," she breathed, half to herself. ".308 caliber projectiles. Check the body. See if these bullets are what did him in." Jay quickly looked over Kyle's body again, then nodded. Her face pulled into a mask of distaste. "Yeah, it looks like he's got 3 big puncture wounds in his chest." For such an accurate shot through a criffing window, the shooter couldn't have been stationed too far away. "I don't know if you've noticed," Jay said, scooping up a handful of flimsy discarded carelessly on the floor while we're in the middle of a city. "Lots of windows. It's going to take too much time to do a full search this entire area for a sniper who probably bugged out 5 minutes ago." As she surveyed the area outside, a short, sharp flicker caught Brianna's eye. At first, she thought it was merely the setting sun reflecting off the windows on the other side of the street. But it continued, a strange rhythm blinking from the darkness of a window with a steady pulse. It almost looked like an old signal light Mando Ade used to transmit coded messages in ancient data. She frowned and gestured for Jay to draw closer. "Hey, rookie," she said. "Come and take a look at this." Jay looked up from her inspection of the flimsy documents and quickly moved closer. "What's up?" she asked, looking out the window next to her companion. Brianna pointed out the flashing light. "What do you think that is?" "A vid recorder." The light blinked and turned red. Jay's eyes flew wide. "Down." She shoved Brianna out of the way of the window, making the other woman stumble back and trip over an overturned wastebasket. She sprawled back onto the dirty floor with a grunt of surprise and cried out, "Ow. What the hell is your prop?" The entire wall exploded in a wash of flame and rubble only seconds after Jay had somersaulted out of the way. A billowing cloud of debris and fire flowed through the room with a roar to rival the most enraged ranker. Brianna shouted in surprise and held up an arm to shield her eyes as a rain of hot Durkrete chips scattered around her. Jay fell to the ground and covered her head with both hands as the fire washed over her. The torrent lasted only a moment before it faded into oblivion, leaving the two huntresses in shocked and terrified silence. As the rumble of the explosion slowly died away, Jay looked up with watering eyes, still covering her head, while Brianna coughed, and she brushed hot Durkrete chips off of her body. "What the hell was that?" she croaked, staggering back to her feet. Ash danced through the air in the aftermath of the explosion, open flames still smoldering at the impact site. She coughed again and wiped soot from her face, surveying the 1.5-meter hole that had been punched through the Durkrete wall. The ragged edges were red-hot and dripping molten synthstone. "I've never seen anything like it before." Jay groaned as she pushed herself to her feet. She shook her hair back out of her face, which was also dirty and smeared with soot. Merzon plasma missile launcher. Imperial tech. The Marines in my Navy unit wouldn't shut up about it. The flashing light you saw was the infrared targeting laser. That thing would have blown me to red paste. Brianna shook her head before coughing again, doubling over and covering her mouth with the back of one hand. "Thanks, rookie." "Don't mention it." A long rappelling rope flew down from the open window across the street from which the rocket had flown. Moments later, a black-clad form hauled itself over the balcony outside and slid down. Brianna saw the man's descent through the hole blasted into the wall, and her face pulled down in a dark scowl. "Come on," she snarled. "He's making a run for it." "Wait, what are you?" Brianna didn't answer, instead pulling a line of cord from her belt. The magnetized grapple hook snapped into the ground and anchored there, allowing her to throw herself through the blasted hole and rappel down herself to the nearest rooftop a few meters down. Jay, after a moment of surprise, followed her down the rappel line and landed hard next to her, driven to her knees by the drop. Across the street, the black-clad man hit the ground and took off running as soon as his boots hit the sidewalk. The huntresses took off at a sprint as well, keeping up with their would-be assassin as they leaped from rooftop to rooftop. Thankfully, the buildings were so close together here that traversing them was a cinch, and they were quickly able to hop across the building tops with only a little difficulty. Brianna drew her pistols and squeezed off 4 shots at the assassin, making the man stumble as bolts of energized gas peppered the ground at his feet. She cursed and picked up the pace, aware of Jay doing the same next to her. "You know," Jay panted as they scrambled up onto another rooftop above them, heading, "and I chased after an assassin in Anchorhead, too. How many times do you guys have to do this?" "Let's talk," Brianna growled, willing her legs to move faster as she saw the black-clad assassin pulling ahead of them. She threw herself over a low-built wall and rolled when she hit a few feet down to soften the landing. When she came up to her feet again, she called, "More running." They hopped down onto a lower building. Jay stumbled slightly, but Brianna rolled again as she landed and came up moving faster than before. "Faster!" she shouted over her shoulder, fighting to keep the assassin within sight. Jay muttered something Brianna couldn't hear but managed to increase her pace and stay behind the other huntress. Before long, the two came to a vertical drain pipe that looked more than hefty enough to hold their weight. Brianna clambered down like a monkey lizard descending a tree trunk, then dropped the last few feet and landed hard on the street below. Jay was right behind her. They now had their target in their sights, on even ground. But their descent had cost them. Even as they took off running again, it was clear their quarry was drawing further and further away. "We're going to lose him," Jay cried as they ran. Her breath was coming in sharp gasps. Brianna didn't answer, opting instead to pump her legs harder. Her thoughts darted back and forth, simultaneously keeping track of the black-clad man's position, her ammunition count, her breath control, and the location of her companion. It was like all existence had been focused down into those simple subjects. Nothing else outside this chase mattered. Some distance ahead now, the assassin ducked down a side street and vanished. Jay gritted her teeth and thought, there is no way you're getting away, Chacker. Not after you nearly blew the both of us to hell. But their quarry was once again a step ahead of them. The huntresses rounded the corner just as the shooter slipped into the ranks of no less than 6 other men, all clothed in black jumpsuits and masks. 2 carried heavy weapons, and the rest were armed with activated vibro swords that sizzled and spat emerald sparks. They didn't seem surprised to see the huntresses hot on their companions' heels, and wasted no time fanning out in a rough U-shape around their opponents. The assassin slipped through their lines and dashed away down the alley without ever looking back. After a few moments, he was gone. Shit, Brianna thought. By the time we're done with these goons, he'll be long gone. She surveyed the men assembled before her with a sneer, breathing hard as she reloaded her pistols. Hello, boys, she said, raising her heavy weapons to shoulder level with barrels pointed to the sky. From this position, she could fire off a flurry of shots at a moment's notice. Kindly step aside and let us pass. We'd hate to have to get rough with you. Turn around and leave, said one of the larger thugs, a humanoid being hefting a bulky Marzon blaster rifle. He gestured to them with his segmented barrel as he took another step forward. In fact, leave criffing Mon Calamari. If not, we're all gonna have some fun. The thugs chuckled to each other, leering at the 2 huntresses and slapping their weapons against their palms. Let me guess, Jay panted, her hands on her knees as she caught her breath, but not far enough away from her pistol that she wouldn't be ready for a fight. You're the thugs that do Uric's dirty work. One of the thugs let out a rumbling laugh and growled, the boss doesn't like you prying into her business. Kyle was already trying to turn her over to the imps, looking for a reward, and look where that got him. Now it's your turn. What do you say, ladies? Want to play? The big guy gestured with his gun again and took another step forward. One step too many. Brianna's pistols came down and discharged, kicking hard in the cup of her palms. The big guy crumpled without another word, his hefty blaster hitting the concrete pavement below with a crack. The rest of his group stood frozen in shock, staring at his body. Then they turned back to the offending huntresses, their masked faces turning down in mirrored scowls. Nice move, Jay muttered with a scowl of her own. She drew her pistol into her hand and the weapon spun up with a high-pitched whine. They are definitely going to leave us alone now. As one, the thugs charged. Jay barely had time for thought as the thugs raced forward, instead instinctively raising her blaster and firing as fast as her finger could match the firing stud. She managed to drop one of the goons before they got to close enough quarters that her pistol was rendered useless. She glimpsed Brianna tossing her pistols aside, backpedaling as she drew the basket saber sheathed across her back. She raised the heavy weapon in time to block a slash to her throat and brought her knee hard up into her attacker's groin. The man doubled over and fell back, but was quickly replaced by another assailant coming to pick up his slack. The other huntress was blocked from view as Jay ducked, dodging one of the thugs as he swiped at her head with his humming vibro sword. She holstered her pistol and pulled the vibroblade that was sheathed down one of her boots. It activated with a buzz, the hand-length blade lighting up with flickering green light. She slashed at her attacker's stomach with a quick backhand swipe. The thug staggered back with a shout, hands pressed tightly to the bleeding gash in his abdomen. It wasn't a fatal wound, but Jay didn't focus on finishing him off. There were still 3 others to deal with. She brought the hilt of her vibroblade across another thug's head, making him stumble away cursing, and she caught a glimpse of Brianna ramming her metal blade through a black-clad man's chest. The sword erupted from his back with a sickening crackle of ripping flesh and bone. The man stiffened as his killer planted a boot in his stomach and shoved him to the pavement. The bleeding thug had since recovered from his stomach wound and backhanded Jay across the face, taking advantage of her momentary distraction. She cried out and stumbled back against the alley wall. The man followed close behind, reinforced by his other comrade. As they reached for her, however, she kicked out horizontally with her foot, a useful melee move she had learned from numerous sparring matches with Hedden, and caught them both in the heels mid-step, sending them sprawling to the ground. Panting, she pulled her pistol and shot them both in the chest with stun bolts. They twitched and convulsed on the dirty street, engulfed in blue-white lightning. She turned just in time to see Brianna grab a handful of the last thug's mask and slam his face against the alley wall. There was a wet crack as the man's nose broke. Brianna yanked him back and slammed him forward again, then again. Only when his arms went limp did she finally let him fall to the ground. He sprawled into a heap with a pain gurgle. The fight was over and the alley was suddenly silent, save for the quiet rumble of speeders hundreds of feet above them and the distant, ever-present roar of Mon Cal's endless ocean waves. Brianna was panting hard, bleeding from a shallow cut on her forehead. She held a hand to her ribs with a pained grimace, then looked up at Jay. "You okay?" "Yeah." Jay nodded. The slap she'd received still stung, but it was a small price to pay considering the damage they had dished out. She bent and rested her hands on her knees again. It felt like she'd never breathe regularly again, and her knees shook precariously from exertion and exhaustion both. Who the hell are these guys? "Let's find out," Brianna said with a scowl, wiping blood from her forehead. She knelt and grabbed the nearest living man by the front of his jumpsuit. With a wrench, she yanked him up to a rough sitting position. His head lolled onto his shoulder. "Hey, buddy," she said, her palm cracking hard across his face. He didn't stir, so she struck him again, harder this time. "Wake up, Chacker. We've got questions for you." When he still didn't move, Brianna frowned and pulled off his mask. What was revealed was a normal-looking human male in his late 20s, with spiky black hair and tattoos on his forehead. But his eyes were rolled back in his head and his tongue hung fat and limp from slack jaws. Thick white froth was bubbling out of his mouth. "Eat you, Ta," Brianna cursed in Huttese. "What the?" Jay frowned as the other woman dropped the man with another hiss curse. "What happened to him?" "Suicide pills," Brianna said in disgust, turning away to retrieve her discarded pistols. "They must have had them hidden under their tongues or something. Criffing cowards." "Why?" "In case they failed," Brianna said, checking the rest of the thugs. It was the same with every man the huntresses had left alive. Each was dead, foam bubbling from their mouths and dribbling down their chins in thick, sticky strands. It's insurance, so they won't have the opportunity to crack under interrogation. Normal thugs don't do that, I'm guessing. The older huntress kicked the nearest body once, then turned away and ran a hand through her hair. It's a good bet these goons were in contact with Uruc's 13 warriors, and not just local idiots. That assassin probably was as well. "So we were right," Jay said. "Kyle had something to do with Uruc and her warriors." "Probably," Brianna sighed. "That criffer said Kyle was trying to turn Uruc in himself, claim the bounty all for his own. But we'll never know for sure now, will we?" She thumped down onto a nearby crate, gingerly pressing her fingers to the cut on her temple. Jay didn't sit. Her heart was pounding too fast to even contemplate rest. "We should stay here," Brianna sighed. "Law enforcement officers will be here before long, and we should be here to explain the situation." Jay nodded as the other huntress pulled her datapad from the pack on her hip, no doubt prepping a report to give to law enforcement officers and sending ahead a message about what had happened. Jay turned back to the alley, kneeling over the dead thugs with their hollow eyes and frothy mouths. Her lips pursed into a thin, worried white line. When Hedden and I were hunting cash, she thought, everyone was scared enough of their boss to try and kill us on sight. But they never considered killing themselves rather than admit failure. She suddenly felt overwhelmed, like she was far, far out of her league. These weren't just dumb brutes or criminalized businessmen like Cash and his ilk. They were ruthless, cold-hearted killers ready to take out whoever they needed to accomplish their goals. Uruc was a breed apart from the usual scum hunters faced, and she would definitely not go down without a fight. Jay's frown deepened with worry, and she shook her head with a small sigh. In the distance, she could already hear the wailing sirens of incoming law enforcement officers. In a few minutes she'd have to explain all of this, and she barely understood it all herself. That's odd. Brianna, meanwhile, was frowning with equal consternation at her datapad. She tapped in a sequence of codes, then cocked her head as she read. We've got a message from Sheen? Really? Jay glanced over at her, interested. Don't keep it to yourself. Let's hear it. Brianna activated the message, and Hedden's recorded voice suddenly spoke through the pad's small speakers. Whatever you two are doing, the Mandalorian said, drop it and get back to the Imperial Security Bureau. I found out what Uruc and her warriors were after. Jay and Brianna frowned to each other in confusion. Jay was sure Brianna's thoughts matched her own. He knew what Uruc wanted already. They'd only left him a few hours ago. It's a bomb, Hedden said. A bomb that's going to level this entire city if we don't find it soon. Chapter 7. Tishwada. 2 hours later. Hedden pushed his way through the crowd of enforcement officers, the dizzying array of emergency lights flashing through the darkness, and the sound of over 30 officers combing the area for evidence would be disorienting to anyone, but the extra information thrown up at him by his overtaxed HUD just made matters worse. He hadn't heard from Bree or Jay since they had gone to investigate Torrin Kyle apartment some 2.5 hours earlier. Then, just minutes ago, he had heard an emergency broadcast over all comm channels for all law enforcement officers in the area to converge on the apartment complex. The dispatcher said that there had been a firefight between a pair of female bounty hunters, and that there were multiple casualties. His heart was pounding in his ears as he thought, if anything happened to either of them. Let me through, he snapped, shoving a protesting enforcement officer out of the way. I'm supposed to be here, you miserable HUD UN. Images of the two lying dead in the alley flashed through his mind, images of them silenced by his inability to help them, to protect his loved ones. Calm down, he thought. Calm down? You don't know what happened yet. They can't take care of themselves. They can. He broke through the front line of officers and saw a back alley crowded with forensic scientists studying a collection of black-clad bodies. His heart almost stopped before he realized that they were all men, dressed in dull black jumpsuits that made them hard to pick out in the flickering illumination of the emergency lights. He froze where he was, frantically searching for Brianna and Jay. He almost collapsed in relief when he finally spotted them. They had been pulled off to one side and were talking to one of the enforcement officers. From where he was standing, they looked unscathed, save for a small bandage cut on Brianna's forehead. He almost had to sit down, relief making his legs weak. Like I said, Brianna was saying, sounding exasperated as she rubbed her eyes wearily, we were heading to the apartment when we heard 3 shots from a sniper rifle. We got up into the apartment to investigate when. She trailed off as she looked over the officer's shoulder and saw Hedden standing there. She blinked once as if in disbelief, then pushed the officer aside and broke into a run. She threw her arms around him as soon as she was close enough and hugged him tightly. Usually, he would have been uncomfortable at such displays of affection, but now he just didn't care. Instead of pushing his girlfriend away, he hugged her back with furious desperation. All he cared about now was that she and Jay were safe. I'm so sorry I didn't call, she whispered, hugging him tighter if possible. We've been so tied up with these stupid police goons that I couldn't call you. He had never been so glad to hear her smooth Coruscanti accent. I was worried about you, he said. I didn't know anything besides what was on the police report. I didn't know. She pulled back and gave him a gentle headbutt, the closest 2 people could come to a kiss when at least one of them was in armor. Come on, she said, with a smile. You didn't really think a couple higher thugs could drop the rookie and me. I'm touched by your confidence. He smiled behind his helmet as he clasped her hand tightly. I just thought. She shook her head, cutting him off. It doesn't matter. We're both fine. Jay stepped towards them at a more sedate pace, rubbing her wrist and glancing around at the assembled Imperials with a jumpy, self-conscious air. What about you? Hedden asked her, still holding Brianna's hand tightly. Are you okay? I'm fine. She nodded as she adjusted her leather jacket with a nervous sniff. Stupid shudder surprised us more than anything. They didn't stand a chance. Thank you, Amanda. What's the word about the whole deal? Not that we've told the enforcement officers as much, but they were Uruc's hitmen, Bree explained, stepping back toward the alley. They kept us busy while an assassin we were chasing managed to escape. Did any of them tell you anything? Bree shook her head. They killed themselves before we could question them. Vheden paused at that. Suicide troops were a rare commodity, even among terrorist groups. What about Kyle? Dead, Jay sighed. He was shot by the assassin a couple minutes before we got there. The coward tried to do us in too. Vheden craned his neck back and surveyed the apartment building, his gaze lingering on the huge hole that had been blown in the wall. A missile, I would guess, he said. Almost looks like the explosive imprint of one of those old Hellfire droid missiles. New Imperial technology, Jay explained. A targeting missile round. I would be dead right now if it weren't for Jay's instincts, Bree said, sounding more than a little impressed. She saved my life. Vheden looked at his partner, impressed. Really? Oh yeah, Jacob? Wait to keep on your toes. Thanks. But we have more important things to focus on. She still blushed at the praise. When you left a message earlier, you mentioned some kind of bomb. What were you talking about? Yes. Brianna nodded and looked at him, frowning. You sounded worried. Vheden nodded, almost instantly back to business. He glanced over his shoulder and motioned them to follow him down a deserted side alley. Once he was sure they were out of earshot of the present Imperials, he fished in his belt pouches and produced the broken chunk of marble that Bree had taken from the ruins of the Imperial garrison command. I took a shot at reading this, he said, tossing the hunk of rubble to Brianna, and after about 20 minutes, I was able to get a clear picture. I still don't believe you can read the history of something just by touching it, Jay muttered. Believe it or not, he replied evenly, you're going to want to hear what I found out. What were you able to find? I was able to get a clear image of what Uruc's thugs were doing, he reported. They were hacking the Imperial database, looking through all kinds of military files. Since the terminals were located at Imperial Garrison Command, it was just a matter of presenting the right security clearance, and they were in. What were they after? Bree asked him, tossing the chunk of marble from hand to hand. Like I said in the message, he explained. A bomb. More precisely, schematics for a bomb. Imperial Spec Ops, Division 24. Armaments intended for Imperial commandos. Brianna raised an eyebrow, while Jay's attention was focused unwaveringly on him. I was able to see a file number when I was watching the feedback from the rubble, he continued, so I had Jane slice into an identical database at Mandalorian's garrison command. He came back with this. He pulled a holo transmitter from his belt and projected a screen of complicated equipment blueprints into the air between them. Brianna squinted to read the fuzzy words, at which Vheden explained, is a prototype hydroconversion bomb. A high-frequency ionizer to be precise, with 15 expulsion converter tubes in basic, please. Jay shook her head. Not all of us are caught up on engineering jargon. Basically, Vheden corrected, it uses a chemical called polytorizine to make airborne water particles flammable. Then it ignites them. Jay's eyebrow shot up as she took in the consequences, and Brianna let out an impressed whistle. Vheden had to admit, the situation wasn't pretty. Satan City was a floating metropolis, resting on an ocean that stretched for thousands of kilometers. If Uruc were allowed to detonate that bomb? But we caught a lucky break, he quickly added. Polytorizine is highly effective only for a short period. It has an effective radius of something like 200 kilometers. With this hurricane bearing down on us, that can fluctuate to up to 400 kilometers. That's probably when she plans to detonate. How is that lucky? Jay asked. That's more than enough operational distance to send Satan City sky high. It's lucky in that Uruc won't burn all of Mon Cal by activating the bomb, Brianna said. She'll just kill the city and anyone unlucky enough to still be here when the hurricane hits. She turned back to Vheden and put her hands on her hips. What do you think she'll do with this bomb? My guess is that she'll hit the banquet. That's a pretty big assumption to make. Jay presented a good case earlier, he pressed. There's going to be a big party with all the biggest Imperial figures on Mon Cal. Security's going to be difficult to keep track of with so many guests, and it's going to take place more or less right as the hurricane gets here. Bree pondered over this for a time, then reluctantly nodded. That makes a sort of sense. Then she can threaten to set off the bomb, unless the imps hand over a suitable ransom. That sounds like her MO. Jay nodded as well, except that she's not going to let the Imperials go when she gets her ransom. But, well, do you think we should tell the Imperials about this? And then what? Brianna asked her. Watch Uruc panic and bug out to find a new target when the imps beef up their security protocols. Veden agreed. We have the upper hand here, and we have a good idea of what her next target is. I say we use that knowledge to our advantage. And make her come to us, Jay said slowly. It was an early lesson that he had taught her. It didn't happen often, but under certain circumstances, bounties would play right into the hunter's hands. That makes sense. So, Veden said, turning to Brianna, Jay, and I are following your lead, Bree. What's our next move? Just wait for Uruc to come to us. Brianna considered for a moment, then shook her head. We need more info, and the banquet isn't until tomorrow afternoon. I think now is the perfect time to meet my contact. Midnight? Jay rubbed her eyes wearily as the three of them walked through the eerily empty streets of Satan City, joined by a nervous-looking Lieutenant Florin. And you're sure you weren't able to find anything at the scene of the ambush? Florin was asking, casting glances left and right down the dark street. Brianna shook her head and said, nothing. Those assassins were very discreet. Nothing that could potentially link them back to their employers. No scars, no tattoos, no gang signs. They could have been vat-grown clones for all we know. And you have no idea who was trying to kill you? Not a clue? That's the reason we're heading to meet my contact. Jay was moderately surprised at the casualness of Brianna's tone, given the fact that she was lying through her teeth. Florin bought it, though, and nodded to himself as he murmured, Of course. That makes sense. When we do get there, Brianna continued, pointing at Florin, you'll have to wait outside. This guy is a valuable contact, but he's skittish as a Giska. I don't want you scaring him away. Does he have something to hide from the Empire? How should I know? She said. The man's my contact, not my childhood chum. But if we want his information, we'll have to play by his rules. So wait outside. Florin reluctantly nodded again and muttered, As you wish. Jay glanced apprehensively at the Imperial, then increased her pace, and fell into step next to Veden. So, who is this contact exactly? She murmured. He shrugged. I don't know. Brianna's very protective of the people who provide her with information. I'd be surprised if she lets us into the building. Why? Because these people put their lives, careers, and livelihoods on the line to provide for us bounty hunters. Dishing out information like they do is dangerous. If a hunter loses a contract and the target tracks it back to the finder, there's no telling what will happen. Brianna tends to think that deserves more than just money, but mutual respect and trust as well. She bonds with her contacts. That doesn't seem smart, Jay observed. Trusting people who sell information for money? On the contrary, he replied, is smarter than it sounds. If your contacts trust you, then they'll be willing to help you get a leg up. Maybe give you tips before they hand it off to others. Maybe put in some extra effort to dig up specialty contracts other hunters can't find. He had a point. Jay suddenly remembered the friendly journeyman protector, Tehran Matler, who had provided them with invaluable information during the hunt for Cash Goran. They would have never found the gangster without his help. Okay, so you have to trust your contacts. But then what? Eventually you gather a network of informants that effectively gives you ears in every spaceport in the galaxy and eyes at every hyperspace checkpoint. It makes your job much easier. But you have to be at the beck and call of everyone you toss a cred to, Jay said. I thought bounty hunters were more independent than that. It's more than being at their beck and call, Veden said slowly. You help them because they're your friend. Because they put their lives on the line every time they come you. so it's the least you can do to repay them. And Brianna spoke up suddenly, your most important hunt may hinge on the generosity of one of those people. They could quite literally be the difference between life and death. Jay wasn't aware that she had been listening. She turned to the other huntress and said, and you think this guy is going to have some kind of magic information regarding Uruc's hit on the banquet? Maybe. Not much escapes his sticky fingers. She gestured to a building up ahead that was plastered with flimsy-plast posters, Imperial propaganda banners, images of entertainment groups that had long since passed through, even Black Sun recruitment as blatantly displayed in broad daylight. The signs were so numerous and plastered on so thick on the building walls, they had actually been cut away to allow room for the rusty dursteel entrance. The windows were grimy and fogged over, cracked in several places until the interior of the building was visible only as a dark smear even in the light of nearby street lamps. A damaged, flickering holographic sign above the door read Kitco S Speeder and Submersible Repair. It looked like the place had been completely overlooked and ignored for years. Business is flourishing, I see, Florin observed sourly, his face curling in disdain. This place is disgusting. You'll be waiting outside, remember, Brianna said, not looking back at him. Don't complain. You're getting the easy part of the deal. The young lieutenant sighed but turned his back to them, waiting on the street corner with his arms clasped behind his back. Jay watched him for a moment with narrowed eyes, then turned back to the other two hunters and murmured, I don't trust him. He seems very interested in our business. You think so? Brianna asked, sounding genuinely interested. She kept her gaze on the street ahead as she said, I kind of like him. He's like a womp rat with a uniform and a twitchy demeanor. Jay rolled her eyes. That can describe virtually half the Imperial Navy. Vedden scoffed quietly, but said nothing. Jay ignored him, staring at the ground at her feet and grimacing. As much as she hated to admit it, she had to agree with Florin, this place was disgusting. The street was piled with trash and filth sometimes almost ankle deep. Only a quarter of the glow lamps mounted along the pavement were functioning and cast eerie, hulking shadows everywhere, and the stink of filth and muck was all-encompassing. Even Hedden showed signs that he could smell the nauseating stench, though his helmet supposedly had built-in odor blockers. Jay herself was having a hard time keeping her stomach under control, and she wasn't sure how Brianna was able to bear the stink with such stamina. The area painted a stark contrast to the pristine streets of Satan that she'd seen around well-kept areas like Imperial Command. This was definitely not on local stormtrooper patrol routes, making the area dangerous and unpredictable. Then again, that could come in handy considering that they were about to speak to an underworld contact who may or may not have information on their bounty. Brianna held open the poster-plastered door for them as they stepped up to the repair shop, jerking her head and saying, head on in. I've told him that we're on our way. Jay was sure to keep her hand on the butt of her pistol as she walked into the small waiting room beyond. Like the outside of the repair shop, the room was in serious disrepair. The walls were plastered with even more chaotic sheets of flimsy. The corners of the room were cluttered with trash. Only one mounted glow lamp worked serviceably well, casting dim light on the greenish-tiled walls. Jay's lip curled at the sight and smell of the place. It was a wonder this guy was still in business. She sure as hell wouldn't bring any vehicle here for repair. Brianna stepped into the room, surveyed the grimy scene with her thumbs hooked into her belt, then stepped up to the front desk, currently vacant, and tapped the service buzzer. A shrill mechanical tone rang through the room, to no response. Jay glanced around with a raised eyebrow, looking at the others for a clue as to what to do. Vedden was expressionless and calm as usual, his helmeted gaze staring unwaveringly ahead. Brianna tapped one foot impatiently, then hit the buzzer again. Again, nothing happened. The huntress glanced over her shoulder at Vedden, who nodded pointedly toward a door behind the front desk marked with the words "Employees Only" in Basic. She lowered her head determinedly and vaulted over the front desk to approach the door. She hammered her fist 3 times against the rusted surface of the dursteel. I know you're in there, she called. Unlock the door. No, came the muffled response. She huffed. Are we seriously doing this? Unlock the door. No, the voice answered firmly. The huntress stepped back and pulled one of her pistols, aiming it at the door. She racked back the charging rod, making sure the whining of the blaster spinning up was clearly audible before saying, "Unlock the door, or I blow it down." When nothing happened, Jay thought that Brianna would actually be forced to blow the door open. She would do it too, Jay had no doubt. But after a few seconds of silence, there was a scrabbling at the other end of the door, and it opened just a crack. Jay stifled a gasp as she saw a single pupilless black eye peer through the cracked door, shining in the dim light. A deep voice warbled out from the thin opening, thick with an accent she couldn't place. "What do you want, Bellin?" "You have to ask." Brianna raised an eyebrow as she stepped back and holstered her pistol. "It's not like I make regular social calls to Mon Calamari. Not that your place isn't," she grimaced nice. The black eye blinked, green lids sliding slowly over the glassy surface. Then the door opened to reveal a chubby teal-skinned Nautolan dressed in stained coveralls. He clutched a hydro spanner in one hand like a weapon as he slowly stepped out into the room beyond. Shoulder-length green-brown head tendrils waved slightly, like a breeze through a human's hair. As his bottomless black gaze fell on Vheden, his already large eyes widened, and he scrambled to dive back into the back room. Jay barely even saw Vheden move. In the blink of an eye, he was right next to Brianna. Without pause, he balled up a fist and punched the Nautolan in the face. The alien staggered back with a cry, his waving head tendrils flapping in shock and surprise as he clapped his pudgy hands to his face. Jay was more than surprised. She had never seen such unprovoked violence from her partner. "Tishwada?" Vheden stepped back with a snarl. "I should have known." The Nautolan cursed as dark blood dripped into his green-skinned palm, then glared up at Vheden, a frightening look from those broad black eyes. He straightened, balling his fists. "My name is Lin Kitco now, you buckethead. I should shoot you where you stand for attacking me like that." "Bring it on, Irudii," Vheden snapped, pounding a fist against his left chest plate in open challenge and stepping towards him. "First shot's free." Brianna stepped between the Mandalorian and the Nautolan, holding her hands up in a placating gesture as she said, "Vheden, calm down. Let me explain." "There's only one thing to explain," Vheden said, his hand drifting dangerously close to the shaft of the saber pike hooked to the side of his rocket pack. "And that's that this hut and sold me out to Fett and left me bleeding in the snow back on Alderaan." In a lithe motion, he pulled the saber staff, pointing the emitter in the Nautolan's direction. "You were laughing as you left me to die there in the mountains, you Irudii bastard. I think it's high time I started my scout collection after all." "You will not," Brianna pressed, grasping Veden's armor gauntlet and putting her other hand on his chest plate. "Wada's the only reliable source of information that we've got right now. Stand down." Vheden did not stand down. If anything, he puffed up even larger. Jay could almost sense the rage pouring off him. But while a lesser woman would have backed down in the face of an enraged Mandalorian, Brianna was no lesser woman. She put both hands on Veden's shoulders and pushed, forcefully walking him back a few steps. "Chain," she said in a quiet, serious tone. "We need him. Stand down." The Mandalorian stared at Brianna through his blank faceplate for a few moments, long enough to have Jay wondering if he'd listen. Then, to her great surprise, he sighed and lowered his weapon. "Fine," he spat. He hooked his pike back to his jetpack and stepped away. "I'll play nice, but I don't trust a single word that comes out of his slimy mouth. You shouldn't either." "Hey," the Nautolan, Wada, growled, pointing an angry finger at Vheden. "Watch your mouth, buckethead. Nautolans aren't slimy." Vheden said nothing, just stared at the alien with a gaze that, though hidden behind his helmet, still looked as if it could freeze open flames. Wada visibly shivered and shot the man a rude hand gesture as Vheden stepped back to stand next to his partner. Once convinced there would be no more punching, she leaned over and murmured, "Smooth. I stand in awe of your self-control, Stripes." He clenched a gloved fist. "That Atrikov almost got me killed. Fett doesn't leave behind witnesses, and it was just dumb luck that I got away. I still have scars from that fight. Jay shrugged as she watched Brianna exchange mild pleasantries with the Nautolan mechanic, obviously trying to counteract Hannon's unexpected violence. I won't try to second-guess you, but try to refrain from punching the living daylights out of our allies from here on out, okay? He said nothing. With a black-eyed glare at Hannon, Walter wiped the last traces of green-brown blood from his face and said, "Bellin, why are you here? I told you that the only business we do is over comms. I don't like face-to-face meetings." "For obvious reasons," Jay said, glancing at Hannon. The Mandalorian was still all but quivering in rage, fists balled up at his side. Brianna shot them both a warning glance, then said, "Sheen will play nice, or he'll answer to me. We need information, Tish, and we need it fast." "Who are you looking for?" Wada inquired, narrowing his immense black eyes. The waving tendrils on his head slowed down, and he blinked so slowly that it almost looked as if he were falling asleep. This was the Nautolan equivalent of raising an eyebrow. He was interested. "I don't recall sending you any local info." "We're after Jolee Uruc," Brianna replied steadily. Wada let out a dry chuckle as he hefted the hydro spanner in one green-skinned hand. "That's a little outside my circle, Bellin. I can't help you. I'd like to, I really would, but..." "Don't sweet-coat that Osik and try and pass it off as candy," Brianna suddenly snapped. "You're a black market information broker. Nothing on Mon Cal is outside your circle." The Nautolan narrowed his eyes again, but said nothing. Brianna held his deep stare for a few moments, then cursed and produced 2 high-denomination credit chips, seemingly from out of nowhere. "Talk," she ordered, tossing the chips. A single long-fingered hand snatched the chips from the air, and they vanished as quickly as they had appeared. After a moment, Wada cleared his throat with a watery gurgle and beckoned for them to follow him into the back room. Veden stepped forward a little too fast to look casual, so Jay caught his shoulder and stepped in front of him. "Come," she reminded him as she passed. Wada led them into a surprisingly clean and spacious workshop. There were 3 different speeder submersible convertibles hung on droid arms mounted to the ceiling. Several repair droids were scuttling or rolling about, tweaking bolts or tinkering with engine housings. A battered-looking protocol droid beeped and warbled in the corner, watching them with wide photoreceptors. Wada didn't look back as he said, "So big, bad Brianna was tapped to bring in our local lunatic, huh? I wondered who would be picking up the contract. I honestly thought Fett was going to come kicking down my door before too long." He looked over his shoulder and glared at Haddon, an unsettling look coming from those big black eyes. "Of course, you guys aren't much better." "Funny," Haddon grunted. "Get to the point. We want all the info you have, right now." "It'll cost you," Wilder snapped. "What are you offering? How does your life sound?" "Boys," Brianna interjected, "please try and keep this civil. There are ladies present, after all." "Ladies." Wilder let out a gurgly, squishy sound that could have been a snort of derision. "Fine. What do you want to know?" "Where she's hiding would be nice," Jay said. Wilder turned his dark eyes on her. "A newcomer, huh? Well, I don't know if anyone's told you this, but finding these people isn't as easy as you think. If it was, I'd be the carking bounty hunter and wouldn't settle for the scraps tossed to me in return for the occasional tip." "Stay focused, Wilder," Brianna reminded him. "We're on a tight schedule. Uruc's got her hands on a hydro-conversion bomb that's going to wipe out this entire city if we don't stop her soon." That stopped him. The Nautolan froze mid-step, and his waving head tendrils instantly fell still. He opened his mouth, shut it again, then said in a strangled voice, A what?" "An enormous bomb," Brianna clarified. "It'll engulf Satan in a fiery explosion that'll kill, well, pretty much everything." "No pressure." Then, Wada sighed, his head tendrils beginning to wiggle the slightest bit again. "Sometimes I wonder if this is the Force punishing me for a past life. Criff it all. But I think I can help you out." "Good. What do you know?" Wada spun and leaned up against the bulkhead of a Dursteel gray submarine, folding his pudgy arms across his chest. You probably already know about the hit on Imperial Garrison Command, right? Good, so that's what she was looking for. This hydrocorrosive bomb. Hydroconversion bomb, hadn't corrected. Whatever, Wada said, waving a hand dismissively. If that's what she stole, I think I have a good idea of what she's doing. Enlighten us, Brianna said. Wada let out a long breath and said, okay, but try to bear with me, okay. 10 years ago, Uruc was the head of the JBIME resistance movement. She built the organization up into a real war machine, and they were almost able to kick out the Imperials. Then, for no apparent reason, she left JBIME and disappeared. For a while, no one had any idea where she went. But when she came to Mon Cal, I started digging a little. Why? Why would you take an interest in Uruc? Because I knew that she couldn't make it off JBIME without Imperial help, Wada said. She had her face plastered across wanted posters all over that sector. She had to have been smuggled out by either a high ranker with big connections or a Loki grunt who wouldn't be noticed. Great, Jay said. So it's either the deadly end of the spectrum or the invisible one. Were you able to find out who smuggled her off planet? Wada shook his head. No, I wasn't able to find anything out of the ordinary. But it's a good bet that whoever it was followed her to Mon Cal, either to keep her on a leash or to keep helping her. Before you ask, I don't know which. Why not look at the Imperials who arrived on Mon Cal in the months that Uruc showed up? Jay asked. Are you kidding? There's an entire garrison here. Hundreds, sometimes thousands of troop movements a day. You have something, Brianna said. You wouldn't be deliberately wasting our time. Don't sell him short, Veden growled. Wasting a hunter's time is his specialty. Think about it, Wada said, spreading his hands. You've had a look at Uruc's file, right? Yeah, me too. And have you ever wondered why there's been zero progress on her case? Why, in the entire time she's been pulling crap here on Mon Cal, no one's even come close to bringing her in. Imperial incompetence? Jay asked hopefully. Wada snorted again. What about her inside intel? Everyone knows the hit on Imperial Garrison Command wasn't just a lucky break. The day the hit went down, 3/4 of the building's security was away on training drills. It was an hour-long opening at the least, so how did she know about it? More than that, Brianna said, frowning. Why was so much of the security force deployed elsewhere at one time? Where was the backup squad? Wada pointed a long finger at her. There you go. Where indeed? She rubbed her chin thoughtfully as everyone lapsed into uneasy silence. Jay frowned, as well, staring at the Dursteel floor. This wasn't good. If Uruc had help from within the Empire, there was every chance that her infiltrator knew bounty hunters were coming after her. And Jay didn't fancy a repeat of Cash's contract, hunting a bounty who knew your every move and could plan ahead to lead you to your doom. Polano, Brianna said suddenly. Veden's gaze shifted ever so slightly to face Brianna. What? Commander Polano, she repeated, frowning as she thought. An Imperial officer. Pompous big shot, more obsessed with his image than anything else, I think. He dropped in on Florin and me while we were investigating what was left of the garrison command. Oh, Wada said, blinking slowly again. Yeah, he seemed pretty riled up that a bounty hunter was snooping around. He demanded reports of our progress and even asked me out on a bloody date. You didn't agree to it, did you? Veden asked. Jay couldn't tell whether he was talking about the request for reports or the date. Of course I didn't agree. But it seemed odd at the time, a high-ranking imp like him taking an interest in a privately employed bounty hunter. There you go, Wada said, folding his rubbery arms. You've got your first lead. Brianna said, wagging a finger at him. We need more than that. You said you knew what she was doing. I'm getting there, Wada said. He blinked slowly, then continued. Now, while she was still on JBIME, she made a rather large enemy in the form of the local Republic admiral, a non-clone officer named Vaughn. The three hunters glanced at each other, and Wada nodded with a smug smirk. Yeah, as in Governor Vaughn. Why? Brianna demanded. He's just an old bureaucrat. He's an old bureaucrat who used to be in charge of every Republic ship movement in the JBIM system, as well as the coordinator of ground attacks against the separatists that ravaged the planet. If there's a single person directly responsible for the destruction during the war, it would be. Wada hesitated. Well, I don't know, maybe Kenobi since he was the general on the scene, but Vaughn was definitely up there. And Uruc blamed him personally. She's been gunning for him ever since. Vaughn didn't know about this. He would have told us if he did, Veden said, sounding just as confused as the rest of them. And right now, I trust him more than I trust you. You thought Uruc just picked Mon Cal at random? Wada asked with wide black eyes. Or did you not notice that she left the JRM the same year Vaughn was rotated out of the JBIM sector? Interesting, Brianna said, but not enough to help us track her down. We need movements, not motive. Wada nodded. When I found out this little blood feud between the two, I started having some buddies of mine monitor comm chatter between members of the 13 Warriors. And it's gotten exciting in the past few weeks. Apparently the Warriors see their opening at the banquet that's taking place tomorrow. They're going after Vaughn, and they're not going to stop until he's dead. They have a whole battle plan laid out and everything. Jay clapped her hands and said, "Ha! I knew it. Save your celebration for now, rookie," Brianna said, holding up a gloved hand to silence her. Our job just got a lot more dangerous. The governor needs to be warned as soon as possible. She turned to Wada. Do you have any contact with Uruc? Something we could listen in on. Wada hesitated. Maybe. But then again, why don't you contact her yourself, Bellin, and cut out the middle being? The air in the submersible bay grew positively frosty. Wada smirked to himself, Brianna's face drained of all color, and Heden's sinister T-visor slowly turned to survey his girlfriend with silent fury. Wada's black eyes widened even more at the sight, seemingly almost big enough to take up the entire half of his head. He looked to Brianna and laughed. What? You haven't told them? Told us what? Heden said, his voice low. If you want someone to infiltrate Uruc's warriors, she'd probably welcome Bellin with open arms. I mean, she's practically. Brianna interrupted the Nautolan with a scowl. That's not true. Wada's mistaken. He's been listening to old rumors about me. What rumors? Heden asked, his voice very quiet. It doesn't matter, she said, desperation tinging her otherwise neutral tone. Let's just get back to the job. She turned to Wada, clapped him on the shoulder, a little too roughly to look like a casual motion, and said, Thanks for the info, Tish. You'll get double pay if you keep us posted on anything you can dig up. Whatever. Get out of my shop. Wada narrowed his black eyes and tossed his wriggling head tendrils over his shoulder like a self-conscious teenager. Brianna quickly spun on her heel and promptly left the room, disappearing through the door to the waiting room. Jay and Heden glanced at each other. Then Heden turned back to Wada. Also, Heden added, throwing one last glance over his shoulder at the spot where Brianna had disappeared, I'm transmitting a list of materials needed to build this hydro conversion bomb to your datapad. Keep an eye out on any black market movements of this equipment, and you will get paid a bonus. Will do. Wada nodded, narrowing his large eyes in confusion, also staring after Brianna. All animosity between him and Heden seemed to have vanished with her strange disappearance. Heden nodded distractedly as Jay began moving toward the door and slowly followed her, leaving Wada to his submersibles. What was all that about? Jay asked her partner. Heden shook his head, staring at the floor. I have no idea. Kark it all? Are all you bounty hunters the secretive? Jay sighed and shook her head. I mean, is there anything you guys tell each other? He shrugged, and she could tell that he was only half listening to her. She stared at him for a moment, then sighed and stepped past him. She was starting to get fed up with all of these hunters and their lonely warrior crap. Was there anyone they trusted? The longer she thought about it, the more she felt the answer was no. I guess it doesn't matter, she said with a scowl. We've got a banquet to prepare for, and I'm not going to get a good night's sleep again. Chapter 8. Time to set the stage. The rest of that night, and the better part of the next morning, was spent bolstering the defenses of a local restaurant that would be housing the banquet. It wasn't hard work, but it was incredibly time-consuming. The restaurant was a 3-story building, and though only the bottom floor was the actual housing area for guests, each level was spacious enough to house a starship the size of Void. Over the course of hours, Ved and Jay and Brianna had to requisition durasteel armor sheets and security holocoms from local offices in order to weld them or bolt them to the walls and ceiling, create detailed schematics of the building complex, as well as replace all simple transparent steel windows with higher grade material that would stop projectile bullets in case their sniper chose to show up again. Brianna was speaking to the Imperial security team that would oversee the banquet, running them through certain drills and emergency procedures that would ensure the safety of the governor and the other Imperials. Veden personally thought it was a waste of time. These were the typical stormtrooper grunts with barely enough combat intelligence to tell the barrel of a blaster apart from the hand grip, let alone protect their employers if they came under attack. Just to be safe, however, Brianna had some of the troopers go plainclothes for the banquet so they wouldn't be so easily picked out of the crowd. Of all 3 of the hunters, though, Jay had to have the most tedious job of all. She had been tasked with sweeping all 3 floors for bombs, or IEDs, improvised explosive devices. And while the Imperial scanners provided some accuracy when searching for explosives, the majority of her search had to be done manually. And that meant checking every cabinet, every sub-basement, every desk drawer personally. Her job was also the most important, since they had learned from Tishwada in subsequent hours that Uruc was planning on smuggling in her newly built hydro-conversion bomb. There was every chance that the bomb was already hidden within the restaurant, so Jay did not have the luxury of gliding through her task. After she finished her inspection of the level 3 ventilation shafts and returned to the main floor covered in dust, she had reported that the building was all clear, with no sign of any explosives or the hydroconversion bomb. Veden was almost relieved, but at the same time worried even more. That meant they still didn't know where the damn bomb was. Veden himself ran a check of the restaurant's minimal security systems, perusing all the files on the building's database for anomalies in case Uruc had planted a bug or virus in the system. His search found nothing out of the ordinary, but he inserted one of Jan Skarada's custom self-monitoring diagnostic programs into the database just to be sure. The program would alert him if anything in the system accessed any areas it wasn't supposed to. And all that was just the physical labor. They also had run checks through all the guests, interview all the restaurant staff in case Uruc had infiltrated already, and bring the governor up to speed on what they found. Veden and Jay were currently explaining the situation to Governor Vaughn and Lieutenant Florin. Brianna balanced on a ladder behind them, welding an inch-thick sheet of durasteel against the wall, ignoring the indignant cries of the Celestin restaurant owners as she placed the drab metal sheets over the intricately carved frescoes beneath. "And you trust your contact?" Vaughn said nervously, wringing his wrinkled hands and staring out the new windows to the driving rain outside. "Uruc will definitely strike the banquet." "It makes sense, given all that we found out," Jay said, nodding. "It's the biggest target in all of Satan. Almost everywhere else is buttoned down for the hurricane." "Won't she be frightened away by your security measures?" Florin asked, watching Brianna weld the durasteel plates to the wall as the restaurant owners shouted at her, resentfully pounding their fists on the lowest rung of the ladder. The hunter shot them a rude hand gesture, then continued to ignore them. "Our precautions are all relatively low-key," Veden said. "The durasteel will be covered up by fancy wallpaper, and the high-grain transparent steel doesn't look any different from the old windows. I hit the security cams myself, so they're next to invisible. Best case scenario is that she won't even know they're there." There was a tremendous crash as Brianna suddenly fell off the ladder, shaken loose by the angry restaurant owners. She landed hard and crashed through a rare wooden table set up with crystalline decanters and dinnerware, sending glass and wood shards everywhere. She cursed fluently in Mandoa as she struggled to free herself from the pristine white tablecloth, grabbing for her pistols and shouting at the Celestins, who just gibbered back at her. Jay grimaced and said, I should probably go and help out before she shoots someone. As she moved to help the other woman, Vheden turned to Florin and said, there won't be anything to worry about, because you will be right here with the rest of us. The young lieutenant started and said, Me? Why? I need you in the security station on the 3rd floor, Vheden said, keeping an eye on the feed from the holocoms. You'll be our eyes and ears during the Banuket. But why? Florin looked very nervous at the possibility of being present if, or more likely when, Uruc attacked. Because there's going to be over 100 guests, he said patiently. Too many for even my hut to keep track of. You'll need to watch everyone very carefully. If anything looks suspicious, just come us and we'll investigate. The young lieutenant nodded, gulping audibly. In the background, the shouting match between Brianna and the Celestins had grown to an almost deafening volume, and Vheden glanced at the thin rectangular window at the top of his hut that showed his helmet's 360-degree vision. Jay had a hand on Brianna's arm, keeping her from pulling her pistol as the older huntress gestured angrily at the alien restaurant owners, her shouting sporadically mixed with words in Coruscant underspeak, Huttese, and Mandoa. It looked like Jay had the situation more or less under control, so Vheden beckoned for the governor to follow him to a quieter area of the restaurant. While we were investigating, Vheden murmured, almost too quiet to hear even to his own ears, we also dug up an extra motive for Uruc. Oh, Vaughn said, raising an eyebrow. And what would that be? In a word, you? The governor blinked, his face turning almost as white as his hair. Me? He stammered. Why me? Vheden stared into the governor's terrified gaze unsympathetically, searching for signs that the old man was lying or holding back information. As far as he could tell, the Imperial was truly surprised by his words. After a moment, Vheden glanced around the room to ensure everyone was out of earshot, then murmured, Tell me about your deployment on JBI. JBI, Vaughn said. It was a typical year-long military rotation during the Clone Wars. It was a very hard planet to take. The Separatists were dug in, and we met resistance from the natives as well. Why didn't you tell us that you were stationed there? I didn't think about it, the governor replied. I thought it. It just slipped your mind that Uruc was a member of the JBI resistance movement while you were serving there. Did you pay attention to the natives whose lives you destroyed? Even just for security's sake. There were hundreds of death threats every day, Mandalorian, Vaughn said, sounding almost proud of the fact. Far too many for even a platoon of stormtroopers to filter through for genuine threats. I had more important factors to consider than the random bullying of a mad woman, factors far from the concerns of the troops on the battlefield. So basically JBI was just a big battle you saw from space? Vheden asked, his lip curling in newfound disgust for the old man. Yes, Vaughn said, drawing himself up to his full height. I was in command of hundreds of platoons of troops and squadrons of starships, one of the most respected tacticians in the entire JBI battle theater. I was one of the leaders of. I don't give a damn about how many troops you commanded, Vheden snapped, clenching his fists in anger. This was typical, he should have seen this coming. You thought you could reduce a planet's surface to molten slag and just move on with no consequences. You self-centered Huchuan. Now there's no need for such. You need to understand, Governor, he interrupted, that Uruc isn't here to wear away at the Empire's infrastructure. The whole point of everything she's done since coming to Mon Cal has always been about you. To kill you? And right now I have half a mind to let her. Vaughn's white-haired eyebrows pulled down in a scowl. If you allow her to kill me, you will lose your paycheck. Wrong, Vheden said. I've been privately contracted by Imperial Intelligence, Shep's head, and the contract is for Uruc. There are no penalties on my behalf for any loss of Imperial tech, materiel, or personnel. So I could just stand by and let Uruc fry your ass to hell, and I won't bat an eyelash as long as I bring her in. Vaughn scowled deeper but said nothing, at a loss for what to say in return. Eventually, he simply turned on his heel and stormed away, hands clasped tightly behind his back. Vheden stared after him, then turned to find Jay standing right behind him, staring at him. Caught up in his argument with the governor, he hadn't even seen her approach through his helmet's 360-degree vision. He glared at her, even though the gaze was hidden behind his helmet. What? She glanced after the governor, then said, "Would you really do that? Let her kill him. He certainly deserves it," he growled, stalking toward Brianna. She had apparently sorted out her argument with the restaurant owners, and had clambered back up the ladder and returned to her welding. "I'm not disputing that," Jay said, "but I don't think it would be right to let Uruc shoot him. He's just a frail old man. I thought the whole reason you became a bounty hunter was to rid the galaxy of arrogant Shabuire like him." "He's just a frail old man," Jay repeated forcefully. "I was thinking more along the lines of bastards like General Lewin. You know, people who are under 60. Justice should not be subjective to the guilty being's age," Hedden said. "Evil comes in all forms, and even frail old men can be murderers. But a murderer who thinks it an honor, who's proud of the damage he's caused, makes me want to shoot him myself." "What's up with you?" Jay asked, looking over at him. "Cash was a murderer who reveled in killing people, and you weren't this tense. What's wrong?" "Tension, exhaustion, crankiness. Take your pick." He shook his helmeted head wearily. "Truthfully, it's all these damn Imperials. I can't stand them. I'm not too excited either. But we've got a job to do. The quicker we get it done, the quicker we get away from the imps." Hedden stepped up to the ladder and slapped one of the lower rungs. Brianna jumped, obviously thinking the Celestin owners had come back for round 2. When she saw Hedden and Jay, however, she relaxed and pushed her welding goggles up her forehead. "You almost ready?" Hedden asked her. "The banquet's in 3 hours." She slapped a palm against the dursteel, then hopped nimbly up the ladder and landed some 5 feet down on the floor. "Yep," she said, brushing her hands off on her pants. "All we have to do is get the wallpaper up, and we should be able to pass all this off. Uruc could attack this place with an army and not get through." "And what about the security forces? Are they trustworthy?" "Yeah," she nodded. "I ran a check through all their files, and everything clears. Except this one guy." "Which guy?" "Oh no, you misunderstand. His file checked out as well. He's just kind of hard to understand." "Why?" Jay asked, folding her arms across her chest. "Doesn't he speak basic?" Brianna shrugged. "Yeah, but only old basic for some reason. It's all thee, and thou, and I with him." "Charming. In fact," she said, winking at Hedden, "he's kind of cute too. And he's probably a lot less moody than you are. I might just trade up." Hedden didn't let the jibe affect him. He just inclined his head slightly, a motion of irritation, and said, "A speech impediment is hardly a security problem." She clapped him on the armored shoulder and grinned. "What's the matter, Stripes? Afraid of a little competition for my affection?" When he didn't reply, she raised her hands in surrender and said, "All right, calm down. I'm just messing with you." "What's got you in such a good mood?" Jay asked. "In case you don't remember, we were almost killed by Uruc's hitmen, and it's almost a guarantee she's going to try and kill the governor." Brianna grinned again, that same bright smile that was one of Hedden's first, fondest memories of his time on Mandalore. "This hunt is almost over," she said. "We've got Uruc in our sights, and she's coming to us. That should be enough to vault even Hedden into a good mood." "Apparently not," he said, turning away and heading for the kitchens. There were still a lot of staff members to look over, and the banquet was in 3 hours. "Just keep your focus, Bree. We're not out of this yet." Chapter 9. Imperial Banquet. Later that night, Hedden and Jay stood near the back of the main restaurant room, watching the crowd intently. Their preparations for the banquet were complete, and the drab dursteel plates on the walls had been covered with brilliantly colored scarlet wallpaper and antique tapestries. Jay actually thought it looked better than it had before. Soft, tranquil music wafted through the large central restaurant room that was hosting the banquet, coming from the direction of the orchestra stands that had been erected a few hours before the festivities had started. Jay had been nervous about the band at first. A large instrument case would be the perfect hiding place for bombs or blasters. But everyone in the band had checked out, having brought clue horns and flicksers and not crude IEDs or stolen E11 rifles. In the hours since the banquet had opened, the restaurant had quickly filled with hundreds of Imperials, ranging from mid-level officers to high-ranking officials and generals. It was the largest sign of life that Jay had seen since landing the morning before. Virtually all of Satan City's inhabitants had evacuated, fleeing from the hurricane that was just now beginning to rage overhead. But it seemed that these pompous, arrogant Imperial officials had more guts than Jay had previously thought. They had ignored the threat of the storm to attend this banquet, the purpose of which was unknown to Jay. She was forced to admit, however, that if she'd been nervous at the mere sight of stormtroopers before, she was downright terrified now. This many imps, at least one of them was bound to know about the bounty on her head. Standing so blatantly in the open at a banquet like this, next to the Mandalorian who had broken her out, seemed to be asking for trouble. Still, she tried to appear calm and collected, only partially because Hedden had warned her not to give anything away that would alarm the banquet guests and possibly alert any of Uric's infiltrators. She hooked her arms behind her back, unconsciously standing at attention like she used to in her piloting days, and watched the crowd carefully. After a few moments, she leaned closer to Hedden and said, "Tall guy in dark blue, table 16. He keeps glancing around the room. Think he's looking for something." Hedden stood as still as a permacrete pillar, hands linked behind his back as well. It looked as if he was ignoring her, but she guessed that he was consulting his HUD, reading vital information gathered from his helmet systems. He murmured after a moment. "Heart rate is elevated. He's sweating. Something's wrong." After a moment, however, a blonde-haired woman in a revealing white dress stepped out of the crowd and sat near an officer at the head of the table the man occupied. She gave the man in blue a smile that lasted a little too long to be just a casual greeting. The man in dark blue smiled back, but quickly hid it when the officer who sat next to the woman, her husband presumably, looked his way. "That's why he's so nervous," Hedden said, nodding toward the man in blue. His extracurricular activity seemed to be causing him anxiety. Jay let out a quiet sigh and relaxed. So far, they had found no evidence of Uruc, and there was no sign yet that she was going to show herself at all. Hedden tapped the comm signal booster mounted on the side of his helmet. "Brianna," he said, "what have you got?" Brianna had rented a dress from a nearby clothing store and was running security in plain clothing, blending into the crowd. She had insisted on it, even though Hedden had pointed out that, since he rarely removed his helmet and next to no one knew what he looked like, he would be less likely to draw attention to himself. Jay still thought it was rather suspicious, and was pretty sure that Brianna had a viable reason for joining them on this hunt. So far, all she had supplied was that she had a score to settle with Uruc. Exactly what that meant, Jay had no idea. There was a crackle of static over the small comm bead that Jay had hooked into one ear. Then Brianna's voice said, "Nothing yet. I'm keeping an eye out for Uruc, but, well, this is a big crowd. I can't see everywhere at once." "Just keep your area of the room secure," Hedden said. "At least as secure as you can manage." "It's harder than it looks," she replied darkly. "I'm more worried about Okark at all." "What?" Jay asked, glancing at Hedden worriedly. Had Uruc shown herself? "What's wrong?" "It's that Polano guy," Brianna replied. "Damn it, he's still got it in his head that I'm going to give him reports of our progress." "Get him out of there," Hedden said. "He'll blow your cover, and he could be Uruc's contact, remember." "Calm down, Chin," she said. "It'll sell my cover even more if I'm with someone. A woman sitting alone and looking around the room in sporadic intervals is bound to be conspicuous." "She's got a point," Jay admitted. "And she may be able to get some information out of him. Maybe get him to admit that he's the contact." "In the meantime, you two keep on your toes," Brianna said. "There's still a few hours until the end of the banquet." Uric's window of opportunity is rapidly shrinking. If she's going to pull something, it's going to be soon. Vanden nodded and turned his scrutiny back to the crowd. He was very tense. It was so obvious that Jay couldn't help but notice. She nudged him in the arm and said, "Hey, don't worry. She knows what she's doing." He nodded, hands almost clenched into fists as he spoke again. For a moment, Jay thought he was speaking to her, but then she realized he was talking over the comm. "Be careful," he said quietly to Brianna. There was a pause over the comm. Then Brianna replied, "I will." Brianna didn't even try to feign a surprised smile as Commander Polano slid into the seat across from her and rested his palms on the tabletop. She frowned at him as he took her hand and kissed it gently. "Miss Bellin," he said with a wide smile, "I didn't expect to find you here. May I say that you look lovely." Brianna had rented an elegant strapless gray dress for her plainclothes operation at the banquet. It wasn't expensive, but like everything associated with Imperials, it was extravagant almost to a fault. It sparkled as she moved, drawing attention from people she passed, and the form-fitting garment left no room for concealed weapons. She had abandoned her normal tight braid and had instead allowed her long hair to hang loose over her shoulders in wavy arcs. She didn't particularly enjoy looking lovely, as she preferred her high-collared jacket or her more revealing hunting gear to such frivolous clothing. But, not wanting to tip off a suspect for Uric's contact, she bowed her head slightly and said, "Thank you. You look striking yourself." Polano was wearing the exact same uniform clothing as the time she had first met him. The only difference was a small shoulder cape tossed over his right arm. His uniform was once again ironed down so the creases looked more like razor blades than cloth, and every hair on his head was perfectly parted down the middle. "So," he said with a prolonged sigh. He tapped the table with his palms a few times, then said, "Any luck on your hunt?" "Any luck on yours?" "Yes, actually." Polano smiled smugly. "I have tracked Uric's spy to one of the staff of Imperial Command." "Really?" Brianna said, narrowing her eyes. "Oh yes," he said, nodding. "In fact, it's a good bet that the spy is here at this very banquet." Brianna sighed and shook her head quietly. This guy was all but openly admitting that he was on Uric's payroll, in his own self-obsessed way. He was Vaughn's second in command, after all, and a member of the IC staff. Maybe he really thought himself so important as to be untouchable. "And what of your progress?" "I'm not at liberty to say," she replied. "Like I said before, I'm working a private contract for Imperial intelligence. That makes my hunt their business, not yours." "A pity," he said, looking truly remorseful. He sighed and stared at the tabletop. "Yeah, I bet you're unhappy," she thought, staring at him. "Now you've got to go back to your boss and tell her that there are 3 bounty hunters at the banquet as well." "So," Brianna said, attempting to draw Polano into conversation, "the spy could be somewhere at the banquet. Any idea who?" Polano laughed again and shook his head. "I'm not at liberty to say. You see, I am on private assignment by order of Governor Vaughn. So any findings my investigation turns up do not need to be shared with our lackeys." Brianna laughed for real. This was the first halfway intelligent conversation she'd had with the man since she'd met him. "Cute. Did you have a lowly pilot transcribe that line for you, or was that all your own material?" Polano just smiled and said, "You'll find I'm full of surprises." "I'm serious though," Brianna said, leaning forward and resting her forearms on the tabletop. "If you have the identity of Uric's contact, you could tell me and lead me to Uruc that much faster. You can even take all the glory. All I want is Uruc behind bars." "I'm sorry," he said as he shook his head. "Unfortunately, we don't have the contact's identity. He's very devious, always careful to cover his tracks. We have, however, turned up some anomalies." "Enlighten me." "I told you." She flashed him her brightest, most attractive smile, a motion that was harder than it looked, given the amount of time she usually spent interrogating beings at blaster point, and said, "Come on. For business sake." Polano debated with himself for a few moments, watching her as she twirled a strand of her hair between her fingers playfully, still smiling at him. Eventually, he sighed and said, "All right, but this is just between the two of us." "Of course." He glanced around himself, then leaned closer and murmured, "We found that the contact has been sending Uruc-coded messages from a technician's keypad in one of the sublevels of Imperial Command. Apparently, he thought that the sheer number of ingoing and outgoing messages from the terminal would blanket his transmissions, burying them. He was wrong." "What did the messages say?" she asked, genuinely interested. "We don't know. The code is unlike any we've seen before. We think it's a variation of an ancient JBIME battle code, used for communication between allied ancient tribal chieftains before battle. After the banquet began, such communications increased twofold." That didn't sound good, but it wasn't anything Brianna hadn't suspected already. All the evidence they found so far showed that Uruc's organization was mobilizing, getting ready to hit the banquet. This just strengthened that theory. "Anything else?" He hesitated, then said, "The contact has also been supplying information through that terminal, troop movements, building schematics, anything he can get his hands on. The blueprints for Imperial Garrison Command were among these plans." "How is that surprising?" "Those plans are highly guarded. No Madrankan official could get access to them without authorization, and they were all signed out by a single high-ranking officer. In fact..." Suddenly, applause rang through the room as Governor Vaughn stood from his table and stepped up to a podium at the head of the room, a glass full of a dark green liquid in one hand. "Ah," Polano said. "The governor's speech. We can't continue our discussion afterward." No. She glanced at the governor, then back to Polano. "I'm interested now. Who was this officer?" But the governor's voice boomed through the vocal amplifier mounted to the podium now, drowning out her words. She sighed and turned her attention to him as he raised his glass and began his speech. "My friends, associates, and fellow officers," he said with a wide smile, "I thank you all for coming and braving this vicious storm." He gestured to the raging wind and rain outside the windows, the roar of the thunder outside muffled by the building's walls. It was almost noon, yet the clouds blocked the sun outside, making it look as dark as midnight. A brilliant blue-white fork of lightning struck somewhere in the city, accompanied by a deafening clap of thunder. To join us in celebration, Vaughn continued as the rumble died down, turning back to the crowd. "As you know, our lovely Satan City was founded on this day, exactly 100 years ago. Back in those days, the city was nothing but a trading post, floating upon the ever ocean of Mon Calamari, lost in the waves. And since the Empire took Satan under her wing, we have grown into one of the greatest, most beautiful cities in the entire galaxy." Brianna listened with half an ear, keeping a watchful gaze on Polano. Was he deliberately leading her on, dangling a name in front of her like a hydra mushroom in front of an obedient nerve? As far as she could tell, he was just watching the governor with undivided attention. "Seriously," she murmured. "What was the name of the officer?" Polano glanced at her, then waved his hand dismissively and said, "Oh, just some general named Rudyard. He's been detained for questioning." Rudyard? That name sounded familiar. Brianna frowned as she stared at the tabletop, searching her mind for anything to point her in the right direction. "Rudyard, Rashid, where have I heard that name?" Vaughn raised his glass with another smile and said, "We could not have made it without the strength, perseverance, and determination of all of Satan's loyal Imperial servants. And so, I offer this toast, to Satan." "To Satan," the banquet guests chorused, raising their glasses as one and drinking to the toast. Vaughn drank to the toast as well, then raised his glass again. "To Mon Calamari. To Mon Calamari," came the echo from the crowd. Out of curiosity, Brianna pulled her datapad from a small purse she had brought with her and keyed through some files. She paused at one in particular, carefully reading through it. Vaughn drank again, swallowing with some difficulty and grimacing at the strong taste of his drink before raising his glass again and saying, "To the Empire." "To the Empire," the crowd called. Vaughn took a last drink, then set the drink aside, gently massaging his throat. And now I turned the evening's festivities back to Phil Tellinian and his wonderful band. Once more, he coughed slightly, I must thank all of you. He coughed again, grimacing as he rubbed his throat harder. I'm as sorry, he stammered, very pale all of a sudden. I seemed to have something caught in my throat. Brianna reached the end of the file, and her eyes widened in horror. The contact, she thought to herself. How could I have been so stupid to trust him? She stood from the table, but was far too late to intervene. The governor collapsed off the edge of podium and crumpled to the floor. Moments later, all hell broke loose. No sooner had screams begun to echo through the restaurant room than all the doors blew off their hinges, filling the room with smoke and debris. Black armored beings wearing hellish masks stormed through the smoke and smog, blasters in their hands. The stormtrooper guard, both the armored and plainclothes soldiers, immediately sprang into action, drawing weapons and charging at the attackers. No! Brianna shouted at the troopers as guests began panicking and running in all directions. No, remember what I told you. Don't take them head on. Still too late. The black-clothed intruders opened fire, mowing down troopers and guests alike with a spray of blaster fire. Screams rang through the restaurant as white armored troopers fell to the ground in a clatter of armor plates. The attackers nudged the bodies with their toes, then stepped over them, aiming their weapons into the crowd and shouting for everyone to freeze and get on the ground. Damn it, Brianna shouted, and spun back to her table. Polano had disappeared to Force Nowhere, but she barely cared. She just grabbed for her datapad and the purse that held her comlink and her pistols. She debated which to grab first, then decided on the comlink. She frantically keyed in the code. Chain, where are you? Then another black-clad figure strolled through the door, flanked by a purple-skinned Twi'lek and a towering, hairy Wookiee. The Wookiee roared and clapped his huge hands together in anticipation as Jolee Uruc drew her pistol and fired twice into the air. Unlike the shots from the 13 intruders before, these two blaster shots drew everyone's attention. With wide eyes, the banquet guests turned to Uruc, many of them whimpering in fear. There was silence for a few moments as Uruc surveyed her new captives. Ladies and gentlemen, she finally said, surveying the crowd with a scowl. This party is officially over. Stay on the ground, stay quiet, and my associates and I will try to make this evening as quick and painless as possible. Chapter 10. Dinner is ruined. Jay could barely believe it when Governor Vaughn pitched over the side of the podium, crumpling into a heap at the bottom of the stage. She jumped, startled out of her shock, as guests began screaming and moving to stand from their seats. They didn't make it far. Moments later, the doors were blown inward, falling to the ground with loud crashes, smoke wafting into the room from the breech charges. Down, Vheden shouted, putting a hand on Jay's shoulder and shoving her to the ground as blaster fire slashed through the air above their heads. Jay covered her head, risking a glance up at the breech doors. Emerging from the smoke were masked intruders wearing black armor and holding standard-issue Imperial blasters. They fired into the crowd, taking out the stormtrooper guards that dared to charge them. Come on, Vheden said, kneeling and pulling a pistol from a holster on his belt. We have to get to Vaughn. What the hell happened? She asked as they made their way in a crouched run for the podium, pushing their way through the panicking crowd. Uruc wasn't supposed to attack from the inside. She outsmarted us, Vheden growled, shoving aside the screaming Rodian waiter. Let us waste our time hardening defenses against an exterior assault while we should have focused our attention elsewhere. They finally reached the podium, which had been knocked over by the panicking guests. Vaughn's crumpled, limp form lay next to it, unmoving. Vheden checked his pulse quickly, then shook his helmeted head. Dead. How? Jay asked, wincing as 3 staccato blaster shots rang through the room, quickly followed by terrified wails. Vheden dabbed some of the governor's spilled drink onto his gloved fingertips, then tapped them against a readout on his gauntlet. He stared at it for a moment, then nodded. Fluoroxide, he said as the chemical analysis came back. Imperial produced neurotoxin that's extremely lethal to humans when mixed with alcohol. Makes sense? Imperial commandos have been using it for assassinations for years. She poisoned him? Why didn't we expect that? He shook his head in disgust and said, again, she had our attention focused on an all-out attack. She's never displayed this kind of subtlety before. She must have been saving this plan, biding her time for years. Suddenly, 2 deafening blaster shots rang through the room, and everything went silent. Jay heard a woman's voice call, "Ladies and gentlemen, this party is officially over. Stay on the ground, stay quiet, and my associates and I will try to make this evening as quick and painless as possible." "Uh-oh," she whispered, risking a quick peek over a tabletop. "That sounds like Uruc." Veden stared in the same direction, his helmet's flak-like rangefinder sliding down to eye level with a quiet mechanical buzz. He surveyed the woman, who was guarded by a Twi'lek and a massive black-furred Wookiee, and nodded. "Yeah, that's her. Facial recognition confirms it." "So what are you waiting for?" she said, gesturing at his helmet and the comm equipment she knew was housed inside. "Call law enforcement. Get them to block off this area and—" "No good." He shook his head. "This is a hostage situation, and if she gets a single glimpse of the local security force, she's going to kill everyone here. She doesn't intend to let anyone go anyway. But if we play our cards right," he said, putting his pistol away, "we might be able to capture her and her thugs with minimal casualties." "What are you suggesting?" "Right now." He shook his head. "We'll have to split up. You stay here, keep quiet, and do whatever they tell you. If you disobey, that just gives them more reason to shoot you." "What about you?" she asked, staring at Uruc over the table. "You kinda stand out in a crowd. Mandalorians aren't exactly your typical Imperial citizen." When he didn't answer, she looked over and said, "Veden." But he had disappeared. All she saw was his empty helmet, resting on the floor next to her, and his armored flak vest and jetpack a few feet beyond that. Veden had apparently decided to go plain clothes, as he'd originally planned. It was a sound strategy, since no one present knew his real identity. He could effortlessly blend in with the crowd and strike when they least expected it. It wasn't much of an advantage, but it was something. She wished her partner good luck as she gathered up his fallen armor and tucked it underneath the podium for him to retrieve later. But there was still a pretty major problem. In a room full of Imperial officers, clothed in sharp-looking uniforms and elegant-looking dresses, a woman with pistol and an armor leather jacket also stood out. She'd have to find a way to blend in better as well. So, as Uruc and her thugs began to comb through the crowd, ordering their captives to hand over any comm devices or weapons, as well as any valuables while they were at it, Jay crept through the crowd and into a side passage. She froze and pressed up against a wall as she saw another of Uruc's thugs guarding the hall outside the main banquet room. As soon as the BN had his back turned, she ducked across the hall and through the door into a fresher. She silently closed the door behind her and let out a long breath. The fresher room was almost eerily silent compared to the pandemonium of the main restaurant room. All Jay could hear was the quiet hum of the electron lights above the wash basins. "Okay," she thought, shaking her head to clear it. "Stay focused. Think of something. You've got to find some way to draw less attention to yourself. Some way to blend in, just like Veden and Brianna did." But ballroom dresses couldn't exactly be found in any old utility closet, and without her jacket, she had no other clothes than her simple rough material combat pants and a cloth tank top. Not exactly standard dress for an Imperial banquet. There may be other options, however. She saw a side door leading to an employee's fresher, reserved for staff of the restaurant. She pushed through it quietly, her eyes roving all of the small room beyond. She let out a relieved breath as she saw a rack of waitress uniforms near one wall, stored so the fresher doubled as a changing room while the banquet was taking place. Simple garments that were easy to overlook compared to some of the get-ups the Imperial guests were wearing. The uniforms consisted of a light blue blouse and skirt and moderately uncomfortable-looking shoes of the same color. They weren't exactly what someone would want to be wearing while taken hostage, seeing as how they offered nothing close to the protection her blast-resistant jacket presented, but they were relatively inconspicuous, and that served her purposes quite well. "Thank you," she thought as she rummaged through them, looking for a size that fit her. Thank you. This is just what I was looking for." As she pulled a uniform off the rack and slid off the plastic sheet covering, she activated her ear-mounted comlink and whispered, "Florin. Florin, you there?" "Thank the Emperor," came the young lieutenant's voice. He was stationed in the barricaded security outpost 2 floors up, monitoring the security cam feeds for anything suspicious, so he could warn the hunters before Uruc had a chance to pull anything. So far, thought, he had failed his job miserably. "You're alive." For the moment, Jay said, glancing over her shoulder, wary of anyone following her. The guard must not have heard her enter the fresher, so she was clear for now. "Uruc's guards have taken the guest hostage," Florin said, fear evident in his voice. "And the governor is, I think he may be dead." She rolled her eyes, pulling off her jacket and tossing it in one corner. After a few moments, her belt, pistol, and holster followed it. She didn't want Uruc's warriors to find a weapon on her. If they did, the consequences would be severe. "What's going on in there?" she asked him. There was a pause over the comm. Then he reported Uruc's warriors are rounding up the guests into the center of the room. "There are several guests who are wounded," he gulped and added. "Several are dead." That wasn't good. Any hope of melting back into the crowd as easily as she had left was now gone. She'd have to find a way around that. "What about Hedon or Brianna?" she asked, pulling her undershirt over her head and replacing it with the light blue uniform blouse. "Can you see either of them?" "No," came the quick response. "There are over 100 guests. It's very difficult to pick out one from the other." Finally, some good news. With so many guests, very few of them would stand out from the other. Jay hoped she would not be among those who were easily recognizable. What should I do?" Florin asked nervously. She could hear the sound of keys clacking in the background of his transmission. "Keep an eye on the situation and keep me informed on what's going on," Jay said, tossing aside her pants and stepping into the uniform skirt. "If Uruc or her thugs do something, I want to know about it." "What if they come up to the 3rd floor?" he asked. "For save me, what if they try and get into the security station?" "The doors of that place are over a meter thick of reinforced durasteel," she reassured him. "We reinforced them this afternoon, remember. It would take hours for even a lightsaber to cut through there." "They might have that much time." She sighed as she tied her hair up into a bun similar to the kind she'd seen waitresses use. "Then we'll worry about that eventuality when we come to it. In the meantime, keep an eye out up there and keep me posted. Makina out." She examined herself in the mirror, making sure her disguise was complete. She now looked almost exactly like one of the restaurant's many waitresses, and would surely draw little attention to herself. That still didn't exactly make her plan any less frightening, and she couldn't exactly sneak back into the restaurant room. By now, Uruc's warriors would have secured the doors, so there was only one alternative. Her heart was pounding as she stepped back into the normal fresher. She took a deep breath and thought, "Oh, this is a terrible idea." Then she slammed the door open and stormed out into the hall beyond, cursing. As soon as she emerged into the hall, the black armored guard spun and leveled his blaster at her. "Who are you?" he snapped. "What are you doing?" "My name is Lily," she shot back with a glare. "And I'll tell you what the hell I'm doing. I'm going to go in that restaurant and give that bastard Poe a piece of my mind. I don't care if I have to Karkin shoot him in front of the entire Karkin restaurant. He thinks he can cheat on me with that damn Twi'lek. I don't think." The man stepped forward and racked back the charging rod on the blaster, aiming the weapon at her forehead and growling, "No. You're coming with me?" The fear that showed on Jay's face was real, but she was lying through her teeth as she raised her hands and said, "Look, mister, I don't want any trouble. I just want." The guard interrupted her again and gestured with the rifle. "Move it, down the hall. And don't try anything funny." She nodded quickly, hands still in the air, and moved down the hall, throwing sporadic fearful glances over her shoulder. "Hey, are you with security?" she stammered after a few long moments, trying to sell her cover story. "I wasn't really going to shoot Poe." "Shut up," the guard growled. "Just walk." She was led down the hall that surrounded the central restaurant room, lush red carpeting underfoot and extravagant paintings on the walls. The guard pressed the barrel of his rifle uncomfortably into the small of her back, but she continued to play the part of the innocent waitress. "I don't want any tea trouble," she stammered as she forced her hands to tremble. "It wasn't difficult. I just want." The guard shoved her around a corner to a waiting group of black armored thugs who were hauling a large Durasteel crate through the front doors. Jay paused, staring at it for a moment. "That's not good," she thought. "That has to be the Hydra conversion bomb. I have to warn Hedden or Brianna." Then the guard shoved her in the back again, towards the troopers. "What have you got there?" one of them said as he looked up. Jay saw eerily sparkling violet eyes through the slits in the man's black face mask, and she shuddered. "Some dumb waitress who wasn't on duty when we took the central room," Jay's guard growled. "I'm taking her back to the main group." The violet-eyed thug stepped forward and squeezed Jay's face in his hand. He turned her head side to side, studying her with narrowed eyes. "I don't know," he said. "I think you should keep her. She's a pretty one." Jay felt real fear now. Becoming a plaything for Uric's terrorists wasn't part of her plan. Luckily, her guard shook his masked head and said, "Uric's orders. No taking prisoners for ourselves, remember." The violet-eyed thug sighed and released Jay's face, stepping back up to the crate. "Yeah," he grumbled as Jay sighed quietly in relief. "That's stupid. There's only like a 50-50 chance any of us are going to live through all this, so why can't we go out having some fun?" "Orders," the guard repeated, prodding Jay in the back again and leading her away from the rest of the terrorists. As she was led away, she heard the violet-eyed guard bark, "Move it, you worthless shuttus. The boss wants this crate down in the basement as soon as possible." "Gotcha," she thought as she was led away. "I've got a location now. I just need to pass it on to someone who can get in there and disable the bomb. If only I knew where Hedden or Brianna are hiding out." Her guard guided her through a pair of double doors at the head of the hall, back into the main restaurant room. She stumbled slightly as he shoved her ahead of him, but regained her balance with difficulty. She had no idea how the restaurant staff walked around all day in these damn shoes, but it was selling her cover as the insignificant waitress, so she didn't mind too much. The situation inside the center was much as Florin had told her. The hundreds of guests had been herded into a crowd near the center of the room, some held at tables and talking quietly among each other or crying to themselves, while others sat on the floor sporting various expressions of anger or fear. Uric's guards were prowling the perimeter of the group, occasionally kicking at their prisoners or brandishing their weapons. Uruc was standing near the front doors to the room, consulting a holographic readout that sprang from her single mechanical arm. She was still joined by the huge Wookiee and the purple-skinned Twi'lek, and was speaking with them in hushed tones. They turned as they heard approaching footsteps. The Wookiee barked slightly, and Uruc raised an eyebrow as she surveyed Jay and the guard. She folded her arms across her chest and tapped her foot. "What's the meaning of this?" she asked the guard. "Caught this waitress in the fresher, ma'am," the guard replied. "She wasn't with the main group when we stormed the central room." Uruc turned to Jay and frowned. "What were you doing in there?" "Planning to call law enforcement." "No," she whimpered. I had just learned that my boyfriend was cheating." "I don't care," Uruc said, raising her mechanical hand for silence. "Just shut up and get with the rest of the group." The guard led her toward the rest of the hostages, then planted a boot in her back and kicked her into the crowd. She cried out in surprise as she crashed into a table and fell to the floor in a clatter of dishes and silverware. She was quickly helped up by the rest of the hostages, who repeatedly asked if she was all right. She nodded and shook hair out of her face as she said, "I'm fine. I'm fine." She cast one last glance over her shoulder at the rest of the guards and made sure no one was watching her as she slipped into the crowd. I need to find Hedden or Brianna, she thought, and warn them about the bomb. She activated her comm and whispered, Florin. Florin, where are you? I'm here, came the response. What's wrong? Are you carking blind up there? She demanded. Why didn't you warn me that Uric's thugs are bringing the bomb into the building? They are. Florin sounded genuinely surprised. I had no idea. Why not? They're covering the security cams as they travel through the restaurant, he replied. They have blocked almost all of them, save for the Mandalorian's hidden cams. And where are those? There was a pause. Then Florin replied, there are 4 of them, 1 hidden in the kitchens, 1 in the maintenance room on the 2nd floor, 1 outside the security station, and 1 hidden in the ventilation shaft above the central room where the hostages are being held. Jay looked up at the large durasteel ventilation shaft, then said, do Hedden or Brianna have their comms activated? I'm getting no reading from either, Florin replied. I do not know why. She cursed under her breath. Can you see either of them? I can't tell you the location of Miss Bellin, if that would help. It would, Jay replied. She had to warn someone about the bomb, and soon. She looked up at the ventilation shaft and waved, careful not to make the motion noticeable to any guards who would be watching. Do you see me? She asked. There was a long pause. Then Florin said, yes. I can't pick you out from the crowd. Why are you dressed as one of the waitresses? Long story, she said. Just lead me to Brianna. As you wish, he replied. As Florin guided her through the crowd, Jay didn't have the slightest idea how any of them were going to make it out of this alive. She hoped Hedden was having better luck doing whatever it was he had planned. Hedden currently didn't have a plan as he crept down one of the dark hallways on the 2nd floor, which was almost entirely reserved for the kitchens. The power had been shut down to this floor when Uruc and her warriors had entered the building, and it looked like the cooks and the few undercover security forces had been the first to be taken hostage. Bodies were strewn across the floor or sprawled across countertops. It wasn't a pretty scene. Hedden had been forced to leave his armor behind in the restaurant for the sake of subtlety, and he was missing his HUD systems with every second. He unintentionally kept glancing towards the top left corner of his vision, where he would usually find his motion tracker. He felt naked and blind without his Biscargam, but he had done plainclothes ops before. He was out of his comfort zone, but far from helpless. Thankfully, he had brought a pistol and one of his lightsabers with him, so he wasn't completely defenseless as well. He still looked like a wayward hostage, though, and that wasn't good at all. He needed a disguise, something that would let him travel uninterrupted throughout the building. Maybe. Something clanked behind him, sounding suspiciously like a footfall, and he spun, leveling his pistol. He saw a dark form standing behind him, and he jumped forward without thought, throwing a shoulder into the being's chest and driving it back against a supply closet. However, his shoulder didn't catch armor or unprotected flesh, instead slamming violently against hard metallic plating. With a cry of surprise, a black and silver masculine protocol droid staggered back and crashed against a cabinet, arms flailing. Oh my, the droid said as it sprawled on his back and struggled to right itself. What in the name of the Empire are you doing? Hedden glanced up and down the hall, making sure no one had heard the commotion, then hauled the heavy droid to his feet. Sorry, he said. I thought you were someone else. Undoubtedly you believed I was one of the intruders, the droid said, his vocoder inflection making it sound surprisingly sullen. I cannot say as I am surprised. You are, after all, only organic and therefore prone to such mistakes. Hedden glared at the droid and said, Stole the backtalk. Why are you still wandering around up here? The intruders allowed me to go free after some rough housing, the droid explained, stepping into the flickering light of a glow lamp and showing him several dents and scratches on his black painted attendant casing. This droid was one of the restaurant staff. It will take weeks to get all these imperfections from my person. I won't be able to walk straight for. Enough, Hedden interrupted. Did you manage to hear anything from Uruc's thugs while you were there? Did they say anything? They said many things. Organic, the droid replied, fixing him with a blank stare from his round photoreceptors. I hardly think. Anything about the hostages? No. Anything about a bomb? A hydroconversion bomb? No. Head inside and ran a hand through his hair. Okay, what's your name? Your designation? TX-22. The cooks refer to me as Tex, the droid said. A deplorable name, even by organic standards, but... Vheden ignored the droid's ramblings and turned away, activating the hands-free comm bead he had taken with him. He had kept it switched off for the last few minutes, as he needed his concentration, and he couldn't risk any nearby guards overhearing the transmission. Here, on the deserted second floor, there wasn't much chance of that. Brianna, he said into the comm. Jay, do either of you read me? Jay here? Came the almost instantaneous response. Where the hell have you been? I've been busy, he replied. I managed to sneak out of the main restaurant room. I'm up on the second floor. Thank the Emperor, she sighed in relief, apparently forgetting her hatred of the Empire for a moment. I have really important news. What? It's a long story, but I managed to get into a disguise and had one of the guards escort me back into the restaurant room. While he was taking me back, I saw the other thugs bringing a big dursteel crate into the building. 3 guesses what's inside. The hydroconversion bomb, Vheden muttered. Great. Did you hear where they were taking it? The guy who was in charge just said to bring it to the basement. Not sure beyond that. Sorry, Stripes. That's all right, we still have time, he said. Maybe. Do you think you can find it in time, man? I don't know, defuse it. Vheden glanced at the protocol droid, a thoughtful frown crossing his face. Yeah, I think I might be able to. Okay, Jay said with a relieved sigh. Good luck. Jay out. Vheden switched off the comm, then turned to the protocol droid, who was staring at him expectantly. Tex, he said slowly, can you track the comm channels of Uruc soldiers and see where they're taking a piece of cargo? A crate. The intruders. The droid's photoreceptors flashed, making it look as if it was blinking. I can, but what would? These intruders are going to set off a bomb that'll kill everyone in the city if I don't stop them, Vheden said tersely. So I'll need to find this bomb to defuse it. Oh, the droid said. It paused, then said, oh. Why yes. I believe I can track this bomb with ease. Good, Vheden said. He turned away, activating a different secure channel. Florin, he said, come in. Here, came the officer's reply. Track any security cams that show a group of soldiers hauling a big dursteel crate. When they stop and start unpacking the crate, I need you to tell me where they are. I can't do that, Florin said. Excuse me, Tex said, sounding moderately indignant. But I was under the impression that you just tasked me with that job. I need a backup plan, Vheden explained quickly as he once again shut down the comm unit. Something that'll allow me to increase my chances of finding it. Oh. He gestured to the hall ahead of them and said, so go ahead. Lead on. Tex's glowing photoreceptors dimmed for a moment as it pulled power to a different function. Then it jerked like a human when slapped and gestured down a side hall and said, the intruders with this bomb are 2 levels down, in sub-basement 1. I will lead you to their location. Vheden took a deep breath, flexed his fingers over the grip of his blaster, then followed the droid into the dark hall. Chapter 11. Hunters to Hostages. Jay was still making her way towards Brianna when Uruc's voice rang through the room once more. Everyone, herself included, froze and listened intently to the woman lest they'd be blasted on the spot. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, Uruc said, raising her hands to draw attention to herself. She still held her blaster pistol in one hand, and Jay watched it closely in case Uruc was in the mood for some slaughter like she had wreaked at Imperial Garrison Command. The slightest twitch of the woman's mechanical trigger finger, and Jay would know to dive for cover. She hoped the other hostages were as attentive as she was. It has come to my attention, Uruc announced, that there are several bounty hunters present as part of a security detail for the banquet. Jay's blood ran cold, and she resisted the urge to gasp in horror. She should have known that it was only a matter of time before Uruc or her thugs traced for the security hala feeds and noticed that there was a Mandalorian present. But how did she know about Jay or Brianna? Apart from their attire, which they had long since changed for greater stealth, there was nothing that set them apart from other hostages. Uruc surveyed the hostages with her dark eyes full of fury, then said, "Fine. You don't feel like talking." She leveled her pistol at the nearest hostage and pulled the trigger 3 times. The victim, a blonde-haired Imperial in a dark green suit, crumpled to the ground without a sound as screams rang through the room. The huge black-furred Wookiee roared deafeningly, and the screams instantly died down. Uruc's dark gaze raked through the crowd, like a spotlight over a prison compound. Jay could swear her heart skipped a beat as the woman's gaze passed her. But Uruc didn't recognize her, and she kept looking through the crowd. "Whoever you are," she said, "show yourself, or another hostage dies." Jay didn't move. Giving herself up now was stupid, and Uruc probably wouldn't risk losing another potential ransom. When no one else in the group stood up either, Uruc scowled and raised the pistol again, aiming it now at a cowering woman in a torn black dress. As her finger tightened on the trigger, Jay tensed, readying to stand. Stupid or not, she wasn't going to let another innocent person die because of her. But before she could do anything, another voice shouted, "Stop." Jay froze as she recognized the voice and looked over as someone stood from the crowd only a few feet from her. It was Brianna. She was staring at Uruc with fury as she picked her way around hostages and made her way to the front of the group. Uruc's eyes were wide as the banquet serving plates as Brianna stood in front of her, putting her hands on her hips. "This has gone on long enough," she said. In the blink of an eye, Uruc's pistol was aimed at Brianna, and she squeezed the trigger once. A bright red bolt seared through the air, and Brianna screamed, falling to her knees and holding her stomach. Uruc followed up with a swift kick in the face, sending Brianna sprawling onto her back. But Brianna still had one surprise left. As she flipped onto her back, 2 pistols emerged from the purse at her side, and she pointed them directly at Uruc's head. Within only moments, every one of Uruc's warriors had their weapons pointed at Brianna's head. Even the Wookiee had drawn a massive bowcaster. "Put the gun down." Brianna didn't seem to even notice the blasters aimed at her. She panted, blood staining the stomach of her dress, as she tightened her grip on the triggers of her weapons. Uruc stared at the barrel of the pistol for a long time. Then she laughed, a long, smooth sound that belied the woman's ferocity. "You won't shoot me," Uruc chuckled, stepping back and aiming her own blaster at the cowering woman again. "I hold all the cards. Put your own guns down." Brianna faltered, her aim shaking slightly as she glanced between the cowering woman and the weapons pointed at her head. Then she sighed and tossed her weapons away, wincing and holding her bleeding stomach as 2 of the warriors stepped forward. They hauled Brianna to her feet and pulled her up toward Uruc. The woman stepped close to Brianna, studying her with a cocked head. She smiled again and said, "So you were the one who took my contract. I was wondering who I would be saddled with. You know, Fett would have just shot me." "Fett wouldn't have been able to hide from your idiot warriors for so long," Brianna panted. Uruc pistol whipped Brianna across the face, making the other woman cry out in pain and hang limp in the grip of the warriors who held her. Uruc gestured to the group, and the warriors tossed the unconscious woman back to the hostages. They shrunk away from her as Uruc stepped forward, looking down at her. "I never thought I'd see you again," she murmured, holstering her pistol. "I should kill you right now." Jay tensed, readying to attack Uruc if the terrorist dared to pull her pistol again. The dark-skinned woman was well within reach. All it would take was a quick punch to the throat, maybe a slash from a piece of broken silverware. However, Uruc stepped back and said, "But I guess you'll all die soon enough. It's not worth the effort." Then she turned and strode away, leaving the hostages to cower and whimper under the ruthless gazes of her warriors. Jay stared at Brianna, then nudged a man sitting next to her. "Bring her into the group," she murmured. "She needs medical help." The man nodded and murmured the same to a few people nearby. Together, the hostages pulled Brianna deeper into the crowd, where Uruc and her warriors wouldn't be able to get at her. Jay followed the procession, watching from a safe distance, until she was satisfied that they were away from the prying eyes of their captors. Then she knelt next to Brianna and examined the wound. Brianna coughed and her eyes fluttered open. She saw Jay kneeling next to her and sighed. "What the hell were you thinking?" Jay murmured as she grabbed a tablecloth from the ground next to her, shook it out, and pressed it against the bleeding wound on the other hunter's stomach. "She could have killed you." Brianna chuckled dryly, then winced as Jay put pressure on the wound. "I couldn't let her kill someone else. I had no choice." "What would you have done?" "The same," Jay replied instantly. "But getting yourself killed isn't going to help these people either." Brianna said nothing to that, just closed her eyes and took a deep breath as Jay examined her wound. "You're lucky," Jay said. "The bolt only grazed your ribcage. You should be good as new in a day or so if you give it time to heal." "Where's Chin?" she asked suddenly, looking over at Jay worriedly. "Is he?" "He's fine," Jay reassured her. "He ditched his armor and disappeared. Last I talked to him, he's up on the second floor." "I need to talk to him," Brianna said, trying to push herself up. "Now." "Calm down," Jay said, putting a hand on her shoulder. "You need to rest. If you're worried about the Hydra conversion bomb, he's on his way to defuse it right now. We're on top of the situation." "No," Brianna said. "Uruc's mole. I know who it is. We need to warn him." Jay stared at Brianna for a long moment, uncomprehending, then nodded. "Okay. I'll see if I can get him on comms." Brianna collapsed back onto the floor, her eyes closing in exhaustion. She took a deep breath and murmured, "Hurry." "Are you any closer?" Tex Vheden murmured, covering the hall behind them with his pistol. "We're not going to be able to sneak around here forever." "I am tracking their comlink transmissions within an accuracy of 2 meters, the droid said matter-of-factly. "I cannot function any better than this. If you would prefer to chase after these intruders yourself, then I would be happy to." All right, Vheden relented. "Just hurry." "Of course," the droid said, shuffling down the red-carpeted hallway. "Under normal circumstances, I would be pointing out the different features of this restaurant, like our collection of rare Corellian paintings, imported directly from Coronet City, and our grade 13 Mon Calamari architecture." Yeah, I get it," Vheden growled. "Just try to concentrate. My central computer core allows for over 50% more processing power than an organic brain," Tex said. "More than enough to divide my consciousness between monitoring comm channels and this rather pointless conversation with you." "For a protocol droid," Vheden said as patiently as he could, teeth clenched, "you sure have an attitude." "I am a waiter," the droid said, a definite note of condescension in his voice, and therefore come in contact with many rude and disorderly organics. "I would assume that some of that has rubbed off on." Both Vheden and the droid froze as they turned a corner and ran almost headlong into a black armored warrior. Vheden saw that it was a tall Corn female with a long-barreled sniper rifle strapped across her back. Vheden didn't have time to reach for his weapon before the Karen had raised her smaller blaster rifle and sighted in on him. He ducked out of the way just as the Corn fired. The bright red blaster bolt flashed past his shoulder, impacting against the wall behind him and exploding with a loud pow. The Corn female grunted, her facial tentacles flailing as Vheden tackled her around the waist, driving them both to the floor. Vheden recovered first, drawing his lightsaber and pressing the emitter against the Corn's armpit. "Don't struggle," he grunted, holding the warrior down with a knee on her chest and a hand against her throat. "I know you can understand me, so listen up. This blade is pointed straight at your heart. All I have to do is press the activation stud, and you're nothing but a smoking carcass for the hawkbats to pick over." The Corn grunted something in her own guttural language, then fell still. "Good," Vheden said. "Now tell me, Where are you hiding the hydroconversion bomb? The Corin's eyes stretched wide. She had obviously not expected anyone outside their group to know about the bomb. Vheden tightened his grip against her throat and growled. With a shaking hand, the Corin female pointed further down the hall. Vheden stared down the dark hallway, thinking, good. That corresponds with where Tex is leading me. Then he looked down at the Corin, narrowed his eyes, and pressed the activation stud of the lightsaber. The snap hiss of the activating weapon was muffled by the emitter that was pressed against her side, resulting in a quiet sound. The Corin stiffened, her fingers twitching, then fell limp, her eyes going dark and dim. Oh my, Tex said from behind him. You killed her. Vheden stood, deactivating the lightsaber and hooking it on his belt. She's a terrorist who is holding 2 of my friends and hundreds of guests hostage. She deserves worse than death. What are you going to do? Tex said, staring at the Corin's body. I'm going to take her armor, Vheden said as he unstrapped her chest piece, and pose as one of these soldiers. Thankfully, Corin males and females are fairly similar in build, so this should fit. After a few moments, he was fully clothed in the black body armor used by all of Uric's terrorist thugs. Once he had taken all of the Corin's armor, as well as a black face mask he found in the side pocket of the jumpsuit she wore beneath her armor, he dragged her body into a side room and locked the door from the inside. He took her rifle as he left, then gestured to Tex as he closed the door behind him. Okay, he said. Let's go. They set off down the hall again, and he activated his secure comm channel to Florin. How close are you to finding the crate? He asked. I have his location, the lieutenant replied after a moment, but while you are out of your armor, I can't send the coordinates to you. Vheden said, frowning. He stared at Tex, frowned thoughtfully, then said, can you remotely send the coordinates to this protocol droid? TX-22 he said his name was. I can try, the Imperial said. Vheden waited, folding his arms across his chest patiently. Tex's photoreceptors dimmed for a moment, then lit up bright again. He gestured down the hall to a door a few meters away, and said, behind this door is a hidden lift that will take us almost directly to the area where Uric's terrorists are hiding the bomb. Vheden glanced at the droid, frowning as he pulled the black face mask over his head. He couldn't quite put his finger on what, but something about the droid sounded off. Like the way he referred to Uruc and her thugs as terrorists rather than intruders. He shrugged to himself as he shouldered the rifle and followed the droid into the lift. Maybe it was just rattled by the way Vheden had executed the Corin. Some droids were known to get glitchy around death. After all, it was part of their programming to safeguard sentient life where possible. What about troop forces? Vheden asked Florin. Who can I expect down there? From what I can see, there are 4 armed guards, 2 with Transition heavy ACP repeaters, 2 with the 11 blaster rifles. Great, he thought with a sigh. The E-11s weren't a problem. They were notoriously inaccurate and left little more than a burn, even at fairly close range. But Transition repeaters were so dangerous as to be illegal across most of the civilized galaxy and outlawed throughout much of the underworld as well. They were almost as big as Vheden was tall and spat over 10 metal bolt rounds a second. Anyone in anything less than a Beskar gun power suit would be ripped to shreds in seconds. Vheden found himself wishing for what felt like the 5th time that he had been able to keep his own armor. Though he'd taken most of the kit on his belt, a single jetpack rocket would have cleared the entire room, leaving the Dursteel crate relatively unharmed. He switched his comlink to his private channel with Jay and Brianna, hoping to inform them of the situation. He had barely opened his mouth to speak before Jay's voice flooded his earpiece. There you are, she whispered frantically. Vheden could hear the sounds of hostages murmuring in the background of her transmission as she said, stop turning your damn comlink off. Why? Vheden asked. What's wrong? Brianna's been shot, and... What? Vheden's heart turned to ice. Is she okay? She's fine, Jay reassured her. She's hurt, but she'll pull through. I want to talk to her. There's no time, Jay said. I've been trying to raise you for almost 15 minutes now. Brianna knows who Uric's contact is, and you're going to want to hear it. It can wait, Vheden said as Tex keyed open the door. I'm on my way down to defuse the bomb. Florin, Jay said. Florin is her contact. Vheden stopped mid-step. He thought over this for a full 2 seconds before he scowled and said, What? How could? Polano said his security forces found that all of the schematics Uruc has been using came from a single terminal. All the schematics and codes were signed out under some Imperial bigwig named General Ridiard. Florin is his personal aide. Vheden immediately spun away from the lift, putting a finger against the comm piece in his ear. So he's the one who's been giving Uruc information all this time. Yeah, Jay said. Right before Brianna was shot, Uruc miraculously found out that there were bounty hunters present. How do you think she found out about that? Why didn't Florin just inform her when we showed up in Satan? Vheden asked. That doesn't make sense. I don't know, maybe he's got an agenda of his own. But you and I locked him up in the security terminal. He's got access to every single cam in the building. She sighed disgustedly and said, He told me he couldn't see anything because Uruc's warriors had covered the cams. I'll bet he was lying the whole time, trying to slow us down. Not for much longer, Vheden said, striding down the hall. What are you going to do? It's because of him that Brianna was shot. I'm going to find him, he growled, and I'm going to kill him. He's too big a risk to leave to his own devices. What about the bomb? Uruc won't set off the bomb while she's anywhere near Satan. She's not the suicidal type. And it takes almost half an hour to get clear of the bomb's blast radius. Once she leaves, then the clock starts ticking. While you're in with the hostages, he said, striding down the hall, fists clenched, try and find out what Uruc and her thugs are waiting for. They could have just killed the governor, dropped off the bomb, and left. See if you can find out why they're still here. Can do, she said. She hesitated, then added, be careful. I haven't seen that Wookiee around here in a while. He might be guarding Florin. You too, he replied, then signed off the comm. His face pulled down in a scowl as he quickened his pace, pulling a lightsaber off his belt and flexing his grip around it. Florin had betrayed all of them, given information to Uruc that had resulted in the loss of hundreds of lives, gotten Brianna shot. It was time for him to face justice. Jay let out a sigh of relief as she deactivated the comm and turned back to Brianna. The other woman was sitting propped up against a chair, holding a tablecloth to her side as a makeshift bandage. Most of the bleeding from her blaster shot had stopped by now, leaving nothing more than a painful burn. Jay had gotten a glimpse at Uruc's pistol earlier, accustomed to Limitech V98 Overcharger, and now knew that the real problem was the tissue damage that had been caused by the bolt. Overcharger blasters use specially compressed Tabana gas to create a small explosion upon impact. Brianna had taken quite a beating by the shot, even if it had only grazed her rib cage. Her skin around the wound was burned and blackened, smoke wafting up from her side whenever the wound was uncovered, and she winced whenever she moved. Vheden is on his way to deal with Florin, Jay reported, pouring water found on a nearby table onto another tablecloth. I don't think he'll be giving us any more problems. Here, time to switch out. Brianna grimaced as she gingerly swapped out her makeshift bandages, pressing the damp tablecloth against her side. There was an audible hiss as the wet cloth came in contact with the huntress' burnt skin, and a single tendril of steam snaked up into the air. So, Jay said, using some more water to wash the blood off the old bandage and get it ready for reuse, what's this whole deal with Uruc? Why did you decide to come along with us? Brianna chuckled, her eyes closed. She took a deep breath and murmured, You sure pick your moments, rookie. Now isn't really the time for interrogations. I'm just making an observation, Jay said. I mean, you pretty much demanded to accept this contract with us, and you got shot because of it. I don't think it's too much to ask why. You would think that, Brianna replied, readjusting herself with a groan. After a few moments she sighed and said, I guess you're right. We've got some time until Cheen finishes Florin off. Jay winced as she thought of the full weight of Heden's determination coming down on the young officer's head. She wouldn't want to wish that kind of fury on anyone, even if they had almost gotten her killed. She'd seen Hedin in action before, seen him overwhelm enemies that were 3 times his size. And even then she had thought that she was only seeing the slightest example of his skill in combat. And Jay knew that Florin was going to regret the day he had decided to join forces with Uruc. She forcibly moved her attention back to the conversation at hand. She wrung bloody water out of the tablecloth and said, "So spill it. How do you know Uruc?" "I knew her," Brianna corrected. "Before she went, well, she's always been crazy, but I knew her before she really started hurting people." "What do you mean?" She rested her head back against the chair behind her and said, "You know how you and Hedin were talking earlier about a bounty hunter's contacts. How you can rely on some of them because you know they'd put their lives on the line for you. And that you do the same for them." "Yeah," Jay said, remembering the conversation. "Well, Uruc used to be a contact like that," Brianna said. "And she was more than that. She was a friend." "You have even weirder friends than I do," Jay said with a chuckle. "And trust me, that's saying something." "Whenever I had a problem with intel," Brianna continued, "I would go to Uruc. She would provide top-notch information for half the price of other informants. I wouldn't have been able to bring in half the bounties I have without her, and I have to admit that she contributed to more than half my underworld publicity as a bounty hunter." "So what happened?" Brianna sighed and shook her head. "One day, about 6 years ago, she called in one of the hundreds of favors I owed her. I accepted without question. After all, we were friends. And her favor was to track down a money launderer that had pocketed some of her credits. When I gave her the coordinates, she insisted that I come with her. And when she found the guy, she just opened up with her blaster. Sprayed the entire street with blaster fire. Killed more people than I could count." She squeezed her eyes shut as she said, and she laughed. She was laughing while she did it. "That's horrible," Jay said, grimacing in disgust. "What did you do?" "What could I do? I tried to shoot her with a stun round, tried to buy myself time to find out what the hell had gotten into her. But then when she started shooting at me, I guess I realized that she was completely insane." "So what are you going to do?" Jay asked, thinking she already knew the answer. "I'm going to be the one who brings her down," Brianna said bluntly. "I'm going to make sure the Imperials lock her up for the rest of her life, so that she can't hurt anyone else. And if that fails, I'm going to kill her." Jay sighed and said, "It must hurt to have to treat a former friend like that." Brianna shrugged, then winced as the motion put stress on her wound. "Yeah," she grunted. "Well, we all have our demons, Hed." Jay suddenly thought of Hedin's seemingly unstoppable determination in battle, the cold precision with which he cut down his enemies. She nodded, frowning, and said, "Yeah, some of us more than others." Brianna seemed to be able to read her mind. Hedin is different. He doesn't kill out of bloodlust like Uruc. His psych reports may list him as borderline sociopathic, but with him it's different. "How?" Jay asked the question out of curiosity, not attempting to argue. Brianna struggled with the words, as if weighing her words carefully. "It sounds odd and kind of scary, but Hedin kills because he thinks it's right. The only reason he's able to do the things he does is because he holds on to the belief that it's the right thing to do." "What about when such a simple outlook doesn't work?" Jay asked. "What about when the right thing isn't the right thing?" "In confusing situations like that," Brianna said, "he defaults to a more severe attitude. The right thing to do is always whatever creates the most good and the least bad from a situation, no exceptions." "Ah," she chuckled. "Yeah, that's when things get hinky. That's when Hedin can hunt down a guy for weeks without barely sleeping, when he can shoot a guy in the head without barely blinking. And it's one of the reasons people say he's almost a sociopath. No one else can see the galaxy the way he does. Not even me." "So he's not a cruel," Jay said. "He's just misunderstood." "That's one way to put it. All I know is that when push comes to shove, he's more than willing to shove." She narrowed her eyes and looked upwards, as if she could see through the ceiling. And I have a feeling, she said, that our friend Lieutenant Florin is going to find that out the hard way. Chapter 12. Don't let the Wookiee win. Vheden's mind was a fog of rage as he stormed toward the third-floor security outpost he had set up for that bastard, Lieutenant Florin. He had a single lightsaber in his right hand, not lit, but his fingers twitched as he fought back the impulse to push the activation stud and ignite the weapon, and his face was pulled down in a scowl. Tex followed behind him, glancing from side to side worriedly. So, this Lieutenant Florin, Tex said hesitantly. What exactly are you going to do when you find him? What else? Vheden growled. I'm going to kill him? Like the Corran female? Exactly? Tex cocked his metal head to one side in curiosity. And what purpose does that serve? There will be one less treacherous chacker in the galaxy, Vheden replied. That's enough of a purpose for me. And after that, will you kill again and continue to kill? Maybe. And then what? When does it end? Vheden sighed and shook his head. It was a long time before he glanced over his shoulder at the serving droid and said, for every malevolent being that I kill, 2 more who are even worse seem to take its place. There are no exceptions. He turned his gaze back to the hall ahead and murmured, it never ends. Then what is the point? Tex asked, unwilling to let the conversation drop in the typical annoying protocol droid way. Why do you continue to kill all these people if they will just be replaced by more? Justice, Vheden said. The ability to punish those few I am able to find and serve as a living deterrent to future crimes. So you are not motivated by money? No, came his immediate response, but rather by a strangely amplified sense of self-righteousness. Fatine replied almost as quickly as before as he shook his head and repeated no. I am not the kind of person others should look up to or idolize. I have no sense of self-righteousness. Then why? Tex pressed. Why do you do it? He clenched his teeth and spun on the droid, snapping, out of anger. I do this to pay this damned galaxy back for the punishments that have been unfairly placed on my head. Tex stared at him with his large, round droid eyes and said, interesting. And what punishments are these? It's none of your business, Vheden said, turning and stalking down the hall. Now keep your vocoder shut. I'm not going to have you spoiling the element of surprise for me. I'll have one chance to take Florin out. If he escapes because you gave away my position. He let the threat hang on the air. It worked. Tex abruptly fell silent, walking quietly along behind him with a barely audible whir of servo motors. They walked in silence for some time, Vheden carefully scanning the area ahead for potential danger, before he held up a fist and said, wait. Hold up. Oh my, Tex murmured, his vocal volume turned down drastically. What is it? Vheden shouldered his stolen rifle and peeked around the corner. After a moment, he pressed his back against the wall behind him and let out a deep breath. 2 of them, he whispered. A Wookiee and a human. Is that a prob? Tex abruptly fell silent, probably remembering Vheden's earlier threat, and Vheden stole a glance around the corner again. Okay, he breathed. Stay here, stay quiet, and I'll be back in a... Suddenly, cold metal hands wrapped around his neck, squeezing with a whine of servo motors and cutting off his air. Vheden gasped and clutched at the hands, turning to find Tex at his throat, his photoreceptors glowing bright red. I will not allow you to harm more sentient life, the protocol droid said in a flat, expressionless voice. If I must permanently decommission you to achieve that, so be it. T-Tex, Vheden gasped, gripping the droid's metallic wrists and pushing him back into the hall behind him. What are you? Stop this now. Negative, the droid replied. My programming cannot allow you to harm these organics. Why? Vheden gasped, slowly pushing against the droid. Why these organics? They're your intruders. Irrelevant. I will not allow you to harm them. Program, override, Vheden gasped, racking his mind for the access code for the restaurant's droid servers that he'd taken from the security post while checking through the building systems. Program override priority code Bravo Alpha Alpha 38. Ineffective, Tex droned. My program override serial number has been changed. I am no longer at the mercy of your simple organic code words. How? How is that? His eyes narrowed as sudden understanding dawned. Florin Vheden gasped, grimacing as the droid squeezed his throat tighter and tighter. Florin altered your programming when he accessed your computer core to give you the coordinates for the bomb. Affirmative, the droid intoned. And when I was not able to stop you from killing the Corran female, I set aside an entire cycle of processor function designated only to prevent you from harming more of the organics. There, terrorists, Vheden growled. They've already killed more people than I ever have. Irrelevant, Tex repeated, his eyes glowing scarlet as Vheden pushed harder against his chest. They quietly struggled across the hall, grappling with each other. Vheden gasped and grunted as he tried to break the droid's incredibly strong hold on his neck. Tex made no sound save for the barely audible buzz of the servo motors in his hands as he tightened his grip, crushing Veden's windpipe. Your termination is almost complete, Tex said as the edges of Veden's vision darkened. Priority accomplishment in 10, 9, 8, 7. There was a hiss as Veden reached behind Tex and keyed the emergency door opener for the lift behind him, making the door sheath open to reveal a dark lift shaft behind the droid. Without a word, Veden shoved against the droid one last time, sending him tumbling, unbalanced, into open air. However, Tex's hold on Veden's neck was still locked in, and Veden was dragged to his knees, gagging as the droid's full weight tugged at his neck. Tex hung in mid-air below him, his metal feet clanging quietly against the wall of the shaft as he stared up at Veden with glowing red eyes. Veden braced his arms against the sides of the lift to prevent him from being yanked down into the shaft with the droid. Tex's scarlet eyes flashed and he droned, warning. Warning. Cease your resistant behavior at once, organic. Veden let out a groan as he pulled his head back out of the shaft, hauling Tex up to his shoulders out into the hall. Priority override. Tex cried. Terminate hostile organic target immediately. Servomotor power increased to 200%. Veden gasped and his eyes flew wide as the droid's hands compressed with urgency, crushing his throat even harder than before. Priority. The droid repeated, priority. There was a smash, followed by a scream of tortured metal as a lift car suddenly slammed down into the opening, severing Tex's robotic arms at the shoulder. Veden collapsed onto his back, coughing uncontrollably as the droid's grip, suddenly robbed of power, released itself instantly. He heard a muffled robotic scream emanating from the shaft below the elevator car. After a few moments, there was a distant crash of metal against metal, and the droid's scream was abruptly silenced. Veden gasped again and again, clutching at his neck as cool air flooded his lungs. It felt as if his throat and chest were on fire, and he threw Tex's severed limbs away from him. The lift door slid open in front of him, revealing a single human warrior with an Imperial assault rifle. The man started at the side of a fellow warrior lying there on the floor. He stepped forward and said, "What the cark happened to you?" It took Veden a moment to reply. For a moment, he thought the warrior was going to shoot him. Then he remembered his disguise. It seemed that the Corran female's armor was standard kit for the warriors, and he looked no different from any other warrior. When he had finally caught his breath again, he managed to choke out, "Stupid, protocol droid. Tried to attack me." The warrior chuckled darkly as he helped Veden stand up. "Tell me about it. We've had another one down in the kitchen's conquer plural over the head with the cooking pan. Damn clankers. Where'd it go?" Veden coughed again as he gestured at the lift. "You carked him up real good with the elevator." The warrior chuckled as he slung one of Veden's arms around his shoulder and helped him stagger around the corner towards the two other warriors. He said, "Come on. There's a med kit in Florin's security outpost." The huge black-furred Wookiee leveled his bowcaster at them as they came around the corner, but the warrior held up a hand. "Hold up, big guy. He's one of us. Just got the life throttled out of him by one of them crazy protocol droids running around the place." The Wookiee roared loudly, but lowered the bowcaster as the other human guard turned and keyed in the access code to open the door to the room beyond. Can you believe they were stupid enough to give Florin access to all the restaurant's security systems? The warrior helping Hedden said as they stepped into the antechamber to the security post. It made it a freaking cakewalk to get in here. I can't believe it, no, Hedden coughed, tightening his one-armed grip around the warrior's shoulder. Lucky break, huh? You got that right. The warrior had no way of knowing that. Beneath his black face mask, Hedden was grinning from ear to ear. And as soon as the large security door slid shut behind them, the Wookiee and the human guard couldn't hear the crackle of neck bones breaking from the room beyond. Florin tapped at the control console, his fingers flying over the holographic keys, trying to get that damn TX-22 droid to respond. It had probably completed its objective of killing Hedden before powering down like many other droids he'd encountered. Come on, he muttered. Come on, you dumb clanker. Activate. The door into the security chamber slid open, revealing a human male warrior with a black face mask. Florin glanced up at him, then back to the controls. What? He grumbled. Can't you see I'm trying to work? What do you want? You, the warrior said, raising the rifle, dead. Florin froze. He recognized that voice. He slowly deactivated the hollow terminal he'd been working at and spun in his chair to face the man. Hedden, he asked, is that you? The warrior slowly nodded, his grip on the rifle's firing stud slowly tightening. Florin sighed and rubbed his eyes, thinking, perfect. Just perfect. Damn TX droid. So, he finally said, you know the big secret of how Uruc was able to infiltrate the banquet. Now what? Questions, Hedden growled. Then you die. Fine, Florin replied, shrugging. Ask away. Hedden glared at him for a long time before saying, Why let Uruc kill the governor? Florin chuckled. I've been working with Uruc since I was 12 years old. Not that it would be on my report, but I grew up with her on JBIM. She was my hero, leading the resistance with the same cruel, ruthless efficiency with which the Empire treated us. He sighed wistfully and shook his head. She must have killed, I don't know, 3,000 Imperials. 4,000. I forget. So I joined the Imps if you hate them so much. Simple, Florin said. Uruc needed a mole, an inside contact. And who would ever suspect a young, up-and-coming officer with just a hint of? He mimicked one of the nervous, twitchy looks he'd put on so many times in the past, then grinned widely as he finished, a hint of cowardice. So you're behind all the attacks Uruc has made since she came here, Hedden said, flexing his grip restlessly on the rifle grip. Oh, it's more than that, Florin said with another grin. I smuggled Uruc away from JBIM and gave her safe passage to Mon Cal. After that, I provided her with all the intel she needed, all signed out under my commanding officer's name, of course. Of course, Hedden echoed. If it was ever discovered, an innocent man would take the blame for all of your actions. Oh, don't be so melodramatic, Florin said, waving a hand and turning back to his holo terminal. You know as well as I do that if our positions had been reversed, any other Imperial would have done the same. It's just business. And what about us bounty hunters? Hedden asked, taking a step closer. Where to me, Jay, and Brianna fit into the equation. You don't, Florin said. At least you weren't supposed to. When you showed up, I half expected you to shoot me every time I saw you. And when we didn't. At first, I sought simply to eliminate you, Florin said. When I learned of your first lead, Torin Kyle, I made sure that I got to his apartment before you did. The image of the old man, slumped over his table, rose unbidden to Florin's mind, making him smile as he said, of course, Kyle had recognized me from my days on JBIM, but he was a frail old man. He chose to try and flee rather than confront me. A few sniper rounds to the back of the head from the building across the street changed his plans. And then your girlfriend and your partner showed up, he sighed, snooping around. I knew that a sniper round would only kill one of them if I was lucky, so I broke out a new piece of Imperial tech to deal with them. The Merzon plasma missile launcher, Hedden murmured. Florin nodded, remembering the huge, molten hole the missile round had melted in the wall of Kyle's apartment, remembered the short flash of triumph he'd felt as he crouched on the darkened balcony across the street. But that still didn't take care of them, he said with a laugh. Imagine my frustration as I not only failed to kill them, but they almost caught me, chasing me through the streets like a pair of Black Sun thugs. And then we not only took the bait that it was one of Uruc's thugs who had killed Kyle, Hedden said, but we also thought you were the one Imperial we could trust. Florin gestured to the security post around him, saying, and you all but gave me the keys to the front door and free access to let in anyone I wanted. Not very smart of you, if you ask me. But why? Hedden asked. Uruc stands to gain a lot from all this. What's in it for you? Florin laughed again. Don't you see? Uruc is 100% dependent on me for intel and protection from the Imperials. Right now she's paying me a hefty sum to keep her organization under wraps, but the moment she's of no more use to me, well, imagine all the fame, power, and credits that will be awarded to the man who was finally able to capture Jolee Uruc. You sound pretty confident that you will be able to keep her under control for as long as you want, Hedden said. Uruc is dangerous and unpredictable. Don't lecture me, Mandalorian, Florin snapped, tapping at the keyboard again. You've done a disastrous job of bringing her in already, and you're no closer now. It was a mistake for you to even come to Mon Calamari. It's a mistake I'm going to correct one step at a time, Hedden said, raising the rifle. Starting with you. Florin grinned. Are you sure you want to do that? This room is magnetically sealed. If you miss, that blaster bolt will bounce around the room like a spice-high Ewok. It's a risk I'm willing to take. Florin sighed and tapped in 2 more commands into the keypad and said, but it is one that I, however, am not. He hit a single glowing blue button, and both layers of security doors slid open with a mechanical buzz. Hedden cursed and spun to the now open door. Guards! Florin shouted as he keyed open an emergency exit on the other side of the room. Guards! This man is an infiltrator. Kill him. By the time Hedden spun back to him, raising the rifle to fire, Florin was long gone. Hedden spun back to the security door just in time to see a huge black-furred Wookiee paw swing at his head. He rolled forward, past the huge Wookiee, and came to his feet in time to plant a fist in the human warrior's face. The man staggered back with a cry, holding his bleeding nose as the Wookiee roared, and came at Hedden again. A huge fist slammed against his chest as he turned, sending him sprawling head over heels back out into the hall. He rolled back to his feet as he saw the Wookiee lumbering forward, snarling and clapping his huge, long-taloned hands together in anticipation. Hedden grimaced as a wave of pain washed through his chest, but he reached for his lightsaber hilt. His fingers grasped at empty air. He frowned and looked down at his belt. His lightsaber was gone. Looking back up, he saw the cylindrical silver hilt lying past the Wookiee on the floor of the security station where the hairy beast had first attacked him. He sighed wearily and raised his fists in challenge. He'd have to do this the hard way. For anyone else, the prospect of taking on a maddened Wookiee in hand-to-hand combat was suicide. A single swipe from those huge paws would take someone's head off at the shoulders, and they could rip the arms off a transition with ease. But hand-to-hand combat was Hedden's strong suit, and he had taken on bigger beasts than Wookiees before. The black-furred Wookiee roared and charged, lashing out with huge paws. Hedden easily dodged the clumsy blows and slipped underneath a huge arm, landing 3 hard punches to his opponent's ribs. As the Wookiee spun towards him again, Hedden caught the huge arm, twisted it, and used it as a handhold as he jumped off his feet and swung both feet into his throat. The Wookiee groaned and took a single step back as Hedden landed heavily on his back, quickly scrambling to his feet as his opponent charged again. The Wookiee caught him in the chest with his abnormally long claws, tearing through the plexiglass covering and using his hold on it to throw Hedden up into the air. His back hit the ceiling hard and he landed in a heap at the Wookiee's feet. It raised a huge foot to crush him, but he quickly rolled out of the way. He put a hand on the wall as he pushed himself to his feet again. The Wookiee pounded his chest and howled his head and ran at it once more. He headbutted it in his hairy stomach, grabbing fistfuls of long fur and wrenching it to one side. The creature howled in pain and slammed his paws on Hedden's back, sending him crashing to the floor again. He stepped back, reaching for the bowcaster on his back, but Hedden jumped up and ran for it again. His boot landed on his slightly bent knee, and he used it as a foothold as he jumped up, driving his armored knee hard into the huge creature's face. There was a sharp crack as the Wookiee grunted and staggered back as dark blood poured from his nostrils. It moaned and shook his hairy head as Hedden landed on his feet and stepped forward again. Before he could take more than 2 steps, however, he felt someone else wrap their arms around his neck and hold him in a chokehold. He craned his neck and saw the human warrior he'd wounded before, grunting as he held Hedden in place. He drove his elbows into the warrior's ribs, trying to break the hold, but the man was much stronger than Hedden was. The Wookiee seemed to regain his composure and lumber forward, raising a huge paw and letting out a deafening roar. Hedden grunted as the Wookiee brought his huge paw down with all his might, struggling against the chokehold. At the last second, he shifted his feet and spun, putting the human warrior in the path of the descending paw. The Wookiee's claws dug into the warrior's back, slicing through flexoplast, the harder duraplast beneath, and finally into skin. The human screamed in pain, and his chokehold loosened. Hedden took advantage of the slight reprieve, headbutting the human in the face. As the man staggered back, Hedden turned and leaped high into the air, landing a spinning kick against the side of the man's head. He sprawled into a corner and didn't move again. Hedden clenched his fists as the Wookiee roared again and stopped for him. As it raised his paw to slash at him yet again, he ducked out of the way and kicked the creature in the back of the knee. The Wookiee barked in surprise as his knees gave out and it stumbled to his knees. Not wasting a moment, Hedden grabbed the back of the Wookiee's head and slammed his face into the wall, then pulled it back and repeated the motion. Again and again he beat the huge beast's head against the hard wall, until a smear of dark blood covered the fancy wallpaper. The Wookiee released a gurgle and a sound and struggled weakly against his grip. Hedden released the creature's head and dashed back into the security office. Behind him, he heard the Wookiee struggle to his feet and lumber after him. As soon as he was close enough, he dove towards his lightsaber, igniting it as he rolled to his feet again. The Wookiee's paw descended into his vision, and he reacted without thought. He slashed, spun, and stabbed. The lightsaber's humming blue blade stabbed deep into the Wookiee's chest just as his arm, severed at the shoulder, hit the ground with a dull thud. Hedden grimaced as he pulled the energy blade from the creature, deactivating it as he turned away. Behind him, the Wookiee twitched and fell back onto the floor with a crash. Hedden was breathing hard as he surveyed the still security posts. The emergency exit doors on the other side of the room were wide open, and Florin was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, he thought to himself, clenching a fist. He got away. He strode toward the main security console, which was tuned to a holocom set up over the basement. Hedden could easily see a group of Uruc's warriors setting up the hydroconversion bomb, hooking wires together and consulting datapad assembly instructions. Not good. They're getting close. He turned and stepped back, pulling open one of his belt pouches as he activated his comm. "Jay," he said into it. "Bree, somebody come in?" "Jay here?" came her relieved voice. "It's good to hear from you." "How's Bree?" he immediately asked. "She's fine," Jay replied. "She's able to walk now, which is a vast improvement. She'll be good as new in a few hours, if we have that long." "Florin is gone," Hedden reported. "He escaped, but I don't think he'll be bothering us anymore." "That's good news," she sighed. "Now what?" "I need a huge favor from you and Bree," he said as he pulled a red and yellow striped packet out of his belt pouch. He ripped it open with his teeth and said, "It's going to be dangerous." "Shoot." He shook the packet, sprinkling a fine yellow dust across the floor. He trailed it out into the hall, stepping around the dead Wookiee, then crumpled up the empty packet and tossed it aside. "I need you, Bree, and the rest of the hostages to get your hands on any weapon you can think of, chair legs, broken wine bottles, whatever, and attack Uruc and her warriors. Jay let out a whistle. That's a pretty tall order of heading. In fact, it sounds crazy. You want us to fight armed terrorists with chair legs and broken wine bottles. If everything goes according to plan, Hedden said, pulling a similar packet, this one colored green, from his belt and sprinkling greenish powder on top of the yellow. Most of them won't be there. How many are guarding you now? There was a pause as Jay counted. Then she replied, 10. Hedden nodded. Okay. I'm going to cause a distraction and hopefully draw most of the attention to me. There should only be a few warriors left in there. Easy pickings for 100 hostages, no matter how well armed the terrorists are. Jay hesitated, then said, okay, I'll see what we can do. What's the distraction? Hedden cracked a smile as he stepped back and surveyed the trail of powder leading into the security post. You'll know when I spring it. Oh, Shab, Jay said. I hate it when you say that. Just get ready, he replied, turning away. When Uruc sends some of the guards away to investigate, wait 2 minutes before attacking, then give him hell. She said, okay, good luck. You too, he said, then signed off the comm and turned his gaze back to the powder trail. One of the things he'd noted during his inspection of the building's layout was that each floor had a specific designation. The first floor was the main restaurant, the second floor was the kitchens, and the third floor was for maintenance. Every floor was extravagantly decorated, but it still served a purpose. The third floor was predominantly reserved for the power equipment and coolant intake tanks, which were stored in a small compartment between the second and third floors directly beneath the security posts. The yellow powder was a chemical known as tetrophylline oxide, and was usually mixed with water to form a harmless treatment for indigestion. But when mixed with a special chemical called NAST, found only on Mandalorian's moon, Concordia, and ignited, it burned for 10 seconds before exploding with more force than any thermal detonator. Add that to the combustible coolant fluid in the tanks below, and the resulting explosion would punch through this floor and probably shake the entire block. He nodded, satisfied, as he pulled his lightsaber off his belt. This would serve as a very good distraction. Then he activated the lightsaber and touched it to the powder at his feet. Chapter 13. The Bomb. Jay was in the process of explaining Hedden's plan to the last of the hostages when a huge explosion racked the building and the floor bucked beneath her feet. Hostages screamed, warriors cursed, and Brianna smiled. As the explosion faded, Uruc glanced up at the ceiling and muttered, "What the carp was that?" The gesture to 5 of the nearest warriors, including the purple-skinned Twi'lek, and growled, "Get up to the 3rd floor and see what the hell just exploded." The warriors saluted and jogged out of the run, rifle shouldered. Jay turned back to the hostages who were staring at her and Brianna expectantly. "Remember," Jay said quietly, "wait 2 minutes, then attack." "Got it." The Imperials nodded, clutching at broken bottles, meat knives, and Durasteel table legs that had been unscrewed from the tables. Jay herself had a table leg, while Brianna had opted for several cutting knives that she swore she could throw like a professional. The next 2 minutes had to be the most tense of Jay's life, made even more so as Uruc projected a hologram and barked, "Report." The view from the holo looked like it came from an arm-mounted projector. Blaster fire was audible from the recording, and Jay saw the purple Twi'lek's face in the recording as he shouted, "We're getting ripped apart up here. We need reinforcements." A moment later, a glowing bar of energy erupted from his chest and the Twi'lek slumped to the ground. A masked figure stepped into the projector's view, and Jay heard Hedden's familiar voice growl, "You want me, Uruc? Come and get me." The hologram cut out with a pop, and Uruc scowled deeply. She cursed, then turned to 2 other warriors. "You too," she shouted. "Round up Alpha Group and get up there. I want that guy's head on a platter." The warriors glanced between each other nervously, but saluted and left the room, leaving only 3 more warriors. Uruc sighed and shook her head as she scowled. "On 3, Brianna whispered, tensing as Uruc turned her back. The huntress' eyes were full of fury as she flipped a meat knife between her fingers in anticipation. 1. Jay breathed, hefting her table leg. 2, 3. With the deafening shout of almost 100 charging men and women, the entire crowd surged toward Uruc and her warriors. The woman's eyes stretched wide in surprise as she pulled her pistol and shouted, "Damn it! Fire! Fire! Kill them all!" A human warrior stepped up to her shoulder, raising a rifle. Next to Jay, Brianna cocked her arm back and let the knife fly. It hit the warrior in the chest blade first and he staggered away, shouting in pain. Uruc spun to look at the man, then looked back at the crowd with fear evident in her eyes. Brianna broke through the throng of people and ran straight for her, shouting Uruc. The terrorist leader stumbled away as she saw Brianna approaching, turning and running through the double doors that led into the hall beyond. With a shout of rage, Brianna sprinted after her, disappearing from view. Jay surveyed the scene around her. The 100 hostages had quickly taken care of the warrior guards, beating them into unconsciousness. The entire fight had lasted less than 10 seconds, and none of the Imperials had been hurt in the least. Jay gestured to the unconscious warriors and said, "Tie them up." A tall man dressed in a dirty green tunic nodded and said, "Shouldn't we call law enforcement?" "Not yet," Jay said. "There are more of Uruc's warriors in the building. We'll call law enforcement only when they're all accounted for." The man nodded and moved to tie up the unconscious terrorist. Jay turned away and tapped the comlink in her ear. "Vheden," she said. "You all right?" "I'm a little busy at the moment," he grunted over the comm. Jay could hear the synthetic hum of his lightsaber and the sound of blaster fire in the background of the transmission. "But it's nothing I can't handle. Are you guys okay?" "The center room is secure." Uruc took off, but Brianna was right behind her. "Good," Vheden said. "Brianna's motivated enough that she'll be able to catch her easily." Jay nodded and said, "So, what do you want me to do now?" The blaster fire suddenly stopped over the comm with a muffled scream. Vheden took a moment to catch his breath, then said, "I need you to go to the basement and defuse the hydroconversion bomb." That stopped Jay in her tracks. She frowned and said, "I must not have heard you right. You want me to what?" "I can't get there anytime soon," Vheden explained, "and Uruc is going to detonate the damn thing if she can't get this situation under control." Jay sighed and nodded. As much as she hated to admit it, he had a good point. "Okay. Do you have any idea what's waiting for me down there?" 4 armed warriors. Weapons. He sounded apologetic as he said, 2 of them have transition ACP repeaters, 2 have E11 blaster rifles. "ACP repeaters," Jay said, raising her eyebrows. "And you want me to take them on? If there was any other way." She cut him off, heading for the door and scooping up a fallen terrorist rifle as she went. "I'll take care of them, but I have no clue how to deactivate the bomb." "Don't worry," he replied. "Tishwada was able to provide us with the deactivation codes. When you get there, I'll walk you through it." She nodded and deactivated the comm, heading out into the hall. She made a quick stop in order to change out of her waitress disguise and back into her normal clothing. Since the hostages were safe, there was no longer any need to blend in with the crowd, and she had a feeling she was going to need her pistol. 2 minutes later, she was striding toward the lift to the basement, hefting her borrowed weapon. A cursory examination revealed that it was a Blast-Tech energy shotgun with some 15 shells in the clip. In the close quarters of the basement, such a weapon would come in handy. She strode down the hall, stepped into the lift, and pressed the dark red button labeled basement. As the lift doors closed in front of her, she fed a shotgun round into the rifle and took a deep breath. Unlike when she was usually about to enter a firefight, when her heart would be pounding in her ears, she felt nothing but calm now. Her face was set in a mask of determination as she watched the readout above the lift door drift ever so slowly towards the words Sub-Basement 1. She was so ready for this hunt to be over, and the guards down there were one of the last things standing in the way of her ability to finish her job. The lift ground to a halt, and Jay took another deep breath. As the doors opened, her shotgun came up. Not a moment too soon, Either two warriors standing guard over the hydro conversion bomb must have heard the descending lift and had their blasters trained on the door. She shouted in surprise and ducked as blaster bolts stitched the air above her head. She somersaulted out of the lift and came to her feet, pulling the firing stud as she sighted in on the nearest warrior. The shotgun bucked in her hands and let out a pounding thump. Bright green energy bolts exploded from the barrel and hit the warrior in the chest, sending him flying back against the wall. Jay racked back the charging rod, feeding another energy round into the chamber and taking cover behind a large durasteel crate. The loud snap of the remaining warrior's rifle filled the air, and Jay's eyes watered as ion smoke filled the air. She silently counted to 3 before leaping from cover and firing the shotgun again. The energy bolts clipped the warrior in the shoulder, and he shouted in pain as he fell to the ground. Jay didn't stop to finish the job. She didn't have time. She just slammed the butt of the shotgun against the man's forehead, knocking him unconscious. She paused for a moment to grab his rifle, slinging it over her shoulder before moving on. Okay, she thought as she crouched behind a large coolant pipe. She stole a glance around the crate, then moved back and thought, those two were the ones with the rifles. All that's left are the guys with the heavy repeaters. The sub-basement was dark and dirty, nowhere near the extravagant spotlessness of the above floors. Rusted coolant pipes crisscrossed over the ceiling in confusing tangles before stretching away over the floor. Sporadic jets of steam spouted from ruptured pipes, and the floor was slick with condensation. The few lights that were working weren't working well, casting flickering light across the area and throwing sparks down onto the floor below. She ran from cover, heading for an opening in the wall. She thought she saw a rectangular shadow that might just be. She screamed in surprise as a rapid explosion of deafening boom, boom, boom shattered the silence of the sub-basement. She dove to the ground, covering her head as Duracrete chips rained down around her. Scrambling on her hands and knees, she managed to crawl behind another durasteel crate, shaking hair out of her face as she heard bullets ricocheting off the durasteel behind her. As the explosion stopped, leaving her ears ringing, she risked a glance around the corner of the crate. Standing only a few meters from the crate were 2 of the largest humans Jay had ever seen, hefting angular transition repeaters. They muttered between each other before pulling bands of ammunition from packs on their hips and feeding them into the repeaters. Jay pulled back, letting her head hit against the crate behind her. She let out a long breath, flexing her grip on the contoured handle of the energy shotgun. As she listened, she heard heavy bootfalls coming around the edge of the crate. She tensed, waiting for the perfect moment. As she saw one of the huge warriors peek around the corner, she fired at his masked face. He shouted in surprise and jerked back, and the energy rounds missed him. He stepped in front of her and leveled his huge repeater just as she was reloading the shotgun. Jay moved before she had time to think. She threw the shotgun aside and jumped at him. She grabbed his arms and forced the repeater off to the side as she drove her knee into his solar plexus. He let out a pained huff and his grip on the repeater slackened. The huge gun fell to the ground with a crash. Jay took a single step back and balled her fists together, slamming them across his face. He staggered away, holding his face, as the second warrior raised his repeater. Oh, she thought. Time to move. She broke into a run, pulling the stolen blaster rifle from over her shoulder and firing at the man as flames spouted from the repeater's barrel. She sprinted into the other room, where the other warrior was shaking his head to clear it. He turned to look at her just as she jumped into the air and landed a double kick in his stomach and chest, a melee move she had learned from Hedden. She saw the warrior with the repeater emerging from the entryway behind her, and once again moved without thinking. She grabbed the weaponless warrior by the shoulders and spun, using him like a shield as the other man opened fire again. The weaponless man's chestplate shattered as it was bombarded by hundreds of metal bolt bullets. Jay raised the rifle over the man's shoulder and fired at the remaining warrior. The red blaster bolts impacted against the man's chest and he staggered back, falling to his knees. Jay let the wounded warrior crumple to the ground and ran at the second man before he could regain his balance. He looked up at her and hefted the repeater, but she lashed out with a roundhouse kick at his head. The sole of her boot slammed into the side of his head, and he crumpled to the ground with a grunt. Jay surveyed her handiwork, breathing hard, then activated her comlink. "Vheden," she said as she dragged the 3 unconscious warriors to a support column in the center of the room. "I'm here," came his response. She pulled a length of whipcord from a pouch on her belt and tied them to the column, ensuring that they wouldn't be able to reactivate the bomb when she left. She grunted as she pulled their bonds tighter and said, "The sub-basement is secure. I'm ready to try and deactivate the bomb." "Good," he sighed in relief. "Can you see the bomb?" Jay stepped up to the rectangular shape she had glimpsed earlier. It was a large box-like shape, about waist-high, covered in a dark tarp. She pulled the tarp away, revealing a beige-colored piece of machinery with blue a central dynamo that was spinning at a dizzying rate. The machine was humming loudly, and Jay could feel it vibrate as she touched the side. "Oh yeah, I think I found it," she said over the comm. "How do I shut it down?" "Okay, the first thing you need to do is retract the protective casing surrounding the bomb itself. There should be a blue button." It didn't take long to find. She pressed the button, and the bomb let out a loud buzz. Jay screwed her eyes shut and took a step back, convinced the thing was going to explode. But it didn't. With a hiss of hydraulics, the beige casing split down the center and lifted away, revealing the spinning cylinder inside and hundreds of wires tangled around each other. "Okay," Jay breathed. "Step 1 complete. Now what?" "You have to shut down the center dynamo inside. Cutting a green-yellow striped wire should do that." "Okay," she said, stepping forward and pulling her vibroblade from her boot. "Be careful," he warned her. "Whatever you do, don't touch the dynamo. That thing is generating enough heat to melt your hand all the way to the wrist." "Got it," she said, watching the spinning blue cylinder with wary eyes. "I'm cutting the wire now. You did say the red and yellow wire, right?" "No," he cried. "Don't. Calm down, Stripes," she chuckled. "I'm just messing with you." There was a long pause over the comm. Then Vheden said, "Don't do that again." She laughed again as she carefully guided the vibroblade into the mess of wires. She fished through the tangled mass with her fingers until she found the green and yellow striped wire and pulled it free of the others. With a quick motion of her wrist, she sliced through it. The blue light emanating from the dynamo died instantly, and the spinning cylinder slowly spun to a halt, smoke wafting up into the air. "Okay," she said, stepping back and brushing her hands off. "Did that do it?" "Not yet," he said. "What you have to do now is remove the dynamo and break it so that there's no chance of reactivating the bomb." "Break it?" "It's made of low-grain transparent steel," he explained. "It's a lens meant to catch a plasma beam created elsewhere in the machine, amplify it, and use it to heat the combustion materials. Destroy it, and they'll be missing an important component without which the bomb is relatively useless." "Relatively," she echoed as she gingerly pulled the smoking dynamo from the machine's housing and threw it hard against the durasteel floor. With a loud crash, it shattered into 1,000 sparkling pieces that skittered across the dark floor, flashing as they went. "Yes," Vheden said. "There's another part to take care of. The polytorzi, the chemical that makes water flammable," Jay clarified. "Great. Where do I find that?" "It should be spread through 15 converter tubes set around the edge of the machine," he said. "Yeah, I see them. What do I do now?" "Destroy them," he said. "Shoot them? It doesn't matter." "You're insane if you think I'm going to shoot a bomb," she said, stepping away from the device. "We don't have time for this, Jay," he said impatiently. "Just destroy the converter tubes, and the thing should be useless." She noticed his use of the word should with some apprehension, but pulled her blaster and carefully shot each and every converter tube. As she reloaded her pistol, watching the bomb casing smoke, she said, "Okay? Is that it? 'Cause I'm hating every minute I'm within 100 feet of this thing." "One more step," he reassured her. "There's an ignition wire that's strung along the inside of the casing. It's a kind of dark scarlet, and it hooks in just below the dynamo housing. Cut that, and the ignition's useless. The bomb should be harmless enough as it is, but I want to make sure the thing is permanently out of commission. So, she said as she stepped forward again. In other words, I should cut the red wire. Exactly? She chuckled as she leaned into the bowels of the machine once more and felt around for the red wire. You do realize that in every holofilm ever made they say to cut the green wire to deactivate the bomb. Holofilm writers work from their imagination, he said. Things are different in real life. Oh yeah, to that, she muttered as she found the red wire and sliced it in half. She stepped away once more, sheathing the blade in her boot once more and saying, Okay. I'm done. Good, he said. Get up to the top floor and meet me in the central restaurant room. I'm going to change back into my normal kit. Then we'll see if we can't catch up to Brianna and Uruc. She turned away from the bomb, shot each of the unconscious warriors with a stun round just to be safe, and said, I'm on my way. Vheden was just pulling his helmet over his head as Jay pushed open the double doors to the central restaurant room. She had changed back into her normal hunting gear as well, and she spoke as she strode up to him. Is the building secure? She asked. He nodded as he tucked his flight suit's collar up into his helmet and vacuum-sealed his suit. Yeah. All of Uruc's thugs are accounted for and secured in an industrial freezer up in the kitchens, and law enforcement is on their way. Just one last loose end to clean up. Then let's see if we can't find out where Uruc and Brianna disappear too, she said, turning to leave as he hooked his lightsaber onto his belt. They both jogged toward the restaurant exit, rounding up any leftover weapons and ammunition from Uruc's terrorists that they could find. As they went, Vheden activated his helmet's comm and said, Brianna. Bree, come in. The woman's voice was labored as she grunted, Brianna here. What do you want, Sheen? I'm kind of in the middle of something. How close are you to Uruc? He asked as they stepped out into the raging storm. In the hours since the hurricane had begun, Vheden and Jay's attention had been elsewhere. And they'd been so distracted by Uruc and her warriors that they had no way of knowing that outside, the storm was raging ferociously. As they passed out from under the awning at the front of the restaurant, the wind caught Veden's comma and tugged at it so hard it almost ripped it from his belt. Jay cried out in surprise, wincing against the rain that shot down from the sky like bullets. Thunder cracked over their heads and lightning slashed down through the air, striking tall buildings and trees in the nearby park. Vheden struggled to hear Brianna's voice over the noise of the storm, even though his helmet's audio dampers were working at full strength. I'm in a speeder, lagging about 20 meters behind her, Brianna said. She's making a run for it. What's she driving? Vheden asked. There was a long pause before she replied. Black Terracippo speeder convertible, roof up. She probably stole it from some local Imperial bigwig. Transmit your location to my HUD, Vheden said. We're coming after you. Will do, she said, then signed off the comm, leaving nothing but the sound of the storm overhead. Now what? Jay shouted over the driving rain. We can't go after Brianna on foot in this. Veden's gaze roamed around the area, looking for anything that could help them in this situation. Any speeder buses in the area were almost certainly shut down because of the hurricane. Imperial transportation was too far away to rely on. Got it, he muttered as his gaze fell on the speeder lot only a few meters from them. What? Jay shouted. Follow me, he shouted back, gesturing for her to follow. What are you doing? She asked as he leveled his pistol at a speeder window. Simple, Vheden replied, and pulled the trigger. The speeder window exploded inward, and he explained, we need a ride. As specially appointed Imperial intelligence agents, we are hereby commandeering this vehicle. Jay stared at the speeder, then looked at him and grinned. I like the way you think, Stripes, she said. Chapter 14. A cornered animal. 2 minutes later, and they were racing through the streets, the wind lashing through the blasted open window. Vheden grasped the control wheel and spun it swiftly to one side, sending the commandeered speeder racing down a side alley. It sent waste bins flying as the vehicle barreled into them, trash flashing over the front view shield. Hold on. Vheden shouted as he spun the wheel the other way, and they screamed out onto a main street again. Jay grunted as she was thrown into the side of the speeder, her head bouncing against the window. Ow. Be more careful. Do you want me to obey standard travel procedures? Vheden growled, flooring the accelerator, or do you want to catch Uruc? Jay grasped at a safety rail over the passenger side door and hesitated before asking, does this thing go any faster? Let's see, he said, and gunned more fuel into the engine. The speeder shot down the street, the engine letting out a mechanical roar. Vheden turned up the view shield cleaners to clear rainwater from his line of sight and activated his comm again. Brianna, he said, transmit revised coordinates and activate your tracker. I need to know where you are. Transmitting now, Brianna said, sounding as if she had her teeth clenched. They raced through the deserted streets for a few moments before Brianna's voice came back. She murmured, wait a minute. What's wrong? Jay asked, wincing as Vheden took another sharp corner. Uruc might be heading for the spaceport. Vheden narrowed his eyes, focusing on the rain-slicked road ahead. Thunder rumbled through the air as he said, why would you say that? Look at my coordinates, she replied. Is there anything else in this sector of the city? Check the map, Vheden said to Jay, pulling up a map of Satan on the speeder's holodisplay. And compare it against the local underworld database I'm transmitting to the display now. Is there anything of value to Uruc and Brianna's part of the city? Jay consulted the map for a few moments, murmuring, there's a spice lab 2 blocks down from her. There's a black market fence who lives in an apartment complex on the street they're taking now. Apart from that, I can't see anything. Shab? Vheden swore. So she's heading for the spaceport. Why would she do that? Beats me, Brianna replied. She paused for a moment, then said, do you have my transmitter? Yeah. Okay, she said. I'm marking your speeder registration number. Do you think you could find her using that? I could hack into the Imperial database and activate the speeder's tracer, Jay said. All Imperial vehicles are marked with them in case they need to be quickly located. How do you know how to hack the Imperial database? Vheden asked, glancing over at her. Please, she said. Do you think you were the only one training me? Jane has been teaching me some rudimentary slicer skills. Good man, Brianna grunted. What are you going to do, Bree? Vheden asked, gunning the accelerator again as they sped across a bridge. I need to find out what the hell is going on, Brianna said. I'm going to go visit an old friend and ask him a few questions. You're bailing out on us? Jay asked. I might be able to find out what Uruc's planning to do, Brianna said. I'll catch back up as soon as possible. Are you two okay without me? Vheden nodded. We'll find Uruc. But if you're not back by the time we catch her, you're losing your cut of the reward. Brianna laughed, and there was the sound of a speeder's engine revving in the background transmission. I'll make it back. That's a promise. Her transmission cut out and Vheden said, Jay, get hacking. We don't have much time. Jay chewed at her lip as she tapped at the holographic keyboard. After a few moments, she clapped her hands and said, I'm in. Now it's just a simple matter of activating the tracer. She was working faster than she could talk, and before she had finished her sentence she sat back and said, there. Do you have her location? She asked. Vheden consulted his HUD for a moment, then sighed in relief as he saw a flashing purple dot light up on his map of Satan City. Got her, he said, and took a sharp turn to the left. She's 2 blocks down and a half kilometer ahead. We can catch up to her in a minute at most. How far is she from the spaceport? He consulted the map before saying, 5 minutes. We can get her. He cursed as a nearby speeder bus waiting station was blown over by the wind right in front of their speeder. He spun the wheel and they swerved to avoid it. If this storm gets any worse, Jay said as thunder cracked over their heads, we're not going to be able to go after her even in the speeder. That makes it all the more important for us to get to her fast. If she escapes, we'll never find her again. It was only a few seconds before they barreled out onto an 8-lane speedway, only a few hundred meters behind a black speeder convertible with the thin durasteel roof pulled up against the rain. Jay grasped the safety handhold above her door and pointed, saying, "There she is." "Hang on," Vheden said as he floored the accelerator again and shot forward. Jay was jerked back into her seat from the acceleration, then pulled her pistol. "Want me to distract her?" she asked, racking back the charging rod. "Go ahead," Vheden said, swerving around an abandoned emergency vehicle parked in the center of the road. "See if you can shoot out the rear repulsor." Jay retracted her door's view shield and leaned out into the storm, the wind from the hurricane and their acceleration whipping her hair around her head. She gripped tightly onto the safety handhold as she stretched out her shooting arm and fired 3 times. The yellow blaster bolts ricocheted off Uruc's black convertible harmlessly. However, she had obviously not been expecting fire, because her speeder swerved dangerously towards a side street packed with abandoned vehicles. She pulled away in time, however, and shot away down the speedway. Lightning snapped above their heads, forking across the sky before flashing down and striking a row of trees placed along the right side of the speedway. One of the trees was severed in half by the lightning explosion and toppled out into the street. Vheden yanked the wheel hard to the left as Jay shouted in surprise, pulling herself back inside. The speeder slammed into the side of the tree, the front bumper crumpling up before Vheden gunned the accelerator and the vehicle flew up and over the trunk, landing hard and screaming down the speedway once more. Jay let out a long breath. The branches of that tree, some of which were almost the size of the speeder itself, had missed her head by inches. "That was too close," she said, shaking her head as she leaned out the open view shield again and continuing to fire at Uruc's speeder. Suddenly, the black speeder skidded to a halt, and the driver's door opened. A dark figure sprinted into the rain, heading for a collection of dark buildings in the distance. "She's heading for the spaceport," Jay reported, pulling herself back into the speeder. "That place is packed with people sheltering from the hurricane. If she makes it in there, we'll lose her." Vheden scowled as he slowed down slightly. "She won't stay there. She has a plan, and whatever it is, she's going to stick to it. She's using the refugees in the spaceport as a distraction." He opened the driver's side door, ignoring the dirt of the street below him as he leaned out the door. "Take over," he said. "Loop around the shelter and keep an eye on the exits. Head in when I call you." "Vheden," Jay said, leaning over and grabbing the wheel. "What are you going to?" She was cut off as Vheden simply leaped out of the speeder, hitting the dirt below the speeder and rolling for a few meters before coming to his feet and sprinting towards the spaceport. Jay scowled as she moved over to the driver's seat, pulling the door shut and grasping the control wheel. Crazy Mandalorian, she thought, shaking her head. Refugee sector, Satan City. The door to Kitco's speeder repair was blown inward, dirt chips flying everywhere. Tishwada shouted in surprise and dove behind the front desk, covering his tentacled head and reaching for a blaster he kept in case of emergencies. Before his long-fingered hand could even touch the grip, however, a hard boot landed on his wrist, causing him to cry out in pain. "You lied to us," Brianna growled, grabbing the Nautolan by the front of his grease-stained jacket and slamming him against the wall hard enough to send a cloud of dust puffing into the air. She grimaced, fire ripping through her side as she put stress on her blaster burn. With effort, she ignored the pain and concentrated on the situation at hand. She pressed a pistol to his chest as he cursed and said, "I don't know what the cark you're talking about, Bellin. I gave you all the information Brianna pistol whipped him across the face and said, "How much is Uruc paying you to keep her real plan under wraps?" "I don't know what you're talking about," Wada said, scowling at her with his huge black eyes. When she knew her plan at the banquet was foiled, Uruc ran. But she didn't run for her nearest hideout, didn't run for any trusted allies. She went for the spaceport. Somewhere she knew Imperials would be able to track her. Why would she do that? When Wada didn't say anything, she tightened her grip on the pistol and said, "We already found out that Florin was her Imperial contact. Is he helping her off-planet?" Wada blinked slowly, then sighed and said, "Fine. Let me go, and I'll tell you everything." Brianna stared at his green-skinned face for a moment, then released her death grip on his jacket and stepped back. She folded her arms, tapping one foot expectantly. Wilder brushed dust off his jacket, then glanced at Brianna's torn and burned dress and grunted, "Nice get-up. What? Did you get invited to the ladies' night at the local bounty hunters bar?" "Don't be a smart-ass," Brianna snapped, holding a hand to the burn on her side. "Spill it. I want to know everything." Wilder sighed and said, "Fine. For the past 2 months, Uruc's been getting bored of Mon Calamari. She's planning to leave." "Like I suspected," Brianna said. "No, not like you suspected," Wilder shot back. "I'm not talking about just her. It's her entire organization. Thugs, warriors, local money launderers. She's paying everyone to pack up and follow her." "Where?" Brianna asked. Wilder shrugged. "I don't know. I really don't." When Brianna took a menacing step forward, he winced and said, "Come on. You think that information's bouncing around in the streets? Only Uruc and her affiliates know the location, and she's threatened to kill anyone who even thinks about snitching to the Imperials." "So what about the stunt at the banquet? Killing the governor?" "Oh, Vaughn's dead, is he?" Wilder asked, a grin stretching across his thin lips. "He got what was coming to him, if you ask me." "Why did she attack the banquet if she was planning to leave?" Brianna asked forcefully. He shrugged. "I don't know. She wanted to end her time on Mon Cal with something extravagant. Wanted to go out with a bang, if you catch my drift." Brianna nodded. Blowing up Satan City with a custom-built hydroconversion bomb sounded like just the kind of bang that would appeal to a psychopath like Uruc. "So what's her plan?" "She's moving out tonight," Wilder said, shrugging. "Packing up all her stuff onto a cargo ship at the spaceport." "That's not good," she said out loud. "We're running out of time." Without another word, she spun on her heel and limped back to her stolen speeder. As soon as she was inside, she floored the accelerator and shot out into the stormy city, her face a mask of determination. Hopefully Cheen and Jay would be right on Uruc's tail when she got to the spaceport. Either way, they need her help to bring the bitch down. Satan City T Sector Spaceport. "Okay," Hedden said. "I'm clear." "Jay, head on in. Any sign of Uruc?" "No," he replied. "But you should keep tabs on the back entrance, just in case." Jay nodded as she pulled the speeder over and stepped out into the storm. She pulled her jacket tighter around her against the driving as she ran for the back entrance of the spaceport. She paused for only a moment to pull a pencil-thin holoscanner from her belt and set it into a niche near the door. The scanner would record the area and send a message to Jay's datapad if anyone resembling Uruc passed through its line of sight. It would give them some warning in case she decided to bug out. Always have your exits and your enemy's exits covered was one of the central rules of bounty hunting, one that Jay was determined not to forget. They'd gone through too much to have Uruc escape now. As she moved on and stepped through the doors to the spaceport, she was instantly plunged into a sea of scared, rain-soaked refugees. She scowled as she made her way slowly through the crowd. Great, she thought. We've gone from a crowd of hostages to a crowd of potential hostages. All it's gonna take is a single stray blaster bolt and this entire situation will get real ugly. Hedden. She transmitted over the comm. Sound off. Where are you? I'm fine, he replied. But I'm going to go silent for a while. See if I can't draw a little less attention to myself. Do you see Uruc? No. But I'm going to try. She sighed as his side of the comm went quiet. She hated him when he did this. He got so caught up in the hunt that he sometimes forgot that he had a partner who was trying to watch his back. She shook her head and focused, scanning the crowd for Uruc. Jay would have thought that, with the mechanical arm, Uruc would stand out in the crowd. But Jay couldn't spot the woman anywhere. There must have been 300 refugees just in this single seating area of the spaceport. The entire crowd seemed hostile as she made her way to the lifts in the southeastern area of the room. She was aware of every single gaze that fell on her, even if only for a moment. She passed by a brown-skinned Zabrak with several broken cranial horns who was talking with a short, bug-eyed Gand wearing an environment suit. A little further on, a family of Wookiees were lowing to each other and shaking rainwater from their fur. Jay felt slightly guilty as she passed by them, knowing what Vheden had done to the Wookiee who had worked for Uruc. She passed by several Mon Calamari civilians and thought, screw this. I'm not going to find Uruc by just walking around. So she approached one of the fish-like Mon Calamari males and touched his shoulder gently. He started and turned to face her, his large eyes gazing at her serenely. "Excuse me," Jay said in the sweetest voice possible. She smiled and transmitted a holo of Uruc from her wrist-mounted datapad. "Have you seen this woman? I'm a friend and I need to speak with her." The Mon Cal silently shook his head and turned away, and Jay moved on to a tall, silent falling female standing a few feet away. When the green-skinned female didn't know either, Jay wandered around for a bit, making her way to the other side of the room. She stopped a passing spaceport tech, a Twi'lek male with dark blue skin, and asked him if he'd seen Uruc. To her surprise, he said he had. "Really?" she asked, hoping that her eagerness didn't seem out of place. "Where?" The tech pointed toward the stairs at the western end of the room. "She asked me for directions to boarding hall T-14. I told her that there are no outbound flights scheduled until this hurricane lifts, but—" "Thank you so much," Jay said, smiling as she turned away. As soon as the Twi'lek man had moved on, however, her smile instantly faded and she activated her comm. "Vheden," she said, "I have a possible location. Uruc asked for directions to boarding hall T-14. "I know," he said. "I'm there already. I can't see her." "What? How?" "I have my ways. But I need you down here now. It looks like she has some friends here to back her up." "On my way." Jay made her way as quickly as possible through the crowd, stopping for only a moment to consult a wall-mounted holomap to find the way to boarding hall T-14. Then she was off again, taking the stairs two at a time in her haste to catch up with her partner. "What do you want me to do when I get there?" "We're going to be slowed down by her thugs," Vheden said. "But try and take her in either way. I have a plan." "Oh, good," Jay said. "Mind sharing at this time?" "No," he replied. "For now, it has to stay with me." "Great," she said, rolling her eyes as she headed down a transparent steel-plated hallway that, on any normal day, would have offered a fantastic view of the landing pads. Rain pounded against the transparent metal, making it almost impossible to see anything further than 15 feet away. When she emerged into boarding hall T-14, it didn't take long to spot Uruc. She was standing at the boarding gate, speaking to a blue-painted protocol droid. Jay ducked around a nearby corner, glancing around it to watch the terrorist leader without being seen. "I know the spaceport is shut down, you lousy clanker," Uruc snapped, flexing her mechanical hand. "But I'm telling you, I'm a storm-certified pilot and I need to deliver my cargo before." "I'm afraid that's quite impossible," the droid said in a stubbornly patient voice. "Local protocol does not allow for civilian pilots to leave the spaceport under any circumstances." As Uruc argued with the droid, Jay whispered into her comlink, "Where's her thugs?" "Plainclothes," Vheden said quietly. "Look to your left and you'll see a big human in a Mon Cal tourist shirt." Jay didn't even ask how Vheden knew where she was. Just like Uruc's thugs were hidden throughout the room, she knew he was out there somewhere as well, waiting and watching for his moment to strike. She glanced to the left and saw a huge man in a blue-white tourist shirt and big black optical shaders covering his eyes. He was leafing through a holozine, keeping one eye on the conversation between Uruc and the spaceport droid. "Not very stealthy, is he?" Jay observed. "Unfortunately, the others are smarter than he is," Vheden said. With his help, Jay identified the rest of Uruc's 4 thugs. A spindly-legged Dug leaning against the wall near an indoor restaurant, a tall, graceful-looking humanoid man with glowing red eyes, and a braid that fell to his waist, and another human who was standing alone in the shadows at the end of the hall, pretending to look through a collection of souvenirs. "So," Jay said, "what do you want me to do?" "Normal bounty hunting routine," Vheden said. "Get out there and make a scene. I'll handle the rest. Jay shook her head, not liking this plan in the least. But she followed his command nonetheless. She stepped out from behind the corner and pulled her pistol, aiming it at Uruc. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a dark figure wrap his arms around the neck of the large man in the tourist shirt. With a wrench, the figure drove the man's head back into a support pole behind him, knocking him unconscious. Jay blinked and turned her attention back to her target. Whatever Hedden was doing, he'd be able to take care of himself. Jolee Uruc. She shouted as nearby civilians noticed her pistol and screamed. Hands on your head. You're under arrest. Uruc's eyes were wide as serving plates, and she cursed as she shoved the blue protocol droid aside and ran for a transparent steel walkway connecting the T-14 to another boarding hall. Civilians were running everywhere, trying to get as far away as possible from the crazy woman with the gun. It turned the entire T-14 boarding hall into a nightmare, making it almost impossible to track a single target. Uruc glanced over her shoulder, watching Jay sprint after her, then was knocked to the floor as another of her guards, the spindly Doug, was tossed bodily in front of her from somewhere in the crowd. They too toppled to the ground in a tangle of arms and legs. The Doug groaned, blood leaking from his mouth as it hit the floor with a dull thud. There was a smoking blaster hole in his stomach, smoke wafting lazily up from the wound. Uruc moaned in disgust and shoved the Doug away, scrambling to her feet and looking wildly around as Jay jogged toward her, setting her pistol for stun. Uruc spun toward a door to the outside, then backed away with a shout as she saw another of her guards sitting limply in a chair, a souvenir necklace reading Mon Calamari, the galaxy's paradise, wrapped tightly around his neck, his face blue. The last remaining thug saw what had happened to his compatriots and took off running, melting into the panicking crowd and disappearing from view. Jay considered shooting him in the back with the stun round as he went, but decided against it. He wasn't the target. Uruc herself was almost backed into a corner, her eyes wild as she frantically searched for an escape route. Hands up, Jay said, taking a single step closer and aiming her pistol unwaveringly at the woman's chest. A single stun bolt would drop her, and this mission would be. But Uruc wasn't beaten yet. She grabbed a passing young man in a blue-white tourist shirt by the throat, dragging him in front of her and using him as a human shield. She balled her mechanical hand into a fist and a silvery cylinder emerged from her metallic wrist. Jay froze. That was a high-heat flamethrower. She'd seen the specs in Uruc's bounty file. A single burst from that weapon would kill the man. Put the pistol on the ground, Uruc growled, a ferocious look in her eyes. Let him go, Uruc, Jay said, the pistol remaining pointed at the terrorist leader. It's over. Law enforcement is on their way, and you can either come with me alive or leave with them in a body bag. Drop the gun. Uruc screamed, clenching her grip on the young man's throat. Now. P, please. The man cried, struggling ineffectively against Uruc's grip on his throat. Do what she says. I don't want to die. Jay hesitated. Hedden had long ago told her to do whatever was necessary to bring down her target, even if that meant sacrificing an innocent civilian to bring in someone who would kill hundreds more. And in hostage situations like this, the hostage taker was most likely going to kill the hostage whether her orders were obeyed or not. In situations like that, he told her, you have to objectively, impartially weigh the good against the bad. If the target is sure to kill hundreds more people if they escape, it's worth a single innocent life to bring them to justice. Jay's jaw clenched, and she tightened her grip on her pistol, preparing to fire. But when she looked at the young man's panicked face, saw the terror in his blue eyes, she knew that she had only one choice. She lowered her blaster with a sigh and set it on the ground. As she slowly straightened again, she raised her hands in surrender and said, "Okay. You win." Uruc snarled at her, then threw the man aside and dashed away, into the crowd. Jay glanced after her, then knelt by the young man, putting a hand on his shoulder. "Are you all right?" she asked. He rubbed his throat and coughed. "Why, yes. You saved me? How can I ever repay you?" "Get as far away from the spaceport as you can," she said as she stood and dashed after Uruc again, shoving panicking civilians aside as she went. She had an uncomfortably strong sense of déjà vu, and she was unconsciously reminded of Anchorhead, when she chased after a sniper who had tried to shoot her. I swear my life is just going around in one big circle, she thought. Then she scowled and sprinted faster through the spaceport, just barely able to see Uruc's black dreadlocks as the other woman forced her way through the crowd. Jay tried to get a shot off, but couldn't ensure that she could hit Uruc without collateral damage. A blue-uniformed man caught her arm as she passed, saying, "Excuse me, ma'am, but you need to get to." She didn't think, she just cocked back her arm, and pistol-whipped him across the face. He cried out and staggered back, releasing his grip and holding his bleeding nose. "Sorry," she called back to him as she ran past. She didn't know how long she chased after Uruc. Halls seemed to flash by faster than Jay could see, and she had eyes only for the back of Uruc's head. She shoved civilians aside, struggling to keep Uruc in her line of sight. The terrorist was fast, easily faster than Jay, but the crowd was helping to slow her down. "Attention all civilians," came a deep voice over the intercom. "The spaceport is on emergency lockdown. We must ask that all present make their way in a calm and orderly fashion to board in halls T1 through T10 for emergency procedures." Good. With all the civilians heading for the boarding halls on one side of the spaceport, it was safe to assume that Jay and Uruc would be the only two heading in the other direction. Jay felt a slight flush of relief as she thought, at last, some luck. Ahead of her, Uruc sprinted up a staircase, shoving people over the railings as she went. She cast a fearful glance over her shoulder as she reached the top, then sprinted out of sight. Jay was right behind her, shouting, "Move! Get down!" as she leaped up the stairs as fast as her legs would carry her. She didn't stop to help people up. She didn't have time, and they weren't her problem. She just did her best to dodge them as she went. She spotted Uruc ducking down a side hall just as she came to the top of the stairs. She was about to head after her when someone caught her arm again. She spun to punch them again, but a familiar voice said, "Hey, are you okay?" "Vheden?" she asked, tearing her gaze away from the hall Uruc had ducked down and facing her partner. She punched his chest plate, gently though, so she wouldn't break her knuckles, and snapped, "Where have you been?" "Covering your back," the Mandalorian replied, his expression hidden as always behind his helmet's faceplate. "Yeah, well now we lost Uruc," she panted, resting her hands on her knees as she gestured down the hall. "She got away." "Actually no," he said, shaking his helmeted head. "I managed to plant a portable tracer on her." "A tracer?" Jay asked, frowning as she straightened again. "How did you manage to do that?" "A little chaos can go a long way," he said as they both jogged toward the hall Uruc had disappeared down. "I'll fill you in after we've got her in custody." At the end of the tiny hall was a rusty brown door marked "Employees Only." Vheden kicked it in, shouldering his rifle and covering the area as he stepped in. Jay was right next to him, squinting through the darkness as she roamed her pistol over the area. They appeared to be in some kind of maintenance room, similar to the sub-basement where Uruc's thugs had placed the hydroconversion bomb. There were coolant pipes everywhere, as well as power converter boxes taller than Jay was and circuit boards that controlled the flow of power to the entire spaceport. The only sounds Jay could hear were the loud hisses as steam burst from leaking pipes and the steady drip, drip, drip of condensation falling from above. There was no sign of their target. "Uruc," Vheden called. "We know you're here. Give up peacefully, and this'll end a lot quicker and calmer for everyone involved." When no one answered, Jay leaned close to her partner and whispered, "Where is she? Is the tracer working?" She struggled to pick his dark armor out from the shadows as he gestured in front of them to a thick support pillar wrapped with coolant pipes and hoses. "She's right up there," he whispered as he stepped forward, his boot steps surprisingly quiet for someone in such heavy armor. "On 3. "Okay," Jay breathed, flexing her grip on her pistol 1-2. Before she could finish, a pillar of fire erupted from the shadows, enveloping Vheden and sending a wave of burning heat through the room. Jay shouted in surprise and jumped away, somersaulting and raising her blaster. Came Uric's voice. You're in a room packed with coolant pipes. A single stray blaster bolt will send this entire spaceport sky high. Like you tried to do with all of Satan City. Jay asked, getting to her feet again. She spotted Vheden kneeling nearby on the floor, arms and legs glowing in the dark as his combat suit smoldered. Are you okay? She asked him. I'm a little toasted, he grunted, getting to his feet and patting out a single tendril of flame from his elbow. But I'm otherwise fine. He looked around the room, his helmet's flag-like rangefinder sliding down into tactical position as he pulled his rifle into his shoulder again. Jay, he whispered, jerking his head to the panel of circuit boards behind them. Get the lights. I'm the only one who can't see in the dark. She nodded and stepped back. As she crept toward the glowing panel of lights behind her, Vheden moved deeper into the darkness, calling out, Uruc, don't make us do this the hard way. It didn't take long to find the controls for the maintenance room lights. Jay hit the button, and blinding white light flooded the room. She squeezed her eyes shut, grimacing as they adjusted to the light. She had barely opened her eyes before a huge weight barreled into her from behind, driving her to the floor. She rolled over as she felt a hard fist slam into her face. She cried out and she heard Uruc's voice screaming, Bounty Hunter scum. Jay struggled against Uruc, who was laying into her with both organic and metallic fists. She balled her fist and punched Uruc in the forehead, but the other woman barely flinched. You will not take me, she screamed, punching at every inch of Jay that she could reach. Vheden grabbed the woman around the waist and tried to haul her off Jay, but Uruc elbowed him in the neck, sending him staggering back against the support pillar wrapped with coolant hoses. One of them burst, spraying steam all around him. He shouted in pain as the heated steam blasted his already scorched skin. Within moments, he was completely hidden from view in a cloud of coolant steam. Uruc beat Jay's wrist against the ground until her grip on her blaster was forcibly loosened. Uruc snatched the pistol and pressed the barrel against Jay's forehead. Not this time, Bounty Hunter, she whispered, scowling furiously as her finger tightened on the firing stud. There was a loud clack of a charging rod being racked back behind Uruc, and her eyes suddenly went wide. Jay relaxed as she saw a figure standing behind Uruc, obscured by the terrorist's head. Vheden had finally found his way out of the coolant steam, and just in time, too. But it wasn't Vheden who spoke next. It was a woman's voice with a smooth Coruscanti accent that said, Hands up, Uruc. Drop the pistol. Brianna's voice. Uruc raised her hands above her head and tossed the pistol aside, with a curse as she stood and stepped away from Jay. She turned to Brianna, who was standing propped up against a nearby power converter box and holding her burned side. A pistol was in one hand, aimed directly at Uruc's head. Hands behind your back, the huntress panted. Come on, Brianna, Uruc said, also breathing hard. Let me go, for old time's sake. We're friends, after all. Brianna punched Uruc in the stomach, sending the terrorist leader to her knees. We're not friends, Brianna snarled as she hauled Uruc to her feet again by the back of her neck. We stopped being friends the day you slaughtered your first batch of innocent civilians. They deserved it, Uruc said, laughing as she clambered to her feet again. They all deserved it. Put your damned hands behind your back, Brianna snapped. Uruc did as she was ordered, and the bounty huntress clapped a pair of binders over her wrists with a quick motion. A heavy boot fall sounded next to Jay's head, and she craned her neck to see Vheden offering her a hand. She took it and allowed him to haul her to her feet. Are you all right? He asked her. She rubbed at a bruise forming on her cheek and waved her other hand in the air, dismissing the question. I'll be fine. He nodded and stepped past her, to Brianna. He put a hand on her shoulder and said, How about you? Are you okay? Brianna let out a shaky laugh. I'm not as fine as Jay is, but I'll mend. Here, Vheden said, slinging her arm around his shoulders. Let's get you to the nearest boarding hall. They've got to have a med kit somewhere. He looked to Jay and motioned to Uruc, who was muttering to herself and throwing the hunter's furious glare. "Can you take her? Just make sure she doesn't leave. I'll find a law enforcement officer who'll take her off our hands." She nodded and reached down to scoop up her pistol. She pressed it between Uruc's shoulder blades and said, "I'll be here." Veden nodded, thanked her, then helped Brianna limp out of the room. Jay smiled as she watched them walk together down the hall, then around the corner, and out of sight. Here were the signs of caring between the two that she'd been missing before. Veden and Brianna may not be the most noticeable couple Jay had ever seen, but as she watched her partner help his wounded girlfriend limp away, his devotion to her was so obvious that it was almost impossible to miss. She was still smiling as she turned away. Here, finally, was the first sign of humanity she'd ever seen in the ice-cold Veden. And she had to admit that when she saw him like this, he was a much more likable person than she had first thought. "You know," Uruc said suddenly, "I could use someone with your skills as a hunter. You did well to catch me, and I could pay 4 times more than whatever the damned imps are giving you. Just let me go, and you could be set for life." Jay slapped the woman across the back of the head, silencing her. Chapter 15. The storm is over. Later. It was half an hour before Imperial law enforcement finally arrived at the spaceport. They had been spread thin around Satan, trying to keep some semblance of order throughout the storm-ravaged city. And it wasn't just law enforcement that came to the spaceport. As the 3 hunters waited for the enforcement officers to cart Uruc off to whatever dark prison cell they had planned out, they also saw at least 50 Holonews speeders skid to a halt outside the spaceport. Veden wasn't surprised. A criminal as dangerous as Jolee Uruc had been brought to justice. It was the news story of the century, and every Holonews station was sure to want in on it. The enforcement officers had a hard time getting through the door with all the news reporters struggling to get to the bounty hunters first. Lamplights were shone on the hunters, who were standing at the top of a flight of stairs and holding a bound and gagged Uruc between them. Holo recorders started rolling almost instantly. A reporter forced his way through the crowd on the stairs and pushed an amplicoder in front of Brianna. The reporter introduced himself before asking, "Ma'am, you were able to apprehend Jolee Uruc with only 15 civilian casualties. How were you able to pull off this incredible feat?" Brianna frowned. "Incredible. 15 civilian casualties is too much of a loss for any operation, or didn't I? This isn't an incredible featuring." A second reporter pushed his way forward and shoved another amplicoder in Veden's faceplate. He jerked back slightly as the reporter said, "Sir, is this accomplishment a sign that the Mandalorians are indeed on the rise again, as Senator Tor claims?" Veden's gaze darted between holocrons and he clenched his fists, uncomfortable at so much attention. He hesitated, then said, no comment. You want to know anything, talk to Mandalor." All right, came a deep voice. Jay craned her neck to look over the sea of reporters to see none other than Commander Polano pushing his way through the crowd. "Break it up," he called, pushing reporters aside. "Break it up, everyone." Sir, called a reporter. "Will you be Governor Vaughn's new replacement? Are you even going to try for the position of governor?" Polano raised his hands and said, "Everyone needs to clear out now. There will be a press conference just as soon as we can get Uruc to a secure location. You will all be notified of the time and place. Now if you would please head back to your speeders." The crowd reluctantly broke up as Polano turned to them. "Well," he sighed, running a hand through his messy red hair, "I do believe I owe you 3 things. You not only apprehended Uruc, but you discovered the identity of her contact within Imperial command. You could say that you did my job for me." He shook hands with each of them as he said, "I cannot tell you how grateful I am. You have done the Empire a great service." Veden frowned beneath his helmet and said, "We're not here to do any services to the Empire. Where's the reward?" "Ah yes, of course," Polano said, stroking his mustache. "The credits will be transferred to your accounts, split equally into thirds. You are free to split them among yourselves as you see fit after that." "Clean credits?" Veden asked. "Of course. No tracing IDs." Polano frowned. Yes. I fail to see why. We may have done the Empire a great service, Hedden said, but that doesn't mean I trust you guys. Polano turned back to the crowd of reporters, civilians, and enforcement officers waiting at the foot of the stairs. He motioned to the officers and said, "Gentlemen, escort the prisoner to her holding cell." No less than 5 officers escorted Uruc out of the building, 3 of them aiming blasters at her head. As soon as they were gone, Polano nodded respectfully to the hunters one last time. Then he spun on his heel and headed down the stairs toward the reporters, clapping his hands and saying, "Until the governor's office releases a statement, ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you of the heroic deeds I myself accomplished while the banquet was under siege." The reporters oohed and ahed and followed him away. Hedden stared after him and snorted, shaking his helmeted head. "I saw him on the holocoms in the security post," he said. "He was hiding in a janitor's closet the whole time." Jay sighed and rubbed her eyes. "I couldn't care less about all the glory that gets piled on his head. We got the bounty, we've got our money, and now we can go home." Home, Brianna sighed with a smile as they walked down the steps and made their way through the crowd. Back to a warm orbit, friends, and peaceful quiet. Back to a warm shower, food, and a good 8 hours of sleep, Hedden added, nodding. Back to, Jay hesitated, unable to think of anything. When Hedden and Brianna looked over at her expectantly, she shrugged and said, "Well, away from here at least." All 3 of them laughed as they stepped outside. Above their heads, the hurricane had finally moved on. Trees were toppled on the freeway in the distance. One of them had smashed through the speeder of Hedden, and Jay had commandeered to pursue Uruc. There were puddles spread across the ground, and a slight drizzle of rain fell from the sky. A single shaft of golden light broke through the clouds, a final signal that the storm was over, promising a bright new day ahead. As they walked, Brianna slipped her hand into Hedden's. He looked over at her and smiled beneath his helmet, squeezing her hand gently. She smiled and squeezed back. Hedden sighed and finally relaxed. The storm wasn't all that had passed on, leaving a brighter future just around the corner. He suddenly was filled with the optimistic feeling that everything with Brianna was going to be okay. Jay frowned suddenly and said, "Wait a minute. You said you'd explain how you managed to plant a tracer on Uruc." "Oh yeah, right," he said. He chuckled and said, "Remember the guy Uruc tried to use as a shield when you had her at blaster point?" "Of course," she said, nodding. "Why?" He just stared at her. After a moment, she gasped and cried, "What? That was you?" He laughed and nodded. "Yep." Ditched my armor plates and grabbed a tourist shirt off the rack. She's never seen my face, so she didn't know who I was. "And you?" "And I slipped a tracer into her pocket when she was holding me hostage," he finished, nodding. "It was easy." "Damn it," she said, shaking her head. I wasn't even paying attention to the guy. I don't remember what he looked like." Brianna grinned and said, "Better luck next time, rookie." And together, they strolled off into the city as the sun broke through the clouds above their heads, driving away the last remnants of the storm. Refugee Sector, Satan City, Mon Calamari. The former lieutenant, now known only as Florin, walked briskly down the street in the refugee sector, ignoring the smell and picking his way around piles of rubbish. Unlike the last time he'd been here, while in the company of those 3 damn bounty hunters, there were now speeders rumbling up and down the street, heading back and forth through the city, on business that wasn't important or interesting enough for Florin to even notice. The hurricane had passed, leaving bright skies and a city with more than just a black eye. It was going to take Satan months to repair all the damages caused by the storm. Trees toppled in the freeway, hollow net transponder columns picked up by the winds and thrown through the sides of buildings, and millions of credits worth of damage to private and government property. But again, that wasn't important or interesting enough to Florin for him to care anymore. His interest was now completely fixed on what was left of Jolee Uruc's organization. It was true that Uruc and her 13 warriors were all either dead or locked up in Imperial prisons scattered throughout the galaxy, and that without them the rest of the organization was swiftly crumbling. But that was a problem that Florin intended to deal with in time. He strode uninvited through the door to Kitco's speeder submersible repair shop and surveyed the main lobby. The sickly colored tile on the wall was wet and dripping from a broken window that had allowed rainwater to fall for hours into the shop. Water pooled around Florin's Imperial issue boots, and there were sheets of flimsy floating through the lobby. Tishwada was grumbling to himself as he pushed a mop through the water, scrubbing at a film of mold that had quickly grown across the floor and ineffectively attempting to push the worst of the water out the door. His head tentacles slithered over each other in agitation, and he looked up at Florin with his wide black eyes. "They're waiting for you in the back," he said sourly, jerking his head at the door to the back room. As Florin strode silently past, he heard the Nautilin muttering, "Damn scum, fouling up my establishment." Florin couldn't tell if he was talking about the mold on the floor or the beings who were waiting in the repair garage. Scattered through the back were all those who were left from Uric's decimated organization, 15 beings, most of which were human males. They surveyed Florin with scowls and nasty chuckles as he stepped forward. "You were the one who called us all here," said one of them, a huge bald human man with a black dragon tattoo up one huge arm. He picked at his teeth with a pencil-thin knife blade and said, "The least you could do is show up on time." "I think I have more beings to flee from than you do," Florin shot back. He was, after all, an Imperial officer who had defected. The full might of the Empire would crash down on his head if he wasn't careful. The man snorted, then said, "What do you want?" Florin shrugged. "In a word, I want you to work for me." That got their attention. All around the room, Uric's former employees muttered to each other, throwing glares at him. The man with the tattoo snorted again, then spat on the floor at Florin's feet. "And why would we do that? Jolee Uruc's demise is tragic, and it has resulted in a dramatic cut in pay to all of you," Florin explained calmly. "I'm offering you your old jobs back. With me, we can restore the 13 warriors to their former glory, and all become rich men in the process." "You want us to take orders from a jumpy little pipsqueak like you," said another of the men with a nasty chuckle. "When all 9 of the Corellian hells freeze over, kid." Florin shrugged and turned away. "A pity. But in the end it's your paychecks. You can't take them or leave them as you see fit." He took exactly 5 steps toward the door before someone spoke, drawing him back into the room. "Wait," said the man with the tattoo, holding up a meaty hand. "I like your plan." Florin raised an eyebrow as he turned back to them. He folded his arms and said, "Really? Then you'll accept my proposal?" The man nodded. "Yep. With one factor removed." He drew a pistol from his hip and aimed it at Florin. "You!" Florin couldn't even scream before the man fired 3 times, hitting him squarely in the chest. He flew backward and landed on the dirty, damp floor a meter away, dead before he hit the ground. The tattooed man turned back to the rest of the assembled thugs and gestured for them to follow him. "Come on, guys," he said. "Let's get out of here. Tomorrow, we start work again. Satan will be our city in 6 months." He was met with a chorus of approval as they all tramped out of the building into the depths of the city. After a few moments, they were lost in the flow of traffic through the crowded refugee sector. Tishwada watched them go, then turned away, and instead of calling law enforcement to track down the brutes, he simply sighed and switched the sign on his door from open to closed. Chapter 16. Home, sweet home. 12 hours later, over Keldabe airspace. Snow was falling from the air, dusting all of Keldabe with the coat of white as void and vengeance swooped down toward the city spaceport. Brianna had parted with them in orbit, saying that she had business to attend to on Concordia and hadn't accompanied them to Keldabe. Large flurrying clouds of snow were blown up into the air as Vengeance came in for a landing, resting on his landing struts with a mechanical sigh and powering down with the fading hum of his engines. Jay looked up into the sky and smiled as she retracted the canopy of her ship and hopped out. She brushed a fine layer of snow off her ship that had collected in the few moments since she'd landed. "It looks beautiful," Jay said as Hedden stepped up from behind her. He nodded, shaking snowflakes from his black armored shoulders. Yeah, he said. First snowfall of the season. As Jay looked over at the doors to the spaceport, she noticed that they had a welcoming party. 4 stormtroopers, their armor the exact shade of white as the snow, were waiting for them with rifles held at attention. Veden noticed them as well and cursed under his breath. He stepped up to them and said, "Can we do anything for you guys?" "Governor Utah requests your presence, sir," one of the stormtroopers said. "On Concordia?" Jay asked, raising an eyebrow. They just got back home, and she'd be damned if she was going to be dragged away again. But the trooper shook his helmeted head and said, "At Imperial Garrison Command north of Keldate." Veden sighed and turned to Jay, saying, "We might as well see what our esteemed governor wants with us. Probably nothing of interest. He's as Mercer Parla as a slab of Durkreet." Jay reluctantly nodded and followed the stormtroopers to a waiting speeder bus. It was a 15-minute ride to the IGC, during which Jay caught her first glimpse of the area north of Keldate. She'd only previously traveled south of the city, to the rural areas like Rames Farm, and this was a new experience for her. The landscape couldn't be more different. Whereas the land south of Mandalore's capital city was little more than rural land studded here and there with farms, the land a few miles north seemed to be the center of Imperial power on the planet. There were hastily built, slate-gray buildings everywhere she looked, and black banners displaying the Imperial will flew above every doorway. Jay shuddered, slightly disgusted that the Empire could ruin such an otherwise beautiful landscape with their ugly, manufactured metal structures. As the speeder bus maneuvered around what looked like a local barracks, she caught her first look at Imperial Garrison Command. It was easily the creepiest building she'd ever seen. It was a large, 6-story building similar to the layout she'd seen in the schematics of the bomb.igc on Mon Calamari. But seeming to blend into the black and slate-gray durasteel of the Imperial building were bones. Huge bones, some easily bigger than tree trunks, stretched protectively around the building, like the arms of a sheltering mother crate dragon. A huge tusked skull that was easily twice as large as the Audiobook cantina hung over the front entranceway like a trophy, supported by meter-thick pillars. "What is that?" Jay murmured to Veden, her lip curling in disgust. Veden glanced at the IGC and chuckled. "Oh yeah, that's the IGC. The Imperials built the building into an old mythosaur carcass. Skeleton City is what some of the Vogue back in Keldate call it. Why would the Empire build their command inside the skeleton?" He chuckled again and murmured in a voice low enough that the stormtroopers couldn't hear. "It's a funny story, actually. Back toward the end of the Clone Wars, the Empire came to Mandalore, looking for the perfect spot to set up their base camp. They asked what the skeleton was, and some Mershebs at the Audiobook told them that it was a sacred Mandalorian temple, where we offered up sacrifices to our gods." "You don't have gods?" Jay said. "At least not any that I've heard of." "Yeah," Veden murmured, "but the Empire didn't know that. They got it in their head to use this temple as their base camp, since it obviously held so much religious significance to us. You know, they show their superiority by desecrating our center of religious worship and put us in our place, as it were. So we sold it to them." Jay almost burst out laughing. "You what?" "Yeah," he chuckled. "Shissa made a pretty profit out of it, and just in time, too. Apparently he was thinking of demolishing it. It wasn't useful as anything but a waste of space." Jay was still laughing as they stepped out into the snow and headed toward the IGC. Jay looked up at the huge tusked skull and grinned as they passed inside. Once within, they were subjected to the usual routine. They had to remove all their weapons and be triple-checked for hidden explosive devices. The Imperials were obviously taking no chances with so many well-armed Mandos on the planet. After 15 minutes, they were finally allowed into Governor Unum's office, a large, half-circle-shaped room with a long transparent steel window facing the Keldate to the south. Even from this distance, Jay could pick out the colossal shape of Mandal Motors Tower, easily the tallest building in the entire city. Unum himself was a portly, balding man of 50 with a seemingly permanent scowl frozen on his pudgy face. He was currently scribbling something onto a sheet of flimsy, focused intently on his work. Jay had never met the man personally, but as he was the Imperial overseer of Mandalore, he had made it a habit of sticking his nose into any business he could find. Veden was almost constantly being summoned to his presence, and Jay got the feeling that there was an animosity running between the two that was deeper than just independent Mandalorian versus bureaucratic Imperial. "You called for us, sir," Veden said, placing just enough emphasis on the word sir to make it sound insincere. Utah looked up at them blankly for a moment. Then he clapped his hands and said, "Ah, yes. I've been meaning to speak with you since you arrived in system, but I was unfortunately stationed away from the base on Concordia. Otherwise you would have hijacked us from our own ships and dragged us to your office just to accuse us of crimes we never committed." Veden asked, his voice utterly neutral. Jay's lips twitched slightly as she held back a grin. He obviously hadn't forgotten his last visit with Udom, when Void had been boarded by armed stormtroopers who had requested his presence at gunpoint. Udom didn't respond to the dig, rather smiling and stepping toward them. Jay unconsciously stood at attention, straightening her posture and hooking her hands behind her back. "You misunderstand," Utah said. "I did not call you here to accuse you of anything. Rather, I wish to speak with you to offer my congratulations on a job well done on Mon Calamari, as well as to tell you how glad I am that you are finally seeing reason." "Couldn't you have just sent a card?" Veden asked, his gaze staring carefully ahead. He was standing at attention as well, like a soldier in an inspection line. "I am serious," Utah said. "If one more Imperial outpost came under attack by a black-armored Mandalorian, whether it was you or not, the results would have been extreme." Udom turned to Jay now, looking her up and down before saying, "As for you, my dear, I don't believe we've had the pleasure." "You are." "Jamie Mokina, sir?" Jay reluctantly offered her hand as she gave Udom her fake name and said, "I'm Veden's new partner." "Oh, of course. The bounty hunter from Nar Shaddaa." Utah shook her hand, smiling and nodding. He looked at her posture, that straight-back stance that could only be a product of Imperial training, and said, "Did you serve in the military?" "The Navy," Jay said truthfully. The Navy was one of the only branches of the Imperial military that accepted women. Jay knew that firsthand. It wasn't that uncommon for a woman to have served as a pilot, and Jay was banking on that to cover up the fact that Jamie McKenna and Jay Shiakolta were both pilots. "Ah," Udom said. "And now you're a bounty hunter. May I ask what happened?" "I was," Jay hesitated, then said, "I was dishonorably discharged." "Ah," Udom said again as he turned away. "I'm sorry." "I'm not," Jay admitted. "It was the best thing that ever happened to me." She noticed Veden turn his helmet ever so slightly towards her. Then he turned his gaze back to the window directly in front of him. Utah sighed as he settled himself behind his desk again and said, "Well, I'm glad you two are proving to be allies to the Empire instead of nuisances. And if there is ever an opening for a full-time job—" "Give it to someone else," Veden interrupted. "I'm working freelance for as long as I can." "Me too," Jay said, nodding in agreement. The governor shrugged and motioned them away. "As you wish. You may leave." Veden bowed his head slightly in mock respect and turned on his heel to leave. Jay followed him step for step, casting a glance over her shoulder and letting out a breath as the door to the governor's office slid shut behind them. "Well," she said, "Jang's cover ID held. Thank the Force for that." Veden grunted. She turned back to him and cocked her head slightly as they headed back for the speeder bus. "You know," she said as she retrieved their weapons once more, "you said back on Mon Cal that you would tell me why you hate Imperial so much." "Did I?" he asked. "I don't remember." "Don't give me that," she interrupted. "I know you remember. Spill it." He chuckled slightly and shrugged as he hooked his jetpack over his shoulders. "I don't see why not." He paused, thinking for a moment before saying, "About 4 years ago I applied for a job with the Empire, thinking that I should part company with less than law-abiding figures like Sekka and Prince Scissor. I was turned away because I was too young. I was only maybe 15 at the time. Jay tried to picture Hedon as a scruffy-looking teenager, and found that it was impossible. He probably would have looked exactly the same in his armor anyway. What happened? A certain Sith Lord took an interest in my swordsmanship skills, Hedon said darkly. He fed me some asik about a bounty on Kashyyyk. I got there, snooped around for a bit, and found out that the whole thing was a lie. What was Vader trying to do? Jay asked. Get you out of the way. He drew me into a trap, Hedon replied. He attacked me? Wow, Jay said. And you're still here. Hedon nodded as he said, yeah. After a pretty lengthy duel, he force-choked me unconscious and basically kidnapped me. I woke up 2 days later in a Bacta tank on board some kind of secret Star Destroyer Vader's. Is this where you became a super soldier? He shook his head, laughed, and said, for the last time, Jay, I am not, repeat not, a super soldier. I don't know who told you that, but if I ever find them. Would you tell me if you were? She asked, raising an eyebrow. No, he replied point blank. But I'm telling the truth. Yeah, she said, grinning as they headed down a side hall. Whatever. Anyway, he said, when Vader briefed me, he said that he was offering me a place on a special Black Ops strike team for the Empire called the Imperial Correctional Force, or ICF. It paid well, and I knew that Vader would kill me if I refused, so I took up his offer. So what happened? At first everything was fine, more or less. The other 9 strike team members were sadistic erudees who reveled in pain and destruction. I usually only worked with one of them, another bounty hunter named Boba Fett. Jay nodded. She'd heard this before, while they'd been hunting an anchorhead. That, and she'd secretly stolen an old journal of Hedon's in an attempt to find out more about his past. She was still looking through it, determined to return it before her partner knew it was missing. How did you come to hate the Imperials? She asked. Well, at first all we did was hunt down corrupt senators and fugitives. Lethal action was necessary sometimes, but it was pretty much just a step up from normal bounty hunting. And then, he sighed and shook his head. Then we started hunting renegade Jedi. And I was ordered to shoot a Padawan girl who was only a few years younger than I was. That's horrible, Jay said. Horrible, but not surprising. 2 weeks later, I turned in my resignation, Hedon said. I didn't want anything more to do with the ICF. But instead of accepting my resignation, the Empire claimed that I was deserting and placed a bounty on my head. And my own partner, Fett, tried to shoot me in the back while I tried to escape from the ICF base on Coruscant. After that, I swore that I would have nothing more to do with the Empire. Jay said, frowning thoughtfully. Eventually she shrugged and said, well, if there's any better reason to hate the Empire as much as I do, I can't think of one. Hedon said nothing, just held the door open for her and followed her into the speeder. He didn't say a word the entire ride back to Keldabe. They parted ways at the Audiobook, Jay heading inside to return to her rented room there, Hedon disappearing into the city to head back to wherever it was he lived. She sat down at the bar with a sigh, running a hand through her messy hair. Now that she was finally alone, finally relaxed, she felt all the weight of the past few days come crashing down around her. Her muscles were so sore she felt as if she'd just been run over by a repulsor truck, and she was having trouble keeping her eyes open for much longer than a few seconds at a time. Aramis looked up at her and narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. You look like you could use a drink, he observed. Jay was hungry, sore, cold, and exhausted from her part in the events on Mon Cal. What she needed was a good dinner, a comfortable bed with warm sheets, and 8 hours of good, solid sleep. But somehow, Aramis' words summed up exactly how she felt. She laughed wearily and shook her head. I don't drink much. Not if I can help it. Glass of water, maybe. The bartender offered. It's free. She nodded. That fits into my budget. Go ahead and hit me. Aramis chuckled and poured her a glass from the tap behind the bar. As he passed it across the bar to her, an armored Mandalorian slid into the stool next to her and said, Water, huh? I guess it's better than being blasted on your ass by a Ramas Netragal. Hey, the Ramika, I'll have one too. Jay looked over at the Mandalorian, who was dressed in reflective gray-red armor, with several distinctly differently colored armor plates. I'm sorry, she said. Do I know you? He stared at her. Really? You've only been gone 3 days and you've forgotten me. I'm hurt, I truly am. He pulled his helmet off his head and Jay clapped a hand over her mouth. Oh, Venku, she said, blushing furiously in embarrassment. I'm so sorry. I didn't. He waved a hand, dismissing her apology. Don't worry about it, he said. Everyone looks different when they're in full armor. Even Babur Kal didn't recognize me when I changed my armor from the typical old green and red. She nodded slowly, still blushing. She took a small sip of water and shook her hair out of her eyes. After a few minutes of exhausted silence, she said, It's good to be home. I feel like I could sleep for a week. He looked over at her. So you're seeing Mandalore as home now? Well, yeah, she said, surprised. I mean, I've got nowhere else. This is home for me now. Is that a problem? He shook his head and took a swig of his own water. Not at all. It's actually a good sign. She narrowed her eyes playfully. Of what? That you're one step closer to be a ripe candidate for conversion. It almost seems like everyone who lives around Keldave becomes Mandalorian at some point or another. I think it's our rugged charm. She smiled. No offense intended, but I'd rather not. I barely know the first thing about you guys. I don't think I'd be a good recruit just yet. Give it a few months, he replied. He took another long swig of water, then said, So how was the Mon Calamari contract? Lots of swimming, sunbathing, general R&R. I'll look at the holopics if you've got them. She laughed wearily and shook her head. Don't even get me started. It'll take too long to tell the story. I'll have to hear it sometime, he said, swirling the water around in his glass. Come on, I'll buy you dinner and you can tell me about it. You've been cavorting around with the scum of the galaxy for the past few days. It'll be good to have someone civilized to talk to. She narrowed her eyes again and half-smiled curiously. Is that a pickup line? He shrugged, putting on a nonchalant face that she almost believed was real. It depends. Depends on what? On whether it's working or not. She smiled and downed the rest of her water in a single long swig as she stood from the bar. That would be no, she said as she pushed in her bar stool. I'm too tired to want anything but a good, say 19-hour sleep. How about a rain check? He nodded and grinned back. I'll hold you to it. I won't forget. She thanked Aramis and headed up to her rented room. She quietly stepped down the hall to her room, careful not to wake any of the Tapcaf's other semi-permanent residents. She shut the door behind her, locked it, and drew the shades over the window. Venku was right. It was odd that she was seeing Mandalore as her home so soon after her escape from prison. It usually took her longer to grow accustomed to such change. Then again, she thought as she undressed, as homes go, this one isn't that bad. Then she collapsed onto the bed, asleep before her head hit the pillow. Chapter 17. Uruc's Fate. Emperor Palpatine High Security Prison, Imperial City. The door lock buzzed, and Jolee Uruc looked up from her single good arm, which she had slowly been scraping at with a sharpened chunk of durcrete that had flaked off the wall some hours earlier. She wiped the blood away with steady metallic fingers and tossed the chip away. The stormtrooper guard inched through the door, stun rifle raised, and said, Prisoner 3812, your presence is demanded at a special sentence revision hearing. Uruc raised an eyebrow and settled back against the wall, setting her feet up on the edge of her cot and putting her hands behind her head. I don't think I'm quite in the mood for another hearing. I've only been in this puss bucket of a prison for 2 days now, and I'm already bored out of my skull. You will place your hands behind your head and allow yourself to be fitted with restraints. Refusal will result in disciplinary action. She sighed and inspected the metallic fingernails of the simple prosthetic they had outfitted her with upon her arrival to the prison. It was a basic piece of equipment. It didn't even have a motor capable of laying a stormtrooper flat on his back. but it served well enough to provide her with basic motor functions. It was a luxury, yes, but it was a luxury that she thought she rather deserved. So, she said almost conversationally, "Do you come up with these clever little sayings by yourself, or do your superiors make you memorize them out of a book?" The trooper stepped closer, turning on his stun gun. "Get up." She looked him square in the faceplate and replied, "No. Get up. Go to hell." He stuck the barrel of the rifle in her face and shouted, "Get your ass up." Instantly she grabbed the gun barrel and wrenched it out of the trooper's hand, breaking his wrist in the process. With a practiced move, she swung it around and pulled the trigger, hitting the trooper in the chest. He was blasted back against the wall by the force of the concussive blast, and he slumped with a quiet gurgle. She blew smoke from the barrel with a smile and crouched over him, leaning close and whispering, "You didn't say please. You should be more polite, especially when in the presence of a lady." She grabbed the code key from his belt and headed for the door. She ran the chip past the security scanner inside her cell, and it opened with another loud buzz. She cast one last glance around the room, making sure there was nothing she would need later, then stepped through the door and ran right into a solid wall. At least that's what it felt like. As she staggered back with a surprised cry, a loud, rasping breath filled the room. It was a sound known galaxy-wide, a sound that struck fear into the hearts of every man, woman, child, and otherwise that knew what was good for them. Uruc stared with wide eyes at the massive black armored form of Darth Vader as the Dark Lord stepped through the door. He slowly surveyed the tiny cell, his hands on his armored hips, his gaze lingering on the unconscious trooper for a moment before turning to Uruc. She suddenly felt like a womp wrapped beneath the scrutiny of a hawkbat, for once in her life feeling as if she were the prey, and he the predator. She cowered, trembling and scrambling back toward her cot. "Jolee Uruc," Vader rumbled, clenching his gloved hands into fists. "You are charged with over 30 counts of treason, 22 counts of murder, 15 counts of illegal weapon smuggling, and 14 counts of premeditated acts of malicious intent against the Empire." With another mechanical wheeze, he continued, "Your judgment has been postponed for far too long." She squeezed her eyes shut, thinking, "This can't be happening, this can't be happening, this can't. It is unfortunate that it now must be postponed even longer." Her eyes snapped open, and she slowly turned back to the towering form of the Sith Lord. She blinked and stammered, What?" "As you are well aware," Vader boomed, "the Empire is under siege from a myriad of terrorists and warmongers wishing to uproot our control from its very foundations. We have been waging a silent war against these insurrectionists almost since the Empire's inception, and it is only a matter of time before these petty, squabbling freedom fighters unite into a more serious threat." He slowly leaned forward and said, "You will now help us to stop them. You will be allowed severely restricted privileges, a shadow of your former freedom, I am sure, and will work with the Office of Imperial Intelligence to hunt down and eliminate these rebels. As a former terrorist yourself, you have the ideal contacts and experience in this field. You can think as they do, speak as they do, and lure them into traps they will never see coming. You will be our weapon against those who wish to bring harm to the Emperor and his ways." Uruc's head spun. She couldn't believe it. That was why I had put a bounty on her head in the first place, to reel her in so they could use her as a weapon against others like her. It was an ingenious plan, one so subtle and dangerous that only Imperial intelligence could have thought it up. Still, she glanced at Vader and narrowed her eyes, saying, "And if I refuse?" Suddenly it became very difficult to breathe. A low rumble echoed through the room, and invisible hands began to squeeze at Uruc's throat. She sputtered and tried to grasp at her attacker, but her hands met nothing but empty air. She gasped and retched, but no air would penetrate her lungs. "You would prefer the alternative," Vader said. No, she sputtered, coughing. Vader released his invisible grip on her throat, satisfied with her response, and motioned for her to follow him through the door. "Then follow," he boomed. "We have much to do."